we are live, with
We're
ourselves.
doing it live.
Yeah.
Uh,
So, so hey,
Hello YouTube.
yeah, hey.
I hope that everyone is having a sufficient time whenever the fuck this is posted. Probably
What's going on, guys?
some.
It's your boy over here, and we're coming at you with another bit of coverage for Mayo's video. Now, as you
What's
know,
up, guys?
Mayo, his videos are pretty shit, but I don't have a problem with him as a person or anything. But I don't know. That was my YouTuber opener. How was it?
Yeah. So I think we're done. I think like past the point of mincing words here. Mayo's videos are pretty fucking terrible.
They're not great. Not
Of
gonna lie.
course, as fucking usual. I'm pretty sure L's gonna have a disclaimer on the side of the screen, like he did for episode 7. But
Yep. As a
just so that
matter
you
of
can hear it.
fact, you know what? I need to. Hmm. This is a big
But
brain. This is a big brain live moment. I need to. I want to come up with a way to already have it on the side. That way, I don't have to fucking uh,
add it in post.
add it in post and render the whole fucking thing again, like every single time. Because a lot of times I don't have to render, which is really nice. But so actually, I know exactly how I'm gonna do that. Go ahead and continue
But
talking.
just so that you can hear it from us again, because usually hearing it straight from somebody's mouth is a little more meaningful than just a wall of text.
Yeah.
Not to say that it's obviously, not to say that L's efforts obviously mean nothing. They don't. But
Piece of shit.
um, we we are going to critique Mayo's work.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, by the way, goddamn, fucking 2 fucking Mayo episodes in a row. How about that shit? I don't know if I mentioned
We've
this
been
yet,
getting
but like
lots of requests. I mean,
I remember like a few weeks back, I asked Al, I was like, who do you think's gonna be the first person we cover twice? And he was like, well, I know for a fact that I want to cover Mayo again for the anniversary of S.E.E.S. And then look at that, we've already covered him 3 fucking times, twice in a row, for one instance. But we're going to critique his work. Like I said, we're past the point of mincing words. We're pretty open about the fact that we think all, all of the videos we've seen from Mayo are pretty shit.
yeah.
So we don't think he's like, based upon what we've seen, we don't think that he's a good reviewer or
No.
analyst. We don't trust his critical perspective at all. But that being said, even if we throw the occasional playground insult his way or occasionally joke, we do not support the act of harassment or bullying. So if you are going to go to his channel or one of his videos through the links that L will most likely put in the description, do not go swinging. If you want to have a discussion, make it civil. And if you think that if you do harass or bully another creator and you think that you're doing so in our name, you're not. We don't support that. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Heck you.
yeah, pretty sure we're just gonna disassociate from your ass if we catch you doing that.
Yeah. No. Like actually.
Feel free to cut this out or correct me if I'm wrong. But if anybody from the Sierra Madre L's server is caught engaging in or promoting the harassment or bullying of others, I'm pretty sure neither me or L is gonna have too much of a problem from banning your ass. So, like, just just don't do it, guys, or like warning you at the very least. I don't know if we're gonna like I don't maybe banning right off the bat's a little harsh for like one act of like bullying or harassment.
I would probably mute them at first, and then if I saw that it was continuing, I would just ban them because I don't fucking look.
Yeah, the point
Like,
is,
look, we're adults here. If you act like a fucking child, I'm gonna treat you like a child, plain and simple.
yeah, the point is, we're discussing his videos, we're critiquing the videos themselves. Mail's probably a pretty fucking cool guy in real life. I
Yeah.
mean, he has Omar as a friend, so I mean, obviously he's cool in some way,
His name's
at the very
probably. I
least.
don't even think his name's actually Omar.
I'm pretty sure his name is Omar. Whoever the fuck the dude was playing with his feet in his fucking Devil May Cry 5 video, I'm pretty sure his name is Omar. It might not be Omar, but if it is, like whatever his name is, he's the coolest fucking person ever, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, like engage in healthy discussion all you fucking want. We're all for it, and like absolutely, like call people out if they're spreading misinformation or if they're peddling blatantly false information. But don't fucking harass them.
Yep, I would always encourage people if they have like a specific thing they really want to talk about with Mayo's videos, then of course you can go and leave a comment about that. But if you're just gonna go over there and be like, dude, you fucking suck. S.E.E.S talks about how you suck dick for a living, you fucking piece of shit. I'm just like, all right,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
those people can fuck off.
We promote and support healthy discussion,
We're just talking about video games.
and
Like, chill the fuck out.
yeah, we promote the discussion. We promote healthy discussion, and also, you know, stifling the spread of misinformation.
Yep.
That being said, you can do both of those things while also occasionally maybe throwing a joke or a playground insult somebody's way without harassing them. Don't fucking do it. Just don't. Healthy discussion.
I'm gonna put this disclaimer. That's kind of that looks like it might be kind of hard to read. Let me maximize this. Hold on. I'm fucking around with this a bit, but
Yeah, it looks fine. Like if I'm reading it from like Discord, but like maybe on like given the OBS setup, that might be a little hard to read, especially considering the fact that like
yeah.
you've kind of got like white on white. It's fucking it's bordered obviously. But,
Yeah,
you know.
it doesn't look very good here, so I'm gonna fuck around with that for just a wee little bit. Don't worry, we'll get to it. But yeah, do you want to talk about basically the the point of or what we're covering today? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, real quick, maybe a suggestion. Maybe make like the border of the text
Dummy thick.
red.
um,
That too.
I think
maybe make it.
I think I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay. So today, we've got a special treat for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm actually really fucking excited. You know, apart from the fact that we're covering one of two Mayo videos, we're actually going to be technically covering three Mayo videos. That's right. Triple feature S.E.E.S episode. You love to see it. We had the double features before, and then lately we've with the last episode we just covered one. But fucking today we've got special three videos. We're covering his follow-up video to his Devil May Cry 5 review.
Some of you might know about it.
As you know, say again?
Some of you might know about it.
Yeah, as you know, we're really big fans about it. We loved it. We said nothing but positives for like 6.5 hours for our S.E.E.S episode. His follow-up video to that is titled Devil May Cry 5's Camera and Lock-On Problem. Knowing Mayo's opinions on cameras and lock-ons, we know this is going to be a good one. It's going to be a little spicy. After that, we're going to be covering his other video, Why Challenge Matters, which he also takes a dig at Devil May Cry 5 at again.
It's basically he tries to justify for like he tries to basically present a case for like 10 minutes and then it turns out it's just kind of there to well, you know. So okay, what we're gonna do with that video though is we're just gonna watch it and then when Devil May Cry comes up, that's when we're gonna hop into the discussion.
Yeah, real quick before I like mention the last video that we're gonna be covering, I find it so funny that at the end of his fucking Devil May Cry 5 video, he says that he loves this combat system, but pretty much every single time that he's brought up Devil May Cry 5 after his Devil May Cry 5 review, it's basically been shitting on it every fucking time. But he loves this game, guys. He loves it. He has nothing positive to say about it past his review, though. And then finally, Mayo made a follow-up video to his Resident Evil 8 video, which, let's not mince words, was fucking terrible. I'm not even going to joke. That video was just awful.
I will say, like, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. He made a follow-up. The exact video, hold on, I actually have it pulled up on my phone right here. The exact video is titled Resident Evil Village, a more objective review. And what it is, actually, you know what? Fuck it. For those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just go ahead and let it be a surprise.
Yeah,
because let me tell you, it's a fucking hoot and a half.
It's quite the hoot. It's a hoot nanny, that's for sure.
That was an actual genuine laugh, by the way. That wasn't a fake one. I'm like just thinking about this stupid fucking video. I'm already fucking laughing.
Wow, you're calling him stupid, guys. You guys are so fucking mean. Oh my god. You guys
Oh
are
fuck!
mean.
Hold on.
How can you say something bad about a YouTube creator? It's fucking disgusting.
Before we actually get into the
I need to
video,
size this properly. Fuck. God damn it. Ah.
I need to make a quick, lightning fast. You could even say trickster-esque edit to my fucking icon.
Okay. Show.
I got a match L here.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that. I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yay.
Yeah.
Cannot.
S.E.E.S says pride and trans rights.
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Happy Pride Month. Unlike big business corporations that just want to sell you shit, we actually, actually kind of care about that.
We're not really trying to sell you anything, so you know.
Yeah, pretty much. We're just fucking talking about stuff we like and don't like in some cases.
If Google Chrome could actually like fucking let me save this picture instead of freaking the fuck out, that'd be nice.
But okay. I've got the disclaimer set up. It's kind of fucking huge, but whatever. We weren't doing anything with that space anyways. So that's whatever.
Yeah.
That is fine, I think.
Also, you made that entire like S.E.E.S emblem yourself, right?
The rainbow one?
Just in general, the one that you've been using.
It was a generic ping I got off of Google. It wasn't even like credited to anyone. It was just a generic, piece together. I don't know.
Cool.
And then I did some. I think I flipped it. And I adjusted a couple things. I'm lazy. Leave me alone. I don't draw. I leave it all to loose.
That he do.
Yep. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about.
I'd like to think I do a pretty good job.
Yeah, you did pretty good. We're gonna be talking about 3 Mayo videos today, and then I'm gonna have something very special for Luce at the end of this episode, and I hope he has something very special for me too. It's possible. No, I'm joking, but.
I'm gonna be honest. I apologize. I'll hopefully have it done. I'll hopefully have it done by the time you actually like finish the video.
Maybe. But so yeah, we're gonna be starting. Okay, so we've had requests to cover the lock-on video, and at first I was like, I don't really know, but the more we see Mayo responding to criticism poorly, the more it's just like, okay, the more content we have to talk about, basically.
Yeah.
And it's like, I get that he's gonna be getting comments that are like, fucking dumby poo poo, like, fine, don't listen to those, but when people have but when people have actual like criticisms of you, maybe you can hear them out and like actually work to do better. There's this one thing I always see too. Okay, let's have a brief little talk about this. So, there's this common comment that I see being shared, and it's like, I remember my high school English teacher saying that it's all implied that it's my opinion. And I'm like, no, that's not how language works. I don't assume that everything you say right off the bat is your fucking opinion. That's not how. That's not how communication works, or not how.
Especially when you talk very authoritatively, as if you're speaking fact.
Also, when anyone says, okay, this is how this mechanic functions, and they're blatantly wrong. Are you just gonna be like, oh, it's their opinion though? Like,
it's also the fact that like the moment you talk about how anything like functions, you're no longer speaking subjectively. You are speaking objectively.
Yeah.
Because you are speaking about something and how it objectively functions in the context of the game, especially considering the fact that like.
And if you just throw in like I don't like it, then it's like, okay, fine, that's just your take. But if you're like specifically talking about the functionality of it and such, like,
and especially considering the fact that video games, like, let's be honest here, video games are more science than art, and video games require, or like science specifically requires a lot of objectivity.
I think it's 50-50.
It's about 50-50. It's about like 50. Yeah, fair enough. It's about 50% art, 50% fucking
But it's like, okay,
50%
let's
science.
let's apply this to non-video game logic. It's like, okay, so um, I'm not gonna say the one because it gets memed on a lot, but let's just say there's a certain group of people that denies a certain historical event happens. Uh, the internet's pretty fucking quick to be like, yeah, these people are fucking stupid. But if they just go, oh, it's my opinion, what does that mean? You're not gonna fucking talk about how stupid it is anymore? Like, really? Are we gonna do? What if someone thinks that the Earth is a particular shape that it's obviously not? Are you just gonna be like, oh, it's their opinion? Like, no, fuck that. They're stupid. Also, I'm echoing a lot.
In my mic.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll switch to push the talk real quick.
you're good. But yeah, it's like, and you're like, oh, well, that's real world stuff. I'm like, why can't that be applied to video games? Or are we not treating them as? Are we not going to treat video games with the respect of any other art, or what? Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but script and communication can be done or can be created or formed, I guess, in a flawed way. If you communicate to me in a very ineffective way, that is on you. In fact, when I was in college and I was taking my writing courses, our professors were constantly saying things like, uh, "You shouldn't be so quick to blame one side, whether it be the creator or the audience. You need to look at both. You need to look at how the creator tried to communicate what they said, and you need to look at how the audience has interpreted that. Both are important."
And once again, your opinion, like you can discuss an opinion, can be discussed, and depending on what your opinion is
Yeah.
subject about, it can be wrong.
Even if it was, even if all of this were just, even if everything Mayo said was like categorically subjective, all of it was just his takes and opinions and blah 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 blah, I would still want to talk about it because opinions, believe it or not, they're worth discussing. Whether they are, and I know there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh fuck, opinions can't be wrong." I'm like, no, they absolutely can. If you believe that gravity is actually a donut cream, then I'm sorry, but you're not exactly in the right. And now someone's gonna go and make some fucking donut cream and call it gravity and be like, "Oh, see, you're wrong." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, you know what I fucking meant."
Or like if somebody's like, "Oh, the sun is blue," that's my opinion, and it's like, okay, well, you're allowed to have your opinion, but you're wrong.
Well, I mean, then people be like, "Oh, what about people who are colorblind?" And they actually, it's okay.
Okay, that's
You get
different. But
what
if
we're
somebody,
saying. Like, if someone makes a claim about something that is observable, like if someone says it's like Mahler says, if someone says the sun is a donut, then I'm gonna be like, okay, no, no, it's not. It sounds so fucking goofy, I know, but you have to realize that saying it's my opinion or it's their opinion does not make that doesn't mean they're just immune from criticism. If that's the case, then you know what? This whole stream, it's my opinion, and Luce's opinion. So why are you?
and of course, because we said it's our opinion, it's not worth discussing anymore.
Yeah,
You're
it's
just gonna have to
bulletproof.
accept it.
What's even funnier is that like the day before Mayo posted the RE8 more objective quote unquote thing, um, I got a comment on episode 1, I think, where someone was like, "No, what he's saying is actually objective." I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting," because Mayo says it's not.
Uh,
But whatever, man.
and of course, there's also the fucking classic Joseph Anderson argument of, oh, it's the audience's job to discern whether what I say is opinion or
Oh,
not.
fuck
It's not
that.
it's not the reviewer's job who
That's just
has to
shrugging
fucking
off.
make the video,
Yeah, that's just shrugging off the responsibility of making a good script. Fuck that.
or just good points in general.
Yeah. So would you say there's a problem with the lock-on in Devil May Cry 5, Mr. Blamont?
Uh, well, okay. Now, I would say that I wouldn't say the lock on at large is a problem, but I would say that some things that require lock on could be improved. But I'm not going to say the lock on system itself is objectively, as a whole, terrible or bad.
Fair enough.
I would say my biggest problem with the lock on is when I'm playing as Nero and I'm locked onto an enemy and I'm trying to grab that enemy, and for whatever fucking reason, he just grabs the enemy by it, and it leads to a little more frustration than I would like. But
Yeah.
That's more problem with the Devil Bringer than the lock on.
Yep, I think for me, I never really had a problem until um, Legendary Dark Knight, where there's a fucking bajillion enemies. But at that point, I'm kind of just doing huge crowd control moves where it doesn't really matter who I'm locked onto. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Like
will say I
one
know
thing that
that if I were to give like an objective criticism of it, I think when you're moving around, you can't toggle who you're locking onto or what you're locking onto, which is pretty dumb. But at the same time, it's not hard to like. There are so many moments in combat where you can not be moving. That sounds weird,
like if you
but
if you go into the air, there's a lot less like risk for getting hit. So if you just jump for a moment and then change your lock on, then it's a lot
not even just
easier.
that. But in the middle of moves, like you're starting a move on one enemy and you want to go on to the next, or you can stun one with your Devil Bringer, like pull them over.
Oh yeah,
I mean, there's lots of
like
things
my
you can do to like. Yes, it is a problem, but there's so many workarounds that it just doesn't. It eventually becomes a non-problem, you know.
like one of my favorite things to do is like fucking finishing like finishing combo B on an enemy where like Nero pauses before the final strike of his base combo, and then like fucking locking onto an enemy across the room and just fucking hard weighing over to their asses.
Yeah.
And that's a fairly easy thing to do because it's like okay, like when people say that they don't like that you can't like change lock on and move at the same time. I get it, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that it's a huge flaw with the lock on because it takes like a split second to just change who you're locked on. Just stop for like a split second and change who you locked onto.
Sorry, I was sending a text. Yep. Nope. I mean, it's pretty. Yeah, I think the lock on. I think there are a couple issues, but yeah, again, there's just so many workarounds that I'm like, can I even really call this a problem anymore? You know?
I would say that optimally, like it would be a good thing if players can move and also change targets at the same time,
Yeah.
but
It's really
it's
weird that you can't.
it's definitely not something that I would make a big fucking deal out of were I to make any kind of point about the lock on. Like if I were to make a review of Devil May Cry 5, I'd be like, and I'd be talking about the lock on, I'd be like, okay, now one thing that's a bit of a minor issue is that you can't change targets while you're moving around. It's a little annoying, but
Yep.
it's not something that completely taints the experience or makes the lock on completely useless.
The important thing to me is recognizing that what the lock on is there for. Can you guess what that is? It's to allow the player to focus on a target in a way that's easy, seamless, and prevents the camera from being all over the place. That will be an important part of this discussion. Just throwing that out there. Uh,
Yep.
and I don't think difficulty has anything to do with why I lock on.
And
That's
if you are going
that's something.
And if you are going to make, I cannot stress this enough. This is something that has, I think, I believe we talked about it in our original Mayo video or our original coverage of his DMC5 video, but it pisses me off every single fucking time that I think about his DMC5 review. If you're making a fucking review, then I damn sure expect you to at least try to engage with all of the mechanics available to you as much as possible, especially
Yep.
considering the fact that if you don't lock on, you have access to maybe 20% of your moves, for
And you've
God's
also
sake.
just kind of crippled your ability to, I
And
guess,
if you don't
properly perform combos.
and if you don't use lock on, which is, let's be honest here, one of the most important pieces of Devil May Cry's combat, and then you complain about the combat of Devil May Cry 5 being mediocre or bland and lackluster, then I'm gonna be a little fucking annoyed at you because at
It'd
that
be like
point,
if you
like
were to, it'd be like if you were to play
that's
a shooter and not use aiming down sights and then criticize the accuracy of your guns. It's like, all right,
I
uh,
I I I believe that is what some would call intellectual dishonesty.
Or just laziness.
That too.
Like, if you actually just feel more comfortable playing a certain way in a game, that's perfectly fine. Like, I know I have a couple of buddies who prefer Dark Souls without lock on, which fucking stupefies me, but whatever. They're not criticizing the fucking lock on. They're just like, no, I just prefer playing without lock on because they.
Yeah.
It's like okay, I mean, whatever, man.
It's like one of my friends. They don't really like Devil May Cry that much
Piece of shit.
because they don't. They just don't like having a huge fucking list of combos to remember. Which, thank God, they don't play fighting games.
Yeah.
Which, that's fine. But they're also not making a fucking review of Devil May Cry 5, where to some extent, like I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect reviewers to be kind of fucking objective whenever they make a review of something.
Oh, and for anyone who is wondering, yes, I am going to make the S.E.E.S disclaimer much smaller and better looking next time. I meant to do this and I completely forgot about it until like we started recording. And I was like, oh fuck, I need to make that.
I also had some latex gloves in my fucking
What the fuck?
vest pocket, and now I'm wearing them. Am I gonna stop? I mean, probably not.
But what?
I felt the need to. I felt the need to bring that up. It was important to me.
I just ate some Parmesan.
Huh?
The episode with Chase and Mark, you just like me and RX are talking about something, and you're just like, I just.
Oh yeah, and I have Parmesan in my pocket.
In your pocket? What the fuck?
Yeah, I had it in my pocket.
That's interesting. All right then.
It was from where I work, and like I put Parmesan in my pocket so I can like, give it to people, and I forgot to take it out of my pocket.
That's so random.
The night before, so I was like, fuck it.
Nice.
I don't wanna leave the chair to go get a snack, so I'll just fucking eat Parmesan because I don't want to break the flow of the episode.
I was listening to
kind of like I am now.
When I was like going back through the episode, and I was just listening to it. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That was funny. That was a great moment. We had a lot of great moments. I think that's honestly probably my favorite episode we've done.
The fucking boulder moment with Chase is definitely.
Hey guys, did you know in Resident Evil 5 Chris punched a boulder?
Yeah.
Chase is great. Mark is wonderful.
I feel the need to say it again because I don't think you're going to be using our initial recording of this, but like fucking, it does kind of piss me off whenever people try to like make the argument, or like try to like quickly and passive aggressively make an argument for why Resident Evil 5 is terrible, and they always show the fucking boulder scene, and I'm like, yeah.
Not even for why it's terrible. It's just people never. It's like, okay, yes, boulder punch funny, and like when Heisenberg specifically mentions it, it's like that's a cute little moment, but. There's there's way more goofy shit that happens in that game.
There's also I don't know if you know this. There's a whole fucking game before that moment, and it's actually pretty good.
Remember when fucking Remember he's like, you two are really becoming quite the inconvenience to me, and he fucking throws his sunglasses.
Yeah,
and then the movie recreated it.
Yeah, and it looked fucking terrible. I would say that most of the entire fucking fight with Wesker before that was kind of a lot goofier than Chris just punching a fucking boulder.
Dude, that fight is insane. I love it. Like,
I
really love it. It's a fucking turn off the lights, shoot a rocket launcher at his face, and he's just holding it back like, ah!
Fucking Chris and Sheva crash in a fucking plane into a volcano.
When me and RX played,
and keep in mind,
when me and RX first played that a couple of years ago, oh my fucking god, that was one of the funniest gaming experiences in my life.
And like
losing it,
and like in terms of fucking like over the topness, like apart from some of the quick time events, the game's been fairly tame, honestly, up to that point.
I mean, okay.
It's had some weird shit. It's had some weird
big
shit
spider.
In it, but like the fucking big spider.
Yeah, remember the big spider? You're on the platform that's going into the lab, and big old giant fucking spider.
Oh yeah, like the worst boss in the game.
You like, that was cool. You like shove a grenade in its mouth. It's fucking cool.
Yeah, but like that's tame compared to fucking falling into a volcano in a moving plane.
No, the Wesker fight's fucking insane. Like I love it.
Yeah, but like everybody always tries to like passive aggressively mention how bad 5 is, and they just mention the boulder, and I'm like, there's a whole fucking game before that. Like, are we forgetting that?
IMO, the worst thing about RE5 is the fucking, are they called Reapers? Those big bugs that just insta kill you? Fuck those things. Those things are
No,
terrible.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there's an enemy very similar to them in Resident Evil 1 that were called Reapers, and they
Maybe.
look like them, but I don't think they're called Reapers in 5. But yeah, those things fucking suck.
Yeah, fuck those things.
Those things
Anyways,
suck. Like if you wanna mention how bad RE5 is, mention those things. Don't mention the fucking boulder scene.
yeah, there's like I love RE5. There's a lot of shit you could throw at it though.
Yeah, there's more shit that you can throw at it than the most cliche non-argument of, oh look, Chris punched a boulder.
It's awesome though. Just fucking punches. He just gives it the little hook.
I would say that Chris punching a boulder is more believable than half the shit that happens in the Wesker fight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, physically, I'm about to make an argument for why the physics of the boulder punch actually makes some fucking sense. Okay, hear me out. Okay, so dude's fucking huge, anyways. Got a whole lot of adrenaline pumping through him. Dude's in the fight of his life. The boulder, in order to get it going, he gives it a sudden impact that's going upwards that would cause it to roll for that would cause it, to that side of it to move up, causing it to roll, and the suddenness of it would be effective, I think, plus the force, obviously. And it's because when he was pushing it, he's just pushing it forward, which, like, there's a lot of traction and shit, right? But I'm just saying words. But then, the uppercut actually causes it to move at an angle, and that's what allows it to roll. So, yes, I just made an argument for why the fucking boulder punch actually makes some sense.
Well, here's the thing. In gameplay, Chris is capable of punching people so hard that their fucking heads explode.
Yeah.
So, like, I could believe that Chris Redfield, after being able to do that, might have the strength
With all that fucking, I know it's kind of a cliche.
adrenaline.
It's a cliched argument for a lot of things that happen in fiction that don't make a lot of sense. But, like, seriously, the fucking adrenaline. He's in a volcano. He's heated and everything. Like, yeah, I could
Yeah,
believe
he's
it.
trying to save his fucking new partner, and also, like, at
His
base
super
he has
hot
the strength.
ebony babe.
And at base he has the strength to punch people's heads off. I could believe that maybe he could punch a boulder in.
I could believe his uppercut would
it.
cause enough motion to have it slant upwards and eventually cause a roll.
And
it's ridiculous.
also,
Obviously it's fucking
like,
stupid.
we're not saying it's not ridiculous, but it's more believable than half the shit that happens in the West.
Wesker holding off a goddamn rocket in his face is so funny to look at.
There are, like, way more stupid things that you can point to for RE5's story, or just RE5 in general being stupid, than the boulder.
Remember when Wesker literally has a gun to Chris's head? A new Genesis is at hand, and I will be the creator. And he just keeps fucking talking, and you're like, dude, shoot the fucking gun.
Yeah. Or just the entire fucking fight in the plane, or
That
how
fight is
Wesker
so
has
goofy.
the ability, or like how Wesker has the strength to hold off a fucking rocket, but like rather than like snapping Chris and Sheva's necks during that fucking scuffle, he just fucking has this over-the-top fight with them when he could probably just easily kill both of them with his bare hands.
I've had enough of your bullshit. You're just another one of Umbrella's leftovers, and then the jet starts going down. That fight is awesome, man. Oh, I love RE5. Anyways,
And also, like,
Devil May Cry has a lock-on problem.
yeah, I almost
guess.
forgot for a second that we have a fucking video to cover.
We have a couple. Thankfully, this one's pretty short, and the other one we're gonna watch a good chunk of it. And I don't even know if we're gonna watch the whole thing, because I don't think he talks about DMC5 for the whole thing.
Like, I actually agree with the basis of his fucking difficulty video. That, yeah, like,
challenge matters.
difficulty.
Yes.
Yeah, it matters. It's important. But that being said, like,
The thing.
a game not.
Well, we'll get to it when we get there.
Yeah, we'll get to it when we get
For
there.
now,
And also, a game doesn't need to be ball-crushingly difficult for you to have motivation to engage with its mechanics. Just say.
Yeah. Oh,
Fucking numpty.
one thing I just have to talk about. So, we've seen a lot of Mayo's critiques, right? We've seen a lot of Mayo not liking games. Well, I was having my breakfast, I was having my cereal and stuff. I was just chilling out. I was like, you know what? I want to listen to Mayo talk about something he likes. And what better one than Doom Eternal? Because that's pretty much all he talks about that he likes. So, I gotta watch his definitive Doom Eternal critique, which gag me. In the opening minutes, in the opening minute, he says he's not even going to cover everything about the game. And I'm like, oh, the fuck is it? Whatever. Um, so when talking about Doom Eternal, he acknowledges that pretty much every enemy has a method of not only just being cheesed, but being just killed really quickly that the game literally teaches you and encourages you to do. He acknowledges this, and then he's like, but you know what? Players looking for more of a challenge don't have to do that. And I'm like, huh, isn't that interesting? Remember in Devil May Cry 5 when you thought it wasn't? Huh, yeah, it's interesting.
Jeez, you know how in Devil May Cry 5 you weren't having fun because you were just fucking button mashing?
Yeah.
Maybe if you wanted to have more fun, you could have, I don't know, engaged with the other mechanics.
Maybe there's a reason all those fucking people were commenting telling you to actually play the game. I don't know, but
yeah, it's almost like not having 50 to 20% of your moveset based upon which character you're playing kind of ruins the fucking experience, doesn't it?
And it's like, you're willing to offer this concession to Doom Eternal, which good, because it exists, and that's something that players looking for more of a challenge can do, which is a good thing. But then with Devil May Cry 5, you're just like, nah, it's not a fucking...
Yeah.
Why would I fucking want to play stylishly? It's like, oh, okay.
Well. And it's not bad to make concessions for games. Sometimes, you got to meet a game halfway.
Yeah, it's something I've criticized Mayo for just not doing.
Yeah, but he's willing to meet Doom Eternal halfway.
Yeah.
It's fucking delightful.
Isn't it, though?
Doesn't make me pissed off at all.
But, let's talk about Devil May Cry 5's camera and lock-on problem, shall we?
Please.
Let's talk about the camera in Devil May Cry 5 and third-person games in general. Of all the things that I thought might cause a stir in my DMC5 video, watch it here if you haven't seen it yet, the least of my worries were my statements about the camera. I felt like the short section mentioning my grievances would be fine, since it's just the camera we're talking about. The real important stuff is the design of the game and the combat. Turns out it wasn't fine, judging by how many people took issue with it. I could have been more detailed in my explanation, and actually I was planning to be. I had an entire section of that video dedicated to talking about the lock-on system, but I decided to cut it because I felt like it was dragging down the pacing of my video. Sometimes you gotta...
do we want to talk about the pacing of Mayo videos real quick?
Yeah, they're fucking terrible anyway. Adding another 14 minutes onto your video wouldn't have helped, like it wouldn't have changed the pacing at all. It still would have been bad. It was all over the place regardless.
I mean, I will say, I think his DMC5 video is structured better than some of his other videos because he's like, part 1 the blank, part 2 the blank, part 3 to too much purple, he divides it up into parts, and he makes it specifically clear, and he even says it points in certain parts where he's like, oh, I'm gonna talk about this later. It's like, that's fine. But what would have been the issue of just having that one part be a little bit longer? Like, honestly.
Yeah, like your video would have been 14 minutes longer. It would have been like 50-something minutes. Okay, and like if it's such an important issue that you have to dedicate an entire video to it, I would say it's relevant to your Devil May Cry 5 video.
Well, in
reviewing it,
it's like the camera and lock-on is pretty fundamental to quite literally almost everything in that game gameplay-wise. So.
Yeah.
How could you not, if it's such a core issue, then how could you not have so much to want to say so much about it,
Again, you have, access to maybe 20% of Dante's moveset if you don't lock on. I would say that the lock-on is a pretty fucking important issue.
Yeah. The lock-on, not even just Dante, but, a lot of, now Virgil, not back then, obviously, but still. Yeah. And Nero. I mean... DMC5 added a lot of multi-input based style commands where you do back forward or circle, which I fucking hate, where you circle the stick and do a button, which is stupid. I hate it.
To be fair, that's only with V and Virgil, but it's still bad.
I still hate it so much. But it's fine. Let me just
yeah, I mean, you don't have access to dance, you don't have access to a good 2/3 of your Swordmaster moveset.
Yeah.
You don't have access to gap closers, to launchers, anything.
Yeah, I
The
don't.
only the
This
only,
isn't
the
DMC
only
reboot. I don't know
yeah
how
like
you're gonna put that lock on.
the only aspect of the game that you can still get the most out of without locking on is the Devil Breakers, because they don't require that
Yeah.
you be like, they require that you're not locked on to use their moves.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's only like a third of Nero's moveset.
What does Mayo think of the Devil Breakers? He didn't really talk about that.
I don't think he did.
I would
I
be
don't remember him
curious.
talking about them too much.
Yeah. I would be curious what he thinks of like specific mechanics and weapons, like Devil Breakers.
Yeah, he only really talked about Gerbera
and V.
It gave him more aerial mobility.
Talked enough about V, that's for sure. Everyone seems to talk a lot about V, but not a lot about anyone else. They're just like, yeah, I like Dante and Nero's okay. And you're like, oh, alright.
And a lot of the shit they say about V tends to be pretty fucking off base, I gotta say. Like, I'm just gonna say it now. I think most people's explanations and takes for why V is a bad character to play are not good.
I think there was one mainstream Devil May Cry reviewer, like, it was like, IGN or something like that, where they were like, V is a newcomer, and I think what they do with him is interesting, but he just doesn't really, the way he plays just isn't really for me. But that's as far as they went with it, and I was like, you know what? That's actually fine. Like, I totally get why V just wouldn't, like a player wouldn't jive with V. That's perfectly fine. But when you start saying things like, I don't know, you can fucking play the game with your feet and watch a movie, and, you know, the inputs are based on where the pets are rather than where, you know, I'm going to start taking some issue.
Or that he's the mashiest mash you've ever mashed, which is the dumbest fucking sentence I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Like, okay, people saying that V is not for them, perfectly fine. Like, I don't, like, it's okay for
yeah, he's very
to
different.
Not like, it's okay for people to not like how V plays, that's fine. But when you talk about him being objectively bad, that's when I start to have a problem, because most people don't provide very good arguments for why V is objectively bad.
When you dedicate like 10 minutes of your video to V, which it seems like everyone fucking does, I expect you to actually say something about him that's trying to be objective about how he controls and how he plays. Something more than, oh, button mashy, I don't like it.
Apart from us and the Gaming Brit, and I believe Sphere Hunter, I think we're like two of the only people I've seen on YouTube so far who don't think that V is a bad fucking character.
V's fucking awesome. I'll die on this hill.
To play as, at least.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like his character too.
Yeah, but I'm talking, like, most people seem to have a huge problem with him gameplay wise.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Like, very few people like him gameplay wise, but almost everybody loves him story wise. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, because he's just his voice actor just fucking kills it, I think.
Also, I just noticed something that pissed me the fuck off.
Uh-oh.
Look at his title.
His title? Devil May Cry 5's camera and lock-on problem? Oh, there's no hyphen. There's no hyphen.
No, it's not that. It's not that. That's not what's pissing
Capitalization?
me off. Yeah.
That too. Oh, why?
Yeah, he's got completely inconsistent capitalization. Capitalizes Devil May Cry 5 and lock-on, but not camera and problem.
Why is there not a hyphen?
And I can understand not capitalizing, but like 2 fucking nouns in your title? Are you shitting me?
You guys are nitpicking, yes.
Well, considering the fact that it's his title, the first fucking thing that people are going to see, I'd say it's pretty important to get it right.
It's kind of important. But anyways, we'll let him continue. I muted my mic by accident, like as I was saying that. We'll let him continue.
Like it was dragging down the pacing of my video. Sometimes you gotta make those calls when you're making content that's supposed to be entertaining as well as information focused.
Okay, buddy.
So I'm gonna take what I said in that video and the cut section and combine it with parts of discussions I've had with people in the comment section. This video.
Look at him locking on and doing a cool combo.
Person, though I've engaged with some
actually,
more than others,
I really want. Can I touch on something real quick? I really fucking hate when people like act as if like there's no balance between being entertaining and informative. Like if you're making a review,
y'all ever heard of Mauler?
Yeah, I hate to tell you, but when you're making a review, like you have to lean more towards informative.
Yeah, if you're making a
'Cause,
fucking
you're
review,
making.
like I'm not watching a review to be entertained. Well, I mean maybe some people are,
Well,
but
okay,
why would
it's
you go
like
to
it's.
a review to be entertained unless you're watching a donkey video where it's just
Well,
insane?
I, I wouldn't say that. I would say that, like, depending on how you make your review, like, you can be informative and entertaining
Oh yeah, like absolutely.
at the same time. Like, you can do both simultaneously without having to lean more towards the other. So like I don't like this whole argument that some people make where it's like, oh well, my videos are like,
I can't have my video be that
especially
long.
yeah, like especially when you like, it's kind of like how he titled his video the definitive Doom Eternal review, and he's not covering everything, and it's like
That's
if he were to make the
really
argument,
weird.
if he were to make the argument, well, I have to balance between being entertaining and informative, and I'm like, okay, but if you're making a review, like I'm pretty sure most people would prefer that you like be as informative as possible. And again, you can do both simultaneously. And like I think a lot of people just find that being informative or being informed in general is in and of itself entertaining to an extent. Cuz
Yeah.
I like being informed by shit. I like learning new shit or seeing other people's perspectives.
Yep.
Like being informed in and of itself can be entertaining.
I agree. And
And again,
why does having a longer video mean it's less entertaining anyways? Like what the fuck?
yeah, like you can have like do you think that people's attention spans are that short? Like I mean, at the end of the day, like you can make the videos that you want and you can structure them how you want, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to think it's really fucking weird that for whatever fucking reason you think that this important issue supposedly doesn't deserve to be in your Devil May Cry 5 review where you're trying to talk about as much of the game as possible.
I mean,
Like I hate I'm gonna be honest, it didn't need its own video.
call me a fucking cynic, but I honestly just think that part of him knew that he just did not have anything worth actually sharing about this point, but when he started getting criticized, he wanted to respond to it. Maybe I'm being cynical, but
Yeah, and considering, and I like how at the beginning of the video he's like, it's just the camera, and it's like, but it's a lot more important than that. Especially considering the fact that you find it prudent enough to spend an entire section of your review talking about how bad the camera is.
yeah, like it clearly is something that matters to you, so whatever.
Yeah, like if it matters to you, by all fucking means, talk about it. Like fucking like get your shit out. Like people love hearing other people's opinions.
We managed to go for 10.5 hours and be entertaining, so what the fuck? I think we're in it.
Yeah.
I think we do a pretty good job. We have a pretty, our audience seems to enjoy us. Our audience is pretty cool. They have enormous dicks and balls. Like, wow. Like, good job, guys. And boobs for those of you.
And if you join the Sierra Madre server, like, oh my god, you automatically just have, they're even bigger.
Yeah, you're like the Grinch. It just grows 3 sizes. And it was already huge, so like, dang, dude.
Yeah, some fucking hyper shit.
God. Anyways, back to the mayonnaise.
Anyway,
Though I've engaged
back to
with
not
some more
exposing
than
our
others,
weird
and
tastes.
I'm in the mood to put these ideas together here. The first part of the video will talk about how camera direction is implemented in different games, and the second part will be specifically about DMC5 and the lock-on system and how it relates to camera management. You can skip to that part if you want, but it won't have the foundation to support it. The two main issues I have with the free-roaming camera in DMC5 and with any other melee-focused game that uses one is that they all end up with the same presentation, and to me it feels very tedious to always have the right thumbstick dedicated.
I have rewind a little bit.
I have some. You go ahead and say what you're gonna say. I have something I want to read.
Like, okay, I fucking hate this argument already. Like, it's already flawed on its basis. Just because something has a third-person camera and is also, like, to an extent, an action-focused game does not mean that they have the same presentation. Like, if I were to fucking look at, say, Devil May Cry 5, Breath of the Wild, and Dragon's Dogma, fuck it. L doesn't know about the third one, but he knows about the first two, at least to some extent.
I know of
they all
Dragon's
have,
Dogma.
yeah, they all have free-form cameras that the player wholly controls, and also to some extent focus around action. They, by no fucking means, have the exact same presentation.
Okay.
Just because of that fact.
Even if we're speaking superficially, God of War's camera is, at least in this game, is over the shoulder. Devil May Cry's is not. I mean, there are a couple of points like in starting missions where it'll kind of do that, but it's not really.
Yeah. Or like if you have your camera set close enough, then it'll be kind of over the shoulder most times. But yeah, for the most part, it's not over the shoulder. Like they're not presented the same.
It would be kind of like comparing the tight focused camera of a horror game to a more wider FOV of an action oriented game, like I don't know, like Doom Eternal or something. I don't know.
And then like putting a fucking FOV mod on that horror game and having your fucking flashlight showing all the fucking time.
I'm gonna read something. I'm not gonna give you any context. I'm just gonna tell you that I wrote this, and you can make of it what you will. As a big fan of Devil May Cry and WWE 2K, I have a strong preference for fixed camera angles. I like when developers actually have to frame their combat in interesting and useful ways. Take this match from WWE 2K19, where the camera is placed comfortably before the ring like a typical hard cam. This style of camera allows the player to focus purely on the fight and direct their attacks with ease. As the years have gone on, more and more games have opted for a first-person camera that's controlled by the player. I understand the temptation to implement this type of camera for the players because sometimes a fixed angle might lead to something being obscured by an obstacle or wall, but first-person cameras lead to those exact same issues, especially in more labyrinthian corridors. I miss games that frame fights in specific ways, complementing the enemy balance and scenery. Look at this scene from Devil May Cry 5. I imagine it would look a bit weird if I were to be spinning around and shooting Ebony and Ivory in a first-person camera, constantly spinning the right thumbstick. Instead, the combat is framed dramatically from a perspective that gives me a proper view of the action from the exact angle I need and showing the boss in the center of my perspective at all times. It adds a cinematic flair to the game's presentation and helps to give it a unique identity. Wouldn't it be really fucking obnoxious if someone were to be like, "Yo, all first-person games like fucking Minecraft and Time Splitters, fucking same game, bro."
Yeah, and you can fucking Christ, I just cannot get over the audacity to say that God of War and Devil May Cry 5
have the same
presentation with their cameras.
Oh my god. First of all,
kill me.
There's so many differences. Like, even just with these two games, God of War, the camera is following you. It's a seamless adventure from start to the end. Sometimes it moves around for like cutscenes, but for the most part, it's a pretty seamless camera. Actually, I think it just moves with cutscenes too. There's no cuts, I don't think.
Yeah, it's actually the entire game is framed as a single take.
Yes, Devil May Cry has cutscenes. It has like I said, the camera focuses on the bosses to keep them at the center of perspective at all times. Sometimes it'll pull out for wider arenas. I mean,
yeah, even if sometimes the boss camera can actually like hinder rather than help, specifically Nidhogg. Depth perception does not fucking exist in that fight.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
But and especially in God of War, you use the camera to occasionally aim attacks, whereas in Devil May Cry 5. The camera direction doesn't really matter when aiming your attacks, apart from like where you input it on the left stick. Like they are framed and presented completely different. Don't even try to make the fucking argument that these are the fucking same presentation.
This argument does not stand. I could just as easily say fixed cameras are doing the exact same thing. All they're doing is framing fights in certain ways. Same thing.
Now, there can be arguments to be made that some games are like their presentation is very similar or like almost the same. But
I would compare
have a damn good argument and justification for that.
Using two games he brings up, I would compare Horizon to The Witcher in many ways.
Yeah.
Although I would say Horizon does a bit more with its camera, but yeah, I mean it's similar.
I would say that judging by the gameplay I've seen of Horizon, it seems like Horizon controls a lot better than fucking Geralt does.
Yeah, Horizon, the main character of Horizon Zero Dawn.
yeah, I've heard her referred to as Horizon, I swear to God.
My favorite character is Halo. He doesn't afraid of anything.
He's super cool and liked by everybody and doesn't afraid of anybody. Please don't steal.
Remember TFS? Yeah, that Bardock's a pretty cool guy. He conquers planets and doesn't afraid of anything. Doesn't afraid of anything indeed.
It's kind of fucking funny that like This is way left field, but it's kind of fucking funny that Rooster Teeth essentially made a bunch of OCs on the internet, and they were officially recognized by Microsoft as in-universe Halo characters.
Jesus Christ.
I find that so fucking hilarious.
It's kind of base, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, Red vs. Blue is pretty good up to like.
I don't know what it is. I've never
11.
watched it. I've never watched anything by Rooster Teeth, so I don't really know anything. But yeah.
I would say that Red vs. Blue up to like season 11 is pretty fucking dope. I mean, hey, maybe we'll watch it.
Maybe. Together. But until then, we have to watch and listen to the Jar of Mayonnaise.
He's probably not going to substantiate this argument at fucking all, but let's go.
It feels very tedious to always have the right thumbstick dedicated to camera movement. I'll start with the first issue.
Baby.
Two-dimensional games are pretty much all presented in the same way.
No.
Perspective.
No, they're not.
Okay. So.
Okay, even this, like, I think this is Mega Man, it's either X2. No, I believe this is Mega Man X4. Mega Man X4 and Mega Man X are not presented the same fucking way.
Fucking
and I'll tell you why.
Mega Man X, Shovel Knight, Super Meat Boy, fucking same perspective. Well, I mean, yeah, same perspective, but the same presentation.
It's like fucking like like Mega Man X4. At least I think this is Mega Man X4. It could be one of the other ones.
No, look at the bar. It says X2. You fucking dummy.
That's his lives, you fucking idiot.
That's the title of the game, obviously. You fucking idiot. God.
I hate you.
These S.E.E.S guys, I swear.
So like even in X1 and X4, the presentation is completely different because while they have the same basis of moving on a 2D plane with just X and Y as your dimensions, X1 is a completely flat image for the whole fucking game. It's completely 2D. Whereas as you can see with X4, all of the images on screen, like the backgrounds, are all like 3D and stuff like that.
Imagine comparing the fucking the presentation of like Marvel vs. Capcom to like what is it? I just had it. Fuck. Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Blue. Oh yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ. Like
a
fucking Christ, dude.
A little different.
It's almost as if just because games use a similar camera setup doesn't mean that they have the same fucking presentation.
Dude, filmmakers talk all the time about how the same camera angle can be used for so many different things. Like,
yeah,
fucking read a book.
It's kind of like how, like, in that shot of, it's kind of like how there's in fucking Return of the King, there's like this shot of Gandalf fucking smiling and laughing and stuff like that. So like the entire fucking screen is filled with just the sheer happiness of Gandalf's face, and it's a fucking close-up shot. And then in fucking Two Towers, you have a close-up shot of, I think, Pippin.
I was just about to say the one with Pippin.
Yeah, he's fucking talking to like the trees and shit. I don't remember the exact name of their race.
Yeah, the
Ents. And he's fucking pissed off. And it's like these are two of the same base shots, but their presentation is completely fucking different, and it makes all the difference. One of them is brightly lit, with the character at like a fucking upward angle, like looking down, and the other one is the other character looking up at other people in a completely darkened environment while being extremely pissed off. Like, you can do so much just by changing what's in the shot.
I'm about to blow your fucking mind. So how am I gonna word this? Okay. What's actually in front of the camera is just as important as the shot that is being used.
And it's so fucking funny because I remember you saying the exact fucking thing in S.E.E.S episode 1, and it still holds true even when Mayo actually goes in depth about the situation.
This is not some...
He obviously hasn't said much of his point yet because, you know, I paused the video because...
Well, the foundation is pretty lacking, I'll say.
Yeah, I just felt the need to mention this specific example because I'm actually a fan of Mega Man X, and I've played both X4 and X1, and despite the fact that they have the same setup with their camera, they're presented completely fucking differently.
Fucking just Mega Man, like the original Mega Man and Mega Man X, like, really, I'm gonna say they're presented a little different.
Even fucking Mega Man 11 and Mega Man X, like Mega Man 11 has completely 3D images and is still on a mostly 2D plane, and like all of the images are still like completely 2D.
Mark After Dark just retweeted my my link to the S.E.E.S episode 7 with him and Chaseface. What a Chad.
Nice.
Mark, I love you.
Mark, biggest Chad. Obviously, you're not going to see this for like days after this, but biggest Chad.
I don't even know if he'll watch it, but it's whatever. I don't know. He said he liked. He said he was very interested in seeing more Mayo, so maybe he will watch it. Who knows?
We can only fucking hope, dear God. I don't want to kill myself.
Oh my God! Stop saying that.
Yeah, I probably should stop saying that. People might actually get worried. That is a joke.
Yeah.
I don't actually mean that.
But okay.
Let's let Mayo continue.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's a flat perspective. You can play around with 3D backgrounds and characters getting closer or further from the camera.
You mean
but
changing
you're
the
still
presentation?
presenting the games in the same visual form. The same
Okay.
goes for first-person games.
Oh!
Whether they be shooters or adventure games.
Wow,
or horror
you literally
games,
just
whatever.
made this
They're
argument
all
as a
using
joke,
the same
and-
camera perspective. It's right there in the name, first person. And on a
What?
controller, the right thumbstick is needed to look around because these games rely on focusing your vision on the action and usually aiming guns. Games outside these two perspectives have a lot more freedom in the way they can be presented.
Okay. So special pleading is a logical fallacy where you look at one thing and you look at another thing where they both can be applied to the argument or the claim being presented, and you say, oh, but this one's different.
Yeah. Also, we're about to see an image, or we're about to see a shot of Devil May Cry 4 in the Lost Woods. Do not fucking show the Lost Woods with that
Cursed.
shot. Yeah, do not show the Lost Woods with that overhead shot of you coming out of the door of that building and tell me that that is an angle that works well in gameplay. It's fucking terrible.
It's not good. And yeah, okay,
Like
you can.
most-
He says you can present third-person games in so many ways, but I would honestly argue you really can't. Like, there's a limit. And also, isometric is not third-person. Fuck off with that,
Isometric-
please.
Yeah, it is not. They are not the same.
Yeah.
They're not. Isometric is not the same as a third-person freeform camera.
I would argue that fixed cameras are their own thing too. Really, like, yeah, it's technically third-person, but
Well, yeah, it's a different way of presenting a 3D environment.
yeah, it's its own method of presentation.
Kind of like how freeform camera is its own method of presentation. First-person camera is its own method of presentation. Like, there's different.
And freeform cameras allow for, you guessed it, freedom in presentation.
Oh, it's kind of like, I actually just thought of the perfect example. It's kind of like fucking God of War and fucking both Transformers War for Cybertron games. They both have a third-person. This is gonna be
I
fucking
did not
weird.
expect that, but yeah, let's go.
Bear with me. Both Transformers War for Cybertron games and God of War have third-person over-the-camera or over-the-shoulder perspectives. But guess what? They're both presented in completely different fucking ways. Who could have guessed?
I'm gonna.
Especially considering the fact that in Transformers, you can do this cool thing where you transform into a vehicle and you can fucking ride around and shit, and it's really cool.
So fucking
Play Transformers War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron. They're both really good.
So I'm gonna compare two games that are in the same fucking series. In fact, one is a direct sequel to the other. There's this game called Resident Evil 4, and there's this game called Resident Evil 5. And, both of them use the kind of tighter over-the-shoulder cameras. One is, one's got a fair amount of action, but, it's still pretty horror-focused for the most part. It wants to... I can tell you from a fucking recent experience that it really wants that camera to be over your shoulder at all fucking times. In fact, you may find yourself fighting with it. Who fucking knows? But then you play Resident Evil 5, and there's a lot more movement in the camera, and there's a lot more action going on. There's a different color palette, there's a different environment, there's different enemy types, there's different fucking characters. It's like, man, look at all this stuff that's making it, more action-focused, and just a generally different experience.
To quote some guy that I met on the internet, can't really remember his name, what's in the camera is just as important as the camera angle.
Sounds like a
I
fucking...
think that was Sun Tzu.
Sounds like a fucking retard. Whatever.
Did you just call Sun Tzu a retard?
Yes.
Okay.
I was about to say no, but then I was like, no, I'm gonna fucking commit. Yeah, Sun Tzu, you're fucking dumb. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Sun Tzu. Come on, Season, say shit. I fucking dare you.
He's dead.
No, he's Sun Tzu. God damn it, lose.
Fuck off. off. Save me from this perpetual hell.
No.
Have a lot more freedom in the way they can be presented. You can have dramatic overhead views like this scene in DMC4, angular fixed cameras
It lasts
that
for like
follow the character's
15
action in
steps. Like,
Ninja
calm
Gaiden,
down.
epic cinematic camera angles like some parts of the God of War series,
Where you can barely see
static
what's
fixed
going on.
camera like the classic Resident Evil games,
Horror
floating
games.
crane-like cameras like Silent Hill. Silent Hill is a great example of this actually, because camera angles don't only have to be about framing the action on screen. Camera movements can be used to set the mood of a scene. A camera swaying around like this can communicate disorientation and confusion.
Wait, but that's a third-person camera.
Yeah, and this kind of fucking camera angle in an action game would be fucking awful.
Yeah, like
it's almost like you have to pick and choose what presentation and camera angle you're going for, depending on what kind of game you're making. And when you're making a game where the point of it is to be as stylish and effective at combat as possible, then making as comfortable of a camera as possible is very important. So having a camera that the player can themselves angle wherever they want kind of seems like a pretty good idea.
I'm so confused because his point starts off with third-person cameras are starting to look all the same because I guess they're behind the character because that's it's generally a good place for them to be most of the time. I don't fucking know. And then he starts talking about. Then he starts comparing them to like fucking Crash Bandicoot and Silent Hill 2, and I'm like, where are we going with this? Like, woe is Devil May Cry 5 for not having a fucking Silent Hill 2 style camera.
Woe is Devil May Cry 5 for not having the same presentation as Crash fucking Bandicoot.
Woe is DMC 5 for not having the presentation of fucking Bastion and Transistor, like isometric. It's like, alright. I don't think this argument's. I'm not convinced. Let me just say.
And confusion of the protagonist. A pulled back camera can communicate loneliness. The right camera angle and lighting can enhance horror and tension. Camera direction can draw the player's attention to important items instead of having to make them glow brightly for players to notice them. It can also guide the player's direction by intelligently framing the navigation options instead of just wandering around and not knowing where you're going or where you started from.
Yes, thank you for talking about survival horror game
of the game
in a
more
video
visually
focused about
memorable.
action.
If you spend all day in a virtual reality environment, sure, it'll be an amazing
it's the same
visual
presentation.
experience, but the memory of that place won't have any artistic framing for your brain.
What?
That's why a picture.
Yes, it will.
Bullshit!
Look at this fucking shot that he shows. Like,
yeah, look at this fucking amazing shot you showed of like this fucking huge ass imposing structure.
Dude, first-person games
overhead.
First-person games do that all the time. Some of them will fucking jerk the camera, which will annoy the piss out of the player. But yeah, like lots of first-person games do all kinds of things to present it in a certain way. Like, yes, you're free to play and shift the camera how you want most of the time, but that. Okay.
Like first-person games are really good specifically for like if you want to have a lot of sections where you want to make the player feel like you want to like make the player feel really fucking small and just like a hell of a lot like and you want to like accentuate how big something is like
or
I don't know, a 9.5 foot tall vampire lady.
Oh god. And then you have first-person horror games where you'll have the fucking like darkness encroaching around them. You'll have sounds happen out of their field of view. You know, presentation.
First person, it's almost like the camera angle doesn't necessarily make the presentation all the time.
There's more to presentation. There's more to cinematography than just where you place the camera.
Yeah.
I'll just keep repeating it. There's more.
Yeah, I feel like
there's more to camera work than just the position of the camera.
I keep getting flashbacks to the exact section in his Devil May Cry 5 review where he was talking about the camera and presentation, and oh boy, I feel like we're going to be repeating those points a lot.
Yeah, because I mean, he can
continue to dead in the water.
Yeah, he can continue to say, "Oh, these games do this," and I'll just be like, "Okay, yeah, that's because presentation allows them to do that, regardless of where the camera is." And if you tell me that, oh, well, I don't know why he's. I don't know, man. I don't know. I truly don't. How can this happen to me?
I made
Artistic
my
framing for your brain.
mistakes.
That's why a picture, a still image, is so much easier to recall in detail. It's why when I think of the Spencer Mansion in Resident Evil 1, I can instantly recall every detail about this shot.
Oh, do we want to talk about recalling things in video games? Are we ready to have this discussion? Okay, so let's go. What you remember is on you. Just like it has no bearing on it. This is a completely subjective thing.
Yeah, and if you try to say I can remember every detail of this shot, well then good for fucking you. But there's also no way to verify it.
It's also
you're just stating it.
Probably has to do with how much you've played the game. I'm assuming he's played this game. Actually, I know he's played this game a lot because I jumped into one of his streams at one point, and he was like, "I've played RE1 Remake so much," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, so yes, of course you're gonna fucking remember it." I can remember all kinds. Man, I can practically do a mental playthrough of Dark Souls and DMC5 at this point. Like, I'm not kidding. I can quite literally close my eyes and imagine going through those games. Like, I've just played them so far. New Vegas, I can also. New Vegas is fucking huge.
I might honestly at some point be able to do like a blindfolded playthrough of DMC5.
I would want some kind of feedback to when I'm walking into walls or something.
Yeah. I feel like it's got good enough sound design that you'd be able to tell where you are with a good enough headset.
I mean, yeah, but if you're
assuming you turn off the music.
Well, and if you're at a point where, like, when you're in the building, if nothing's really going on, then it's like, okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck people play games blindfolded. Those people are X-Men.
It's very technical, and it requires a lot of knowledge of the game.
I could see it being a lot more doable. I could see it being a lot more doable in the future with like haptic feedback on like current gen controllers and all that stuff. But
a lot of it is knowing. A lot of it is down to knowing like the speed of your character and exactly how fast they move.
Yeah. How long you have to hold the stick in a certain direction. Yeah, shit's fucking crazy. But anyways, back to the point. Yes, I can remember all kinds of shit from all kinds of games that vary in presentation. It doesn't. It's like
doesn't necessarily mean that his memory is objective.
It's like when Donkey was talking about The Last of Us Part 2, and he's like, Devil May Cry 5, Ghost of Tsushima, blah 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 blah. I don't remember anything from these stories, but Last of Us 2, I can remember that story. I'm like, okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Imagine not remembering that dank-ass moment where Nero screams, "I'm not letting you die," and then fucking yicketies his ass in between his uncle and father, and then just beats the fuck out of his father. Imagine not
imagine yicketing, imagine placing your ass between your dad and your uncle. What a description.
I hate you so fucking much.
Hey, you said it, man.
You're the one. I'm not fucking having it.
I am the one. Don't weigh a ton. Don't need a gun to get respect up in the street.
About this shot. There are so many ways to present your game artistically when you're not locked into 2D or first person. This is why I'm so disappointed by more and more games adopting a free-roaming camera. Around the time of the third console generation,
oh my God!
We saw the rise of third-person shooters.
It's Transformers.
Oh my God!
It's literally the game that I mentioned. Holy
Bruh.
shit!
I swear we did not plan this.
I don't even fucking remember this video. I'm gonna be honest. He literally shows this game.
Oh yeah, I think I watched like 2 minutes of this video a couple months back, but that's pretty much it.
Holy shit!
Wow, dang Mayo, dude, he's doxing you. I'm telling you.
Are you fucking telling me that this game and God of War have the same fucking... I'm committing to that fucking name if it kills me. Are you saying that those games really have the same fucking presentation, Mayo? Are you serious? Like, what?
Dude, this looks just like fucking RE4. It looks the exact same. Like, look at the, the HUD, the aiming reticle, it's all the same. I mean, those don't matter, but, it's all the same.
Yeah, it's all the same. Tell me about it. This is just like Gears of War.
To be fair, I think this looks somewhat similar to Gears of War, but even then, it's like, eh.
It's probably all the fucking gray.
Yeah. Fuck me.
God damn it, L.
Shut up. At least, shut up.
Generation.
Okay. So I'm on a shot of Hades, I think?
I'm on a shot of a fucking isometric game. Yeah, I'm at 330.
Okay, cool. Alright, my bad.
pointed by more and more games adopting a free-roaming camera. Around the time of the third console generation, we saw the rise of third-person shooters. The over-the-shoulder camera angle got popularized by Resident Evil 4, and then it was a tidal wave of games being made in that style. Dead Space, Metal Gear Solid 4, Uncharted, Tomb Raider, Quantum Break, Gears of War, and now your third-person Battle Royale game.
Imagine comparing fucking Dead Space's presentation to Fortnite. Are you fucking serious?
Oh my fuck! I should also mention.
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck me. I should also mention, I have no fucking doubt. I could be wrong. I have no fucking doubt that part of the reason so many games in the 7th generation, I think it was, no, the 6th generation and 5th generation of consoles had fixed camera angles, it's because this little thing called hardware limitations.
Yeah, that too.
Because they couldn't fucking present like full 3D images with panning cameras and stuff like that. So I mean, first, like you have to consider that as well, but also like none of the games you just showed. Like, can you rewind real quick? I actually just want to
wait. Hold on, real quick. One of the players in this game of Fortnite Battle Royale is Epic Mr. Popo TFS. Popo.
What a
Chad. But yeah, I want to see all these games that he just fucking mentioned
Battle Royale game.
Again.
By Resident Evil 4, and then it was a tidal wave of games being made in that style. Dead Space, Metal Gear Solid 4, Uncharted, Tomb Raider, Quantum Break, Gears of War, and now your third-person Battle Royale.
Yeah, I hate to fucking tell you,
and
buddy. All of those games that you just showed look completely fucking different from one another. It could not have been more of a fucking shock to go from Dead Space to Metal Gear Solid 4. Holy shit.
Okay, so I can sort of buy comparing Dead Space to RE4, because Dead Space is directly inspired by RE4. I could sort of buy, what was it? Uncharted and, what was the other one?
Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider, yeah, because the new Tomb Raider games were directly inspired by Uncharted. I can and they share similar aesthetics anyways, although Tomb Raider's a bit more grummier, I don't know. But I can sort of buy comparing them. Like, you'd have to really dedicate to talking about it, but I can get it, right? But then, like, Dead Space to Metal Gear Solid 4 to... I'm just like...
And I like the specific framing of each one, where he was specifically, like, aiming down the sights in each fucking shot, doing basically the exact same thing for all of them. It just feels like a very intentional thing.
I was going to say, it seems like, other than actually showing... When those games are trying to present you with something, he just cuts specifically to them all aiming down sights, firing at something, and it's like, okay, I see what you're trying to do.
Rather than showing the core gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 4, which, in case you don't know, is fucking stealth.
Yeah, you're laying down a lot of the time.
Actually, no. Wait, real quick, go back. I want to see that shot of Metal Gear Solid 4 one more time.
RE4.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh my fucking god, you idiot! I don't even have to. It doesn't even need to play. I'm looking at this fucking still, and you're fucking running up to a dude and fucking aiming at him with an unsilenced weapon. He's playing Metal Gear Solid 4, a stealth game like a third-person shooter, which, admittedly enough, Metal Gear Solid 4 doesn't make that hard to do. But
well, I mean, it has some action in it, sure, but...
Like, this is a stealth section. Imagine playing a stealth section like a third-person shooter in a stealth. Holy fuck.
Fucking...
I'm calling you out for this one. This is a stealth game, and you're fucking running up to this dude with an unsilenced weapon.
Specifically trying to... I don't even know. Is this his footage? Let's fucking... I see a little thing down at the bottom right. I can't fully see it because of Watch Together having the YouTube thing.
Well, even if it isn't this footage, like he had to pick out this specific fucking clip of this whoever this is playing it like a bit of a dumbass, if I'm being honest, because you don't you don't play unless you're playing on fucking easy or something. You don't play Metal Gear Solid 4 like a third person shooter.
Yeah, it's. I get it. The camera's over the shoulder. It looks kind of the same, but like.
Well, I mean, that just goes to show how fucking orchestrated this fucking shot is. Because most of the time, Metal Gear Solid 4, I don't know if you know this, most of the time, Metal Gear Solid 4, it's not over the shoulder. It's kind of out.
Yeah, I was going to say, most of the time when I'm playing, at least, I'm laying down or crouched, and I'm like, I got the camera either like above me or it's looking around a corner. Yeah,
And
there's a
there's
lot
even
that
the
goes on.
fact that Metal Gear Solid 4 has two different kinds of it has three different kinds of presentation. It has a free-form third-person camera, an over-the-shoulder camera, and occasionally a first-person camera, specifically whenever you're crawling under something, or like if you're like want to go into first person to aim.
And then you go into Metal Gear Rex and you're playing fucking Transformers Revenge of Cyber Megatron or whatever the fuck.
Sure.
Yeah, same thing.
Everything about what you just said pains me, but I guess, yeah.
Gear Solid 4, Uncharted,
Oh
Tomb
my
Raider,
fucking
Quantum
god, you
Break,
just
Gears
sprayed
of
that
War,
motherfucker.
And now your third-person battle royale games. And I get it, it works. You want to be able to see the world around you and where you're aiming. Having the character
Typically,
off-center allows for a better view of your target. But the downside to this streamlined approach is that they all start to feel similar. There's a homogenization
Poor
of the design
fucking
happening here,
you.
and I don't like it. I'm not saying that no game should use it, but even games that didn't used to have this presentation, like God of War, now do. Most of the new Resident Evil games have this camera now. New properties are constantly made in the style of free.
No.
Jeez, could you
God.
fucking imagine if Dark Souls had a fixed camera? Oh my god, I would kill myself.
This dude jumps from the over-the-shoulder camera to talking about third. Okay, well that's another thing. This over-the-shoulder camera and the third-person free camera, like where it's just directly behind, those are different. Those are different methods of presentation.
Yeah. And also, like, you just showed again, it could not be more of a shock going from Resident Evil 2 to Dark Souls in terms of like art style.
It's just like Dark Souls.
I hate you so much.
Oh, sorry, I meant to say it's just like Crash Bandicoot. Anyways, moving on.
These are constantly made in the style of free-roaming camera. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, The Witcher, Horizon, Nier. It's not a new thing. Look at Ocarina of Time and see that the
all
game
of these
asks
games
the
look
player to
completely
Oh my god,
to be
remember
honest
when I
with you.
originally, in the original episode 1, when I joked about comparing these games to Ocarina and he's actually fucking doing it?
Also, again, like going through those shots that you just said, if like they could not look further from each other.
I could see comparing, like, Breath of the Wild to Horizon, presentation-wise, but not even in a...
Not even
in, like, a mimicking way. It's just like, oh, yeah, you know, they... whatever.
I don't see that, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't see that much of a similarity between Horizon and Breath of the Wild in terms of presentation.
That's fair.
Like Horizon seems to have it very close to the main character, whereas Breath of the Wild has it pretty far out, and if you're climbing and you press the targeting button, you can get it even further out.
Bruh.
I wouldn't say they have
that
similar
sounds a lot
presentation,
like
but-
fucking Fallout third person, where you pull the camera. Oh no. Fucking New Vegas' third person camera. Fucking what's a good name? Death Stranding, same thing basically. You're walking across big open wasteland, you know, it's the same thing.
Basically, they're both hiking simulators.
Both hiking yeah, they're both delivery games. You know, in New Vegas, you want to deliver a bullet to the
my
brain of
fucking
Benny,
God.
and Death Stranding, you want to you want to fucking deliver packages. It's the same thing.
Oh fuck.
I want to deliver a grenade into the pocket of Caesar, you know?
Yeah.
New Vegas is awesome.
I want to deliver a grenade pocket. I'm not gonna make that joke. So the fucking kill myself joke. I'm gonna stop making those.
Should probably stop that.
See that the game asks the player to control the camera. I'm not saying that this has never existed before. I'm saying that it's become so prevalent that it's like studios refuse to make games with anything other than this
Bro,
one camera
really? You're comparing fucking
It's almost
Phantom Pain?
Phantom Pain and Ocarina of Time.
What the
It's
fuck?
It's almost like having a free-form camera is kind of the best method for most video games. Go fucking figure, right?
I mean, it's just really
Like
good.
imagine having a game like Phantom Pain and Breath of the Wild, both of which, you know, heavily center around exploring like these huge open worlds. Could you fucking imagine a fixed camera in those fucking games?
Yeah,
No,
I don't know
you
why the fuck this dude's expecting a fixed camera in open world
couldn't.
games.
Oh my god. literally the same thing happened. Holy shit, literally something like this happened with Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3 takes place in this huge, open, mostly jungle area for the majority of the game. And it doesn't have very clear like sight lines for your fucking enemies. And the original PS2 version shipped with fixed camera angles, fixed overhead camera
Jesus.
angles, just like the original two Metal Gear Solid games.
Um,
And it was so fucking bad that they had to re-release that version of the game again with a freeform camera. And what do you know? It's the best game ever, or one of the best games ever now. Who fucking knew?
well,
It's almost like
something
it's almost like having. Sorry, go ahead.
something I think that's really critical that he's just not even bothering to mention is our whatever HUDs, UI in the game. Like, are we gonna like should we? I don't know. Should we fucking compare the UI and the HUD that exists on screen as you play of Ocarina of Time to fucking Dead Space? Like, we gonna talk
To
about
fucking Metal Gear Solid 5,
that? Yeah,
which literally just happened.
I could actually see some comparisons between Phantom Pain and Dead Spaces only because they use non-diegetic, but even that would be just like, okay, they're non-diegetic.
You mean
Cool.
you mean a diegetic?
Would it be is it non or is it
Diegetic is that you could see it in the universe.
okay? Then yes, it would be yeah, yeah. My bad.
No good. You're good.
Yeah, the Phantom Pain, Ocarina of Time, basically the same game.
Basically the same.
They did it in
fucking
reverse. Fucking Ground Zeroes was
Well,
the
okay,
short game released first, and Majora's Mask released after.
Okay, in fairness, he's not saying that they're the same game.
No, no,
He's
no.
just saying that they have the exact same presentation.
Which is dumb.
Which even then, that's not less dumb, but that's more accurate to what he's saying.
Yeah, yeah. But whatever.
Other than this one camera style. There's so much potential behind using the camera in different ways, and I just think it's a real shame that nothing gets presented through intentional camera direction anymore. DMC5 is just another game in a series that follows this trend. If you don't have a problem with that, or you think it makes DMC play better compared to the other games,
It's not about which camera angle is better. All camera styles have their own issue. Well, then what the?
Actually, it's almost like
What's the
this
point of
entire time
this?
you've been it's this entire time. Don't fucking tell me it's not about which camera angle is better. This entire fucking time, you have been
Yeah.
making an argument as to why it is freeform cameras are worse. It absolutely, based upon what you have said for the past 5 minutes,
The
it is
title acknowledges
absolutely-
this as a problem.
Yeah, it is absolutely about which one you think is better. This fucking sentence, it's damage control. That is all it is. Don't fucking try to pass it off as
Yeah.
if it's not about which is better. You have been talking about which is better and alluding to which is better for the past 5 fucking minutes. Do not tell me. Don't fucking give me that bullshit.
Yeah.
This is the kind of shit that's annoying. Whenever somebody very clearly has a certain point of view, and because they know that people are gonna have a fucking problem with
They
it, they
backpedal.
put up this put up this dumbass shield of, oh, it's just my opinion, or oh, it's not about which is better. They all have their own issues. No, to you, it is absolutely about which is better.
If it's not about which is better, what is the point of this video where you specifically title it as the problem? Like, why is this
Ooh.
video on the internet if whatever.
Ooh, this pisses me off.
or you think it makes DMC play better compared to the other games in the series,
Because
fine.
it
I'm not here
does!
to compare DMC games to each other in terms of camera. I'm looking
Well,
at
of course you're not here to compare them in terms of camera. You haven't played the other ones.
Well, and also it's not like what the fuck. But you literally, the camera is the main. I'm gone. I'm fucking holy shit.
Man, like, this video
That
is shorter,
one
but
sentence.
but it's managed to melt our brains already. Like, fuck me, man.
That one sentence has tilted me completely.
That one
Holy
sentence has
shit.
just really negated a lot of what he has said.
It's completely
man.
invalidated it too, because this
Yeah.
entire time, like I said, he's been trying to make an argument for why fixed camera angles are so much better, and yet that one fucking sentence, he tries to just completely deflate any problems anybody might have. It's fucking.
Oh my God.
It's almost cowardly in a way.
I don't know if I would say that, but it's like,
Well, yeah, maybe
when you
that's a little
see,
harsh, but
it's like, I just don't think he knows how to respond to criticism. Which, like, fine, not everyone does, but like, if you're gonna, make videos about your hot takes or whatever, and try and pass them off as objective, but then backpedal and call them, even if they're just what the fuck ever. It's like you gotta know how to be talked to in a way that's not completely positive.
In terms of camera, I'm looking at it as one in a long line of games that has had its presentation streamlined. I recommend checking out a
But it's not a problem with DMC though.
I wouldn't necessarily even say it's streamlined. It's just different.
Like, okay, so I don't care if a million other games have had this form of camera. If it works in DMC5, it works in DMC5.
Okay, here's the thing. You just went from a clip of Devil May Cry 5, a stylish action game, to Resident Evil 2, a survival fucking horror game.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird to me to compare high octane action games to,
Fucking slow
survival horror. Yeah.
games.
It's almost as if the
this
presentations
camera...
of them are meant to be supposed to be different, just categorically.
Like, this fucking camera angle would be awful in a Devil May Cry game.
Maybe in like a bigger room, because I think in DMC3 there's well, I don't know, just having the camera on the ground in it. Nah, fuck that. I don't want that.
Yeah, having the camera on the ground in an action game? No. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that. Let me just click.
I recommend checking out a fantastic video by Nerl on Resident Evil 2 Remake and fixed camera angles.
No. I don't know. Does that count as a Mayo request for S.E.E.S? No, I'm joking. I just don't care though. RE2's camera is good. At the very least, fine.
Make the argument yourself. Is all I have to say.
Yeah, don't fucking.
It's fine for it's fine to reference people and stuff like that for like your arguments and stuff, but like you're also like make the argument yourself too. Don't just rely on somebody else.
Well,
I'm not saying he's relying on somebody else, but like it's odd. Is what I'm saying.
I haven't seen the video, but I'm assuming that it has a lot to do with what Mayo is talking about here. So I would assume that Mayo would just reiterate those points in a way that's hopefully not plagiarizing. Because like this is the core of his video. It's fucking camera angles. So why would he not want to share what's said in that video? At the very least, just show a clip from that video and frame it in a way that has to do with what you're saying in this video. I don't know, do something with it. Don't just say like, "Hey, go watch this video." I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of a plug. It's whatever. Hey guys, if you want more DMC5 gameplay, go watch Luce's videos. Luce? Buddy? Luce? Oh no. Mayo's gotten him again. Mayo's displaying 1% power. Oh no. Oh god. Luce, no. Hello?
He's DDoSing me, Al.
God damn, no. Mayo's presenting 1% power.
No. Oh boy. Can't wait to see more of this beautiful video. I'm pausing this bullshit.
Sorry, I was messaging someone real quick. Alright, let's go.
You're good.
Fixed camera angles, if you're interested in further understanding the functions of smart camera direction in games. The larger part of my issue with this camera style is that I simply find it tedious to manage.
Smart camera direction, huh?
Why is it just by default smart to have fixed camera angles?
That's
Why don't we talk about games with bad camera angles, Mr. Mayonnaise? Because there's a lot of them.
Yeah. Can you rewind real quick? I didn't hear that because I was too pissed off making that point.
Yeah, let me.
Dickhead.
Understanding the functions of smart camera direction in games. The larger part of my issue with this camera style is that I simply find it tedious to manage. going all the way back to Super Mario 64, a legendary and incredible game that has the player regularly tapping the camera buttons to adjust the angle to better frame the action. I didn't like this camera management stuff back then, and I don't like it now.
Whoa,
You know?
okay, hold on. I have to be honest with you. Like, I'm not gonna mince words here. What is with your absolutely fucking stupid camera direction right there?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck was that? And also, like, oh my god, poor you. It's so tedious to manage a freeform camera. Wow, the developers trust me to
It's so
actually
tedious
frame
to
the
have to
camera.
play the game, isn't it?
Wow, the developers trust in me, the player, to actually frame things the way that's more convenient for me.
Isn't it great
Oh my god.
that Devil May Cry 5 has a solution to this called the lock-on mechanic, where you can fix the camera in exactly how it needs to be, where it shows you and your enemy. Like, oh my god. It's crazy. Also, you know, okay, I'm gonna give Mayo credit for one thing. Actually criticizing Mario 64, because holy fuck, that game has a lot of problems, and everyone wants to just pretend that it's perfect, and it fucking annoys me. Because I played this game a lot when I was a kid, and I loved it, but oh my god. Please stop saying it's just a perfect fucking platformer with nothing wrong about it, because it's got a lot of problems, and one of them is the camera. The camera's fucking shit in that game. It's terrible. I just had to say that. Props to Mayo for criticizing Mario 64.
No, you're good. You're good.
Stuff back then, and I don't like it now. Mario 64 is still a great game, but I don't like being responsible for the camera. Now, action games are overwhelmingly played with controllers, and action games require a lot of different button presses. It's not a third-person shooter where 90% of your button presses are aim and shoot.
You don't
No,
fucking
we're dealing
say.
with multiple attack buttons,
Correct.
jump, grab, roll, block, dash, magic, and whatever else you want to throw on top. It's precisely for that reason that I don't like moving the camera around with my right thumb. I'd rather be able to focus 100% on the buttons I need to be pressing.
That's why you have a lock-on.
That's why you have a lock-on.
That's the literal purpose of a lock-on button. To make it easier on you without having to fucking constantly move the camera around.
Yeah, that whole circumstance that you just elaborated on, where you know you're playing the action game and there's a lot of action going on and you need to focus.
You're literally using the lock-on button right here.
I don't know how to explain this any better. Like it's such a fucking. It's just like, yeah, use the lock-on.
Yeah, like we're repeating ourselves over and over again, but it's the same fucking thing over and over again. Like, just use the fucking lock-on if you have a problem with
You can set it to toggle
moving the camera.
If you're a fucking alien, you can hold on to it.
I don't think you can set it to toggle in 5. I'm pretty sure it's just hold. It's only in DMC that you can set it to toggle.
I'm pretty sure you can set it to
I'll have
toggle.
to check.
I'm pretty sure you've been able to set it to toggle for like since 3 Special Edition.
I know for a fact that was not a thing in 3 Special Edition.
I guess. I mean, I know it was in 4. I swear it was in 4.
We will find out later. Right now, we have
Yeah,
a stupid fucking mayonnaise jar to deal with.
I'm sure we'll remember this later, but yes. That's good, that's good. But yeah, no, I mean, at least, yeah. Either way, you have a fucking lock-on.
Need to be pressing. This is why I mention God of War when I talk about this style of camera. God of War has the player using the 4 face buttons and the triggers very frequently, and having to move the camera would be a distraction from that. So the right...
Okay, but here's the thing. God of War plays significantly differently. All of Kratos' attacks have huge sweeping motions, which allows for him to not... It eliminates the need for a lock-on, essentially. It's as simple as pointing the stick where you're moving towards what you're attacking, and there's also not really complex combos and multi-input based commands to worry about. It's I mean, not even dogging on God of War. It's a lot simpler, and it doesn't need a lock-on. At least I don't think for those games.
Based upon what I've seen of gameplay, I am inclined to agree. I obviously haven't played much of the God of War series, but yeah, like. Wait, hold on. Is that fucking Spanish?
Yeah, what the fuck? Man, get your own gameplay. God damn.
What the fuck? Are you Yeah, like, I mean, maybe I don't know if God of War is on like systems where he can record, and if he doesn't have a capture card, that's one thing. But
well, he has a PS4. We know that.
Is the God of War series on PS4?
Well, this is God of War 3, and it's on PS4.
Interesting. That's weird. All right.
frequently,
Show your own
and
footage.
having to move the camera would be a distraction from that. So the right stick instead serves a very useful function, being the roll command. You can press the right stick in any direction to execute a roll in that direction. So you're using the right stick for something, but your thumb isn't on it that much in moment-to-moment gameplay, whether it's combat,
Maybe if you're on the lower difficulties where you don't need to dodge that much.
And also, I hate to tell you, like when I'm in combat, my fucking thumb isn't on the right stick that much in Devil May Cry 5.
Yeah,
you know why?
Because
I'm locked on, and most of my fucking time is spent with my right thumb on the fucking face buttons.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost like
I'll tell you what.
there's a
If DMC5 did not have a lock-on, this would be a huge problem. I would agree. So, why are we ignoring the lock-on exactly? It's in the title. Why are we ignoring it?
You remember how in Devil May Cry 1, like the right stick was taunt?
Ew.
Yeah.
Fucking gross.
Didn't have any other function for it, so they were like, "Oh, R2 is already taunt, but let's make the right stick a taunt as well."
Hell, I think if there wasn't a lock-on in a... Hell, you know what would be a much better use of the right stick in God of War? I think cycling weapons. Because it'd be really quick and right fucking there next to the face buttons, allowing for quicker transitions and combos. That'd be cool.
No, just make it solely the dodge button.
I hate
Yeah, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, make it a button, please.
gameplay, whether it's combat, exploration, or platforming. So DMC5 has this free-roaming camera. If you're not turning the camera, you can't navigate the worlds you're running through. I mean, I guess you could,
Typically,
but
yes.
It's awkward as hell. And you certainly won't be doing that on your first playthrough because you don't know these environments and you need to look around to figure out where you're going. I don't like it, it's a personal thing, I think it makes games all look the same.
I don't care if it's a
You're
personal
fucking
thing.
wrong.
This is fucking stupid.
I hate
point.
to. I don't care if it's a personal thing. You're wrong. I hate to tell you.
You have
These
to move
games
the
that you've
camera
been
around in order to nav. It's like yes, you do. You also have to use the other stick to move.
This fucking shot where he is intentionally making it to where the camera is behind these fucking stairs and just refusing to move it kills me inside.
I have never heard someone complain about having to move the camera in a third-person game. I don't think I have.
And also, like, again, I hate to tell you, all these games that you've been showing, you're fucking wrong. They do not look the same. Not by a fucking long shot.
This is dumb. This is dumb. I regret this.
I regret this too. We still have 2 more videos.
Yeah, but I think we'll be spending more time on this one to be... Well, maybe. Probably. Maybe. We'll see.
We're probably going to be stopping a lot more on this one.
Yeah. Well, because we... Yeah.
Because he's
I don't
talking.
like it. It's a personal thing. I think it makes games all look the same. If it doesn't bother you, fine. It bothers me, so I'm gonna say it. As for the camera during combat, DMC5 isn't nearly as bad as God of War 2018.
At least he acknowledges that.
My comments about it. God of War's camera is zoomed in tight like a third-person shooter. You can't see what's behind you, and you pretty much never stop moving the camera. I hate it. DMC5
yeah, and it also... he didn't talk about the arrow when an enemy is about to attack you from behind and there's a fucking arrow. God of War 4 is fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's almost like maybe you should have just not had the camera so fucking tight, you dumbasses.
Yeah, I mean, props to him because that criticism about God of War is on point. It's actually a problem with the game.
Oh yeah, I can always get behind shitting on God of War, but like, holy fuck.
I mean, within reason. If someone just starts making shit.
Yeah, within reason. Obviously, like I'm not saying the game has like no merits to it at all, but like I can always get behind.
There's a lot you can criticize about it, and at this, it's not about Devil May Cry 5, but it's a good point. So I'll give it to him. Whatever.
Are you using somebody else's fucking gameplay footage for this God of War? Oh my god! Like why?
Okay, here's the thing.
I know you.
There's one of two things that is true. Either Mayo does have a PS4 and he can get his own fucking footage and he's just yipping some other footage for no fucking reason, or he is criticizing a game he has not played. I'm gonna do him the courtesy of assuming the
I'm pretty
former.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he's played God of War, and like you can fucking record your footage, but like also like I know you have a PC that is strong enough to run Resident Evil Village at a good frame rate. So like some of these games, like just what I don't fucking know, man. I'm losing.
I just
my
don't know why he
mind.
doesn't. It's just it bothers me that he doesn't use. He uses so much other footage, and I'm just like, why?
Like if you've played God of War, you have to have a PlayStation 4. Like you kind of gotta. So
Also,
you
maybe
can record your
credit the
footage.
people that you're taking footage from, rather than
Well,
relying on
he's
people
got.
to look at the logos.
Well, I mean, I guess, but like, I mean, he's still got their fucking watermark in the top right, so
I
I'll give him
guess
credit
it's
for
just,
that.
fine, whatever.
It's just a bit odd that when you have like you most likely have a system that can record for these games, and you just fucking don't.
Yeah,
Like, it just seems lazy for you to just take somebody else's footage instead of using your own.
yep.
Unless, of course,
God
like
of
with
War's
Silent Hill,
camera
you don't
is
have a
zoomed.
capture card. Then I understand. But this is God of War
Well,
on the PS4,
considering-
and you played God of War, so you have to have a PS4. So...
I mean, if you have a high-end PC, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that you can afford a fucking PS2 capture card. Maybe that's, I don't know. Well, when your whole thing is dedicated to YouTube and you're making money off of YouTube, I would assume that you can spare a little bit of money for.
Is he making money off of YouTube?
I would assume so. He's got a pretty high view and subscriber count, and he's.
Probably has a Patreon, I assume.
I mean, to get monetization, you only need. Well, yeah, he does have a Patreon, but also for monetization, you only need 4,000 hours of being viewed and 1,000 subscribers, and yeah, he has way more than both of those. So, at the very least, he is able to be monetized. So,
cool.
Yeah. So use some of that fucking money to get your own fucking footage. God, it's annoying.
Yeah.
It's about it. God of War's camera is zoomed in tight like a third-person shooter. You can't see what's behind you, and you pretty much never stop moving the camera. I hate it. DMC5's lock-on feature can reduce the amount that the player has to move the camera.
It negates
if
it.
there are no enemies in front of you and you press lock-on, you'll spin around and the camera focuses on what was previously behind you. That is true, but it's not the whole picture. There's a finicky nature to lock-on. Pushing the left stick in the direction of your intended target does not guarantee that you'll lock onto them. The game chooses who the best lock-on target is, even if you don't want it. If they
Okay, hold on. Please rerun that clip.
Okay.
lock on, you'll spin around
like to
and the
view
camera
it again.
focuses on what was previously behind you. That is true, but it's not the whole picture. There's a finicky nature to lock-on. Pushing the left stick in the direction of your intended target does not guarantee that you'll lock onto them. The game chooses who the best lock-on target is.
Okay, so let's
even
break
if
this
you
down.
don't
Let's
want
break this
it.
down. Let's break this down. Okay. So, first of all, there are two ways that lock-on can work in Devil May Cry 5, and I know for a fact that this is something available on the base versions of the game. There's a setting for your lock-on, okay? You can either set the lock-on to automatically lock on to the furthest enemy from you, or the closest enemy to you. Now, my problem with this clip is you had it framed perfectly. You were locked onto an enemy, you used revolver. Revolver sends the enemy flying away.
You could see the enemies behind
And
you.
then for some fucking reason, when you were teleporting to the chaos, you let go of the lock-on button. Why, though? Is my question.
He didn't. Yeah, he instead of toggling, he let go and locked back on, which is. It's like, okay, I guess. I mean, sometimes I do that, but I don't know.
And then intentionally, and then look, let me see it one more time, just to make sure. Because this clip just doesn't
Enemies in
feel
front of
right
you
to
and
me.
you press lock on, you'll spin around and the camera focuses on what was previously behind you. That is true, but it's not the whole picture. There's a finicky nature to lock on. Pushing the left stick in the direction of your intended target does not guarantee that you'll lock onto them. The game chooses who the best lock-on target is, even if you don't want it.
Why would you disengage your lock-on if you're meaning to target the same target? this whole clip just pisses me off.
I don't really see it. Like, what's the issue exactly?
Well, it's like, okay, okay, so he teleports to the chaos, right?
Yes.
So he's obviously intending to continue attacking that chaos. So, like, why, like, because it seems as if, like, why would you let go of the lock-on button if you're still intending to target the chaos itself?
I think it was, no, he was trying to switch target, because he's talking about trying to switch targets, and he's switched the target in the game to show that it goes to the closest.
Okay, maybe I'm just tripping the fuck out.
But I mean, yeah, no, like you said, you can set it to where it locks onto the closest when you use the lock on. You can use the toggle. I mean, there's lots you can do. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just that simple to me. I don't see why it's.
It doesn't.
I can
the
see how
does not need a whole video dedicated to it.
I could see how this is a problem in Legendary Dark Knight, where there's like a fucking million enemies, but I don't know. It doesn't register for me as an issue. Or I don't see how it's finicky. Now, granted, okay, I've played a lot of hours of this game, so you could argue that it's just me being used to it, which, okay, fine, I kind of accept that, but I don't know. One would think that one of the most basic mechanics you would generally try to get used to when reviewing a game. I don't know.
I would hope so.
It's just, I don't know. It just feels like a non-issue to me.
Even if you don't want it. If there are multiple enemies on screen and you lock onto someone you don't want, you click the left stick several times to cycle through targets.
Yes.
You can't control which way the cycling goes by moving the stick in that direction. And if you tilt the left stick to move when you're trying to cycle targets, the cycling process will stop because you're not allowed to move while changing targets.
We actually talked about that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that is stupid, and I think that it should be something that you're able to do, but again, it doesn't take that fucking long to cycle through targets.
Well, I mean, yeah, and like I said, there's just so many ways to get around this that it just becomes a non-issue to me. But also, if you he clearly understands how the lock-on system works, so why not play to that knowledge? Like, if you know that the lock-on functions to go after the closest enemy, or furthest if you have it set to that, then why don't you use one of the numerous movement options to ensure that you are closest to what you're wanting to lock onto?
Yeah, Trickster lets you move around the battlefield pretty fucking quickly.
Yeah, or you have Nero who can grapple an enemy to, or himself to an enemy, and then you have V who, I could see this kind of being a possible issue with V, since he's not really...
He's the one that would be the most likely option I could see being the biggest problem with it.
Dang, I could actually see this being a potential criticism of V. If only he was actually doing that.
Yeah.
But again, when you're V and you're far away anyways, you just toggle who you're locking onto because you're at a safe distance. So, and if you're not, then you get out of the way because you're playing as V.
I fully acknowledge. Again, I fully acknowledge the fact that I absolutely, if I were making the game, I would absolutely make it to where you can toggle your lock-on targets while moving. But again, it's not this super game-breaking issue that you can't move while locked on, or you can't move while changing targets.
Yeah, you can also, if you're moving, just release the lock-on and lock on to what you're wanting to, that enemy. I mean, I don't know. It's so much because he's doing this with 3 pretty still enemies in a single room, and it's like there's so much more to Devil May Cry 5's combat and the, I guess the moment-to-moment gameplay.
Okay. There's actually I have a perfect example for this. There's this fucking moment in Mission 8 on Son of Sparta Upward where you are on that platform. That first platform that fucking collapses and falls down. There's a fuck ton of riots. If he had used that clip, then I would absolutely understand. But again, these are three fairly slow, somewhat passive enemies.
Well, okay, for me, there's not a lot of. Well, there is. Okay, let me back up. When it comes to prioritization of targets, I would imagine that generally speaking, if you want to prioritize a target, like the Green Impulses or the Fury, you would go to them and lock onto them, and you would go to them because you want to attack them, ensuring that you lock onto them. So I don't know. It's just,
and even then, like the game, unless you're on, of course, Legendary Dark Knight mode, the game never presents so many fucking enemies that it's a chore to change your lock on.
Yeah, or if you want, if you want to focus on a behemoth, they're pretty big enemies. You don't even have to get super duper close to them in order to ensure that you lock onto them. I mean, it's just, I mean, again, it's like I can sort of see this being an issue, but there's just so many instances that, well, not even instances, but like there's just so much going on to circumnavigate the issue that is in the gameplay, which it seems like the designers clearly had note of, that it becomes a non-issue.
Like most enemies, even when they spawn in, will give you a second to find your bearings.
Yeah, that too.
Like the fucking Fury, for example. Like it comes in all slow, and then its eyes glow, and it normally doesn't attack right off the bat. It normally kind of like walks forward for a second there, and then it starts, teleporting and attacking you. Most enemies will give you the chance to get your bearings and find out who you want to lock onto.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, yeah. I don't know. I think we've said all we really need to. There's so much to get around the issue. When it comes to prioritization of targets, you're generally going to be closer to the thing you want to attack anyways, since it's a melee combat game for the most part.
Yeah.
The cycling process will stop because you're not allowed to move while changing targets. Why? You could move and change targets in DMC3. Why take away that function here?
Good argument.
If there's 3 enemies in front of you, and 1 next to you, and 1 behind you, and you decide you want to focus on the guy behind you because he's dangerous, your choice is to either swing the camera around manually to reframe the action, or press lock on, cycle 3 targets in front of you, and the guy next to you until you get turned.
No, there is many more options. There's this thing called Trickster. There's this thing called Jumping. There's this thing called just moving backwards, like moving Dante back a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. If you're locked on, like, all right, he's got 4 enemies behind him that are really close, 1 enemy in front of him that's really far away. I don't know if you know this, but if you lock on and you switch targets, it's going to prioritize the ones closer to you first.
So, I'm gonna do this on screen.
So is your argument?
I'm gonna do this on screen. I'm gonna use Shuckle as a visual example. So my Shuckle's standing here where Lego Dante is. I want to lock onto this enemy behind me. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move backwards. That's all I gotta do. So I'm gonna move Shuckle down. That's it.
But is your argument that you're trying to lock on to the one that's far away from you and you have to cycle through all of the others first? Because if that's your argument, then move towards the enemy.
Yeah, like if you know that you lock onto the closest thing, make it the closest thing.
Yeah, hold on, can you rewind? I want to hear this again, because I think he's trying to make the argument that if you wanted to lock onto the one behind him.
If there's 3 enemies in front of you, and 1 next to you, and 1 behind you, and you decide you want to focus on the guy behind you because he's dangerous, your choice is to either swing the camera around manually to reframe the action, or press lock on, cycle 3 targets in front of you, and the guy next to you until you get turned around. So intentionally change your target.
He's a little thing. It says all while not moving. I'm like, motherfucker, you can move though.
Then fucking move.
Yeah, here's the thing in Devil May Cry, you can move.
Obviously, yeah, you can't change your lock on while moving, but at that point, if you want to focus on the guy that's far away from you, then fucking move towards him.
So you don't even have to jump. I'm going to describe the buttons that you press. You press up to go into Trickster, if you have it that way. It is standard controls, obviously. Up to go into Trickster. Stick towards opponent you want to lock onto. You don't even have to be locking on at this point. And circle to get to them. And then lock on.
And all of this all of this is slowly compounding until what he will conclude is the reason as to why he didn't use lock-on much or why lock-on is a problem. And I'm like, no, just
Oh
fucking move
man.
towards him.
Yeah. God, it's fucking stupid. It's mean, but it's like, oh my god, this is so. You have to
like this is
you
like,
have to ignore
like,
everything else the game gives you in order to fucking make this point.
And the guy next to you until you get turned around. So intentionally changing targets is already a sloppy affair, but
Not
accidentally
really.
changing
Not really.
targets is much worse. Since the game decides the target for you, releasing lock-on and repressing it is a huge gamble. If you launch an enemy into the air and do a
Well,
little
okay,
combo,
but like if you're trying to, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. Like if you're trying to focus on a specific enemy, why would you release your lock on? Unless, of course,
Yeah.
you're using a breaker as Nero, but 9 times out of 10, like most of his breaker moves aren't going to fucking fling the enemy so far away from him that he can't lock back
Oh
on.
yeah, typically with the breakers, you just have to point where you want it to do the thing, and it does the thing in that direction.
Well, not even like if you're using a breaker and you don't like hold the left stick in a direction, Nero will automatically like soft lock onto the nearest enemy.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
well, like with
I think,
with things like punchline, with Gerber, it would just be, you know,
yeah.
but you get the idea.
I think the breaker that knocks enemies the farthest away is Overture with its regular attack.
Yeah,
But like again, like you're playing Dante here. Like if you showed a clip, okay, let me actually like fix your fucking video for you. If you showed a clip of you doing an aerial combo and you decide as Nero, okay, the character who actually has to disengage lock on to use certain moves, unlike Dante who doesn't, and you were doing an aerial combo and you decided to you fuck the dude up with battery, Overture standard move, and then that enemy fucking flew away and you try to lock onto him, but oh no, there's a pyrobab, like I don't know, fucking there's an enemy behind you that happens to be slightly closer on the X plane, and so Nero accidentally locks onto them, then I could see your argument. But you're playing as a
but
character who doesn't have to disengage his fucking lock on.
but then all you'd have to do is use this thing called like movement and maybe even jumping, and then there you go.
Yeah,
You're closer to your
like
enemy
generally speaking, I move towards the target that I want to kill.
now. Yeah, especially when using a melee character. Again, I could actually sort of see this being a problem with V, where you're typically really far away from the enemies, but at the same time, being really far away from the enemies gives you the time, more than enough time to just change to toggle until you get to what you want to log onto. Then it's at that point it's not a
But
problem.
like, that was my problem here with the fucking chaos clip. Was he flung chaos away? He clearly wants to keep attacking that chaos, so he teleports towards him, and for whatever fucking reason, he decides he's going to disengage the lock on.
Yeah, one of two things happened
And
here. Either he meant to lock onto the other enemy, which why would he be showing this footage if that was the point? Or
yeah, and
he just disengaged the lock on by accident, in which case your own fucking problem. Just trickster over to the other enemy.
yeah,
You don't need to lock on to do that. It's not.
yeah.
It's not
And
hard.
if you're trying, and if you're trying to lock on to that fucking chaos, but like I don't understand this clip. Like, what the fuck? What? Why?
Yeah,
What's the context? What's the context? What are you trying to do here? If you wanted to lock onto that riot or that chaos that you're locked onto right now instead of the chaos that was flung, why would you teleport towards the chaos that was flung? And if you wanted to continue targeting the chaos that was flung after you trickstered, why would you disengage the lock on before the trickster maneuver was completed?
and even then, why not just trickster over to the enemy so that you're closer to it and get right back to what you were doing? Like it's like half a second
Better
to
yet,
fucking recover. Like really, it's not. It's not killing your time or anything.
better yet, if you're trying to continue targeting the fucking chaos that was flung that you're teleporting to, why the fuck would you disengage your lock on
Keep the lock
on that enemy?
Yeah. It's like, all right.
Like that's my problem with this clip. It makes no fucking sense.
It's this clip is melting my mind into mayonnaise. I'm never gonna stop making mayonnaise jokes.
Neither am I. At least not while we're covering mayonnaise.
huge gamble. If you launch an enemy into the air and do a little combo, and then for whatever reason you let go of lock on, and then you press
But like,
it again,
why would you?
Why would
sometimes the
you?
game
Yeah.
will lock on to a different enemy on the ground, even though there's an enemy right in front of you in the air. Why would you release lock on in midair when you're comboing an enemy? I don't know, maybe it happens by accident.
Well, that's your own
Then
problem.
at that point, it's not the fucking game's fault.
That's not the game's fault. Like,
we literally just made this argument in passing. Like, it's not the fucking game's fault that you. It's not the fucking.
It's like, maybe I did an accident. Well, fucking oopsie, that's your own fucking problem.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but generally, whenever I'm playing Devil May Cry 5, unless I'm exploring, my fucking finger doesn't leave the lock-on button, unless, of course, again, like,
You're not
occasionally
fighting.
occasionally it leaves the lock-on button when I'm fucking fighting, like, whenever I'm like royal guarding and I don't want to accidentally like release or something like that. Like, then I could see it, but that's me. That's my problem. It's my fault I disengaged the lock-on at that point. That was my prerogative. I didn't have to do that.
Isn't it awesome that the things that don't require inputs to do, like, basic combos and things like that, isn't it great how they have a sort of swinging motion to them most of the time, and you can freely move your character since they know you're not going to be using lock-on? It's almost like they have all these things that account for when you're using lock-on. It's all fun.
Imagine trying to make such a stupid fucking argument. Like,
imagine your criticism being reliant upon the player fucking up.
An accident.
Yeah, an accident. Like, what the fuck,
That
man?
wasn't even the game's fault.
Dark Souls is bullshit because I accidentally attacked where my enemy wasn't and then they backstabbed me. It's like, okay. What a fucking... That's
God,
so
that
bizarre.
fucking... That point makes me so angry because it's so condescending at, like... Don't fucking disengage.
I don't see a reason to get mad, but it's like, just like, what the fuck? Like, so weird.
Well, I don't know if mad, but it's annoying more than anything else. Like, what a dog shit argument.
It's just stupefying. I'm like, how the fuck does anyone take this seriously? There are people like, oh, his arguments are on point. I'm like, what the fuck? What?
No, they're not. He doesn't
fuck?
even have an argument here. He literally has to shrug off.
I don't know.
His
What if there
counter
was an accident? Well, he's writing the script and he cannot come up with an instance, so he just goes with, I don't know, an accident. It's like, but how weak is this fucking argument?
And like to compare, I literally gave him a situation that would actually help his argument off the top of my fucking head.
I gave him a fucking character where it might, and a character he doesn't like, I should mention. But if I can talk about that.
Because of the fact that all of this footage is of Dante, a character who never has any in-game reason to fucking disengage his lock-on. At least in terms of like his sheer mechanics.
I guess the issue being prevalent with V just went over his head since he was fucking watching a movie when he played as V.
Probably. Or he just only wants to play as Dante, so he only ever brings up Dante.
Yeah, it's also true. Whatever, let's go.
I mean, he's shown clips of Nero, though.
By accident,
whatever.
Or you're not used to it yet because you're a new player. Or you're playing Nero, who requires you to release lock-on every time you use a double breaker, because if you don't release it, you do the wire snatch move. So you'll release lock-on to use a double breaker, lock-on again, and get a completely...
Wait, no, hold on. If you were releasing the lock-on to do a devil breaker, why would you immediately use the lock-on again? What the fuck's the point of that?
Hold on, rewind that clip. Rewind that shit.
So there's an enemy right in front of you in the air. Why would you release lock-on in midair when you're comboing an enemy? I don't know, maybe it happens by accident. Or you're not used to it yet because you're a new player. Or you're playing Nero, who requires you to release lock-on every time you use a devil breaker, because if you don't release it, you do the wire snatch move. So you'll release lock-on to use a devil breaker, lock-on again, and get a completely different target. To quote my DMC playing buddy Zazman, the lock-on system in DMC5 is at best functional and at worst actively detrimental.
Okay.
What a great fucking argument.
At the best, it does the thing that you want it to do. At worst, it doesn't do the thing you want. Like, yes, correct. So, yeah, in that clip, he's like, oh, if you wanted to release lock-on to do a devil breaker thing, and then lock-on again, and it's like, what he does is, all he does is change his target. Like, he just immediately puts the lock-on back on. He doesn't...
Does he even fucking do a devil breaker move?
No, because he goes to do the devil breaker at the moment that he uses lock-on. In other words, he fucked up, and he's using that... He's using it as a criticism.
like I hate to tell you, buddy, but for this game that's supposedly very easy, you're making it out like controlling Nero is really fucking hard.
Also, he said like, maybe a new player will not be used to it or something. I'm like, okay, so get fucking used to it.
Yeah,
if you're playing.
fucking learn the system. It's not the game's fault that the player isn't fucking used to the system.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking complain about Doom Eternal and Ultra Nightmare when I just started the game for the first time in my life. But
players, the potential for new players not being used to a system or a mechanic in a combat,
it's pretty crazy.
A mechanic in a game. That's kind of why we have this thing called a difficulty curve. Or tutorials.
I was gonna say, or a tutorial, or just generally what causes the player to, learn and improve in a skill-based game.
Yeah.
So fucking weird. I'm looping right now, man. I don't fucking know. This Capri Sun got me acting strange. Like,
At best, it do the thing. At worst, it don't do the thing. What a fucking... your friend is such a... What a wordsmith.
That's the guy who was fucking dogging on me on Twitter when we got into that spat.
Really?
Yeah, Zazman.
Oh, God.
Where he was
Zazman.
He was like, oh, I'm a fucking DMC veteran, and he kept on pushing me to post gameplay, which I had, but he was like, nah, post more. I was like, okay. It's fine.
Jesus,
like I don't fucking.
God
first of all, I don't. Just because someone who plays the game more than you says something does not make it correct or worth anything. Like, this isn't even incorrect, but it's like, what kind of argument? At best, it works. At best, that's what you say. At best, it works. At worst, it doesn't. It's like, yes, that's most things. Really?
Yeah, that's generally how shit works when it has a specific functionality.
Not even with games, just like literally anything. It's like, yeah, typically that's what most things do. Yes. It's so bizarre. Like, what the fuck is this?
At best, my phone turns on. At worst, my phone decides not to turn on.
Correct. At best,
that is technically correct.
At best, my mirror shows my reflection. At worst, it cuts me. Yes, that is correct, I guess. Alright. What the fuck ever.
At best functional and at worst actively detrimental. Moving on to the next part of the camera lock-on issue, I think a lot of people are not taking into account the experience of new players.
Oh, is that so?
Fuck off.
There's gonna be...
Let's hear it. Let's talk about the new player experience from this guy who also wants to speak. He just had a quote from a quote-unquote veteran. So let's hear it, buddy. Let's hear it. Since you're going to play both sides of the fence, let's fucking hear it. Oh, let's fucking go. I'm ready.
Experience of new players. DMC4 came out 11 years before DMC5. There's gonna be a lot of people coming into DMC5 with no experience. So all this nonsense like, LOL, why are you playing DMC5 if you haven't played the other games is ridiculous.
Which is a valid argument, I would say.
It's ridiculous? What the fuck, bro? It's the fifth game!
He said it was... It's the fifth game in a 20-year-old franchise!
Where all the games are available on the same exact platforms.
I would absolutely fucking say that, like, asking why it is that somebody would play the fifth game in a franchise first is absolutely fucking valid.
All right, so let's
as a counter.
Let's read this comment that he is putting out. So do I have my thing on? Okay, yeah, I do. Okay, lol, why are you playing DMCV if you haven't played the other games? I mean, I know that there are hundreds of game series out there, and if the requirement for playing any of their sequels was to play the entire series, then you'd die of old age before you got halfway through. And if I played a game sequel that had a horribly structured gameplay experience for newcomers, I'd be pretty pissed if people told me that it's my fault for not playing the first games from 20 fucking years ago. Still, don't stop me from comment. Okay, so... Cool straw man and all. So anyways, I remember when Mass Effect 3 came out and people were like, wow, this story is hard to get into if you haven't played the first two games. And I'm just like, yeah.
You don't fucking say.
Like, gee,
you
fucking wow.
Fucking say.
It's like, oh, I went into Infinity War with... I hadn't seen the other movies. I had no idea who these characters were. It's like, yeah, that'll happen in the 22nd movie of a series. Yes.
Yeah, no fucking shit.
And you know, if
It is
someone's
absolutely.
gonna post I don't know, like a fucking review, like 40 minutes to an hour in length, something crazy like that, and it's like they're gonna talk about this fucking game. I'm loopy, man. I'm going crazy from this. This is hilarious. This is so bad.
It is absolutely a valid fucking counter to say that you should have played the other games in the series before 5.
Also,
and I still think that it is a valid point.
Also, I'm gonna throw this out there. Just because I played the first 4 games, 5 games technically, I guess, that doesn't mean I'm not a newcomer when I play this game for the first time. I know. Take a moment to breathe it in. Oh my god! I too was a newcomer. Just because I had played other Devil May Cry games does not mean I had Devil May Cry 5 experience when I first played Devil May. Well, technically I did because I played the demo, but
Devil May Cry 5 is arguably the most fucking forgiving to newcomers anyway. So like, what?
Yeah, he talks about the game being so easy. So what the fuck is all of this? What the fuck is all of this? I'm having a laugh at this. This is fucking. This is bad. Oh, this is such a like bad response to criticism. Like, dude, oh my god.
Devil May Cry's combat system is bad. This is bad comedy.
Oh, why are you playing DMC5 if you haven't played the other games is ridiculous. Players at my level, and better and worse, are going to play this game. And you cannot expect a new player to master this inconsistent lock-on system on their first playthrough.
I don't expect someone to master anything on their first fucking... Who's saying... What is the straw man you're talking about? Who is saying this?
First of all, I would say that it's not inconsistent because, spoiler, if you have it set to lock on to the nearest enemy, it's always going to lock on to the nearest enemy. And you can never change targets while moving. It's a pretty fucking consistent lock-on system.
Yeah, like it's consistently that. So what is the inconsistent thing about it? Is he using it interchangeably with the word bad? Because even then he hasn't really explained why it's bad. But also again, trying to play the whole newcomer thing. Here's the thing: if you're posting a review, I'm going to expect you to learn about the game and not talk about it as if you don't know what the fuck the deal is. If you want to talk about your first experience and how it was kind of rough, fine. But then you can explain, oh, hey, then I actually like continued playing the game and learned the mechanic that I was blatantly refusing not to fuck with in my first playthrough. And I actually figured out how it works. And now I use it because it's practical.
Yeah. I don't fucking know. You could fucking say if you want. I mean, you'd be wrong, but you could fucking say if you want that the lock on a Devil May Cry 5 is bad. But, like, no matter how bad you think it is, you can't say that it's inconsistent because it absolutely is consistent.
I want to know something.
If you have it set to lock onto the nearest enemy, it'll lock onto the nearest enemy. If you have it set to the farthest, it'll lock onto the farthest. You can never change lock on while moving. You always have to stop. That is consistency.
I want to know something, Mr. Mayonnaise. So, I want to know, as a reviewer, are you someone who doesn't know how the game works, or are you someone who understands how the game works? And if you understand how the game works, then why are you speaking on behalf of people who don't understand how it works and then passing that off as criticism? Please explain, because it makes no fucking sense to me.
Yeah, like, no shit. Players on their first playthrough aren't gonna master the systems. You don't fucking say.
Yeah, That's
why you play and practice.
Yeah, like, I didn't master Doom Eternal when I first played it. I'm not gonna fucking criticize it. That's stupid.
I still wouldn't say that I've mastered Devil May Cry 5, and I've had numerous playthroughs. Even no damage.
I would say I have now, after 600 hours and no damaging literally every mission on every difficulty with every possible character. But, that took about 600 hours, so... You know. Next up is No Damage Bloody Palace. Woo! No, I'm not doing that. Fuck that.
I am. Fuck off.
I might do the individual floors, actually. Like, because I don't want to do a whole...
Yeah, compile them.
Yeah, I don't want to do a whole fucking, like, run of it, because that would just be a test of my patience more than anything.
Oh, yeah.
I would be down to, like, actually just go through every floor and do no damage, though, like, individually, and the, warm-up. That'd be cool. Yeah. That's doable, I think. I don't know. Maybe someday. But in the meantime, mayonnaise.
lock-on system on their first playthrough. They're gonna have to depend on the option to move the camera manually. That's what I meant when I said that you have to constantly move the camera. It's not an inaccurate portrayal of the first-time player's experience.
No, this is a portrayal of your experience.
Of them playing the game for the first time, and you'll see constant camera swinging. Responding to this by
Really? Is that so? If I pull up, a new play, I was talking over here. I'll replay it for our wonderful audience, and then
and for me because I have headphones on. So
fair enough. I'm gonna rewind it a bit more.
Yeah, let them say the whole point.
Yep.
Lock-on system on their first playthrough. They're gonna have to depend on the option to move the camera manually. That's what I meant when I said that you have to constantly move the camera. It's not an inaccurate portrayal of the first-time player's experience. Go find any new player's video footage of them playing the game for the first time, and you'll see constant camera swinging. Responding to this by saying you...
So Will, you want to, like, maybe pull up some footage to back up this claim? Every first-time player, like, really, you fucking know this for a fact.
Not every, but he did say any, so that implies that, he knows that a good portion of people do it.
I would say saying the word any implies all, so...
Fair.
And if he didn't mean that, well, then that's his fucking fault for miscommunicating, so not my problem.
But, like, even then, like, even if you could find any fucking new player's footage and see constant camera swinging, that doesn't indicate that they're having a problem with the combat system. That just indicates that they're making the choice to swing the camera around the way they want it to. Like,
again,
even when I'm locked on,
we went from real quick. We went from this is just my perspective or my opinion or whatever to this is the first time player experience. I'm like, no, I didn't have this problem. My buddy I was playing with didn't have this problem.
Are we in a movie theater? Because this motherfucker's projecting.
Oh snap!
But like even in like some of my gameplay, if I'm trying to if I'm trying to like be cool and shit like that and have like a cool angle, sometimes like I'll move the camera around myself even while locked on. That's not a problem with the camera.
Yeah, I like to turn the camera when I'm about to do real impact. Like as Dante's charging, I'll have the camera spin around because I think it looks cool.
My favorite fucking thing to do actually is to like buster a fucking Fury and like spin the camera around while Nero and the Fury are clashing, and then like right before Nero's about to do the final punch, just fucking stop the camera. It always looks really fucking cool.
True. Yeah, man.
But again, like I have to say, even if you find new footage of any new player's gameplay, and they're constantly swinging the camera around, how do you fucking know that's them having a bad experience? As far as you know, that's just them swinging the fucking camera around.
Yeah, how do you know they're like...
Like, that's the point of a freeform camera, to do what you want with it.
Yeah, like... This is going to sound crazy. The fact that someone moves the camera that you can move does not mean they're struggling to move the camera.
Who the fucking thought, right? That's just wow. I cannot help but laugh at what you just said. Not because it's stupid, it's correct, but because the fact that we have to say that.
Yeah, no, I was about to say it is. I thought you were referring to what Mayo said, and I was like, no, it is stupid. I'm sorry, but what a fucking dumb argument. Stop. Stop
swinging this.
Stop speaking on the behalf of people who've played these games a lot, and stop speaking on behalf of literally every first-time playthrough of this video game. Please.
You could just stop speaking on behalf of others.
Or you could just stop talking about the game. I mean, that would be a that'd be the smartest option.
Much better.
But,
yeah, considering you clearly don't have good takes on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Who the fuck takes this seriously? Like, this is ridiculous.
Oh, a player swinging the camera around, a new player swinging the camera around automatically means that they're having trouble.
They're having a bad experience.
This is built on the foundation that they're like you and they just randomly fucking disengage lock on.
Yeah.
As Dante, like fucking why?
If he would, I wouldn't even accept this if he was just saying it was his own first experience, because I'd be like, okay, but that isn't. You were a new player who didn't understand it and clearly was looking for a fucking issue with it.
Yeah, or like even then, like that, just because that was your experience on the first playthrough doesn't necessarily mean it's the game's fault. That's just your own inability to work with the systems.
In these games where the game wants me to attack enemies, it's always making me move towards the enemy to attack them. What the fuck? Imagine if someone actually said
work
that.
to keep the enemy near me so that I can keep attacking them and keep up my stylish combo. Fucking god, cringe.
Dude, in order to beat this person up in this fighting game, I have to actually walk up to them. I just spend so much time walking up to them. Oh, oh my god.
Oh my god, you're gonna make me walk up to the enemy? You can't beat the shit out of them
Look,
without
I
getting
get it.
closer.
You Mortal Kombat esport pros are so good, but this is the new player experience. Oh my god. No, this is dumb. I'm sorry. This is your own experience, your own misunderstandings that you're really, really, really trying hard to cope with and make excuses for and justify, and you're failing at it miserably. That is what this video is.
After this video, I can't help but get the feeling that you specifically went into Devil May Cry 5 not wanting to like it.
Oh yeah, people kept bugging him to play it.
It's kind of like what RX said in the last episode, where you know, he almost frames it like he had no choice but to play Devil May Cry 5, almost
Yeah.
like a chore. People kept telling me to play Devil May Cry 5. Everybody wants me to play this game.
Well, and I talked about this in one of our server calls. But by the way, you should join the Sierra Madre if you have a huge dick and balls. We were talking about this, and I was like, "Yo, hey, so remember when people were like, hey, Mayo, you should play Dark Souls,' and Mayo was like, well, I don't really care for the aesthetic. I don't care for the gameplay. It's just not really my thing." And you're just kind of like, okay, that's perfectly fine. Hey, Mayo, you should play Devil May Cry 5. Oh, I don't really care for the aesthetics or the type of gameplay or whatever, but, you know, I'll play it and then review it. Sure, yeah, why not?
I don't normally play a bunch of I don't live and breathe hack and slashes, but I'll play it, I guess.
I enjoyed Ninja Gaiden and God of War. It's the same thing, right? Yeah, third person. Yeah. Fucking gag.
Fucking numpty.
Instant camera swinging. Responding to this by saying you actually never have to move the camera in combat due to lock-on is a bit disingenuous.
No, oh, this dude wants to talk about being disingenuous. Oh, let's go.
Point me to one person saying that you never have to move the fucking camera when you're locked on.
Yeah, no, we're not saying. Yeah, by the way, just to clarify what we're saying for people with the melted mayonnaise brains. So, we're not saying you literally never have to move it by using the lock-on. We're saying that a lock-on helps facilitate it because it focuses the camera on the enemy from the perspective of the player. It is such a basic fucking mechanic. It is so simple and direct and easy to understand for my fucking nephew played this game when he was like 9, okay? God damn it. Like,
you want to focus on a specific enemy? Here's a button where you literally just have to hold it down and you're able to focus on a specific enemy for as long as you want or until they're dead. Oh boy, what a fucking innovative invention that's been around since 2003. 2001.
Yeah, probably before. Actually, no. Fucking Zelda games in the 90s.
Oh yeah, fucking 1997?
I think Ocarina was 98, I think. And then I think Majora's Mask was, it had what, like 17 months? So it was probably about 2000. Yeah, because Majora's Mask was 2000, yeah. Yep. This has been around for a while, dude. Just because you can't just because you, I don't know, just misunderstand it and can't cope with it is not my fucking problem.
Doesn't apply at all to the experience of a lot of players, who are people who will play the game once, twice, maybe 3 times, because the vast amount of people who play games don't...
Okay, well here's the thing, I don't expect those people who play a game once to review it, and if they do, then I'm not gonna fucking care what they have to say, quite frankly. Unless they're just doing a first impression video is perfectly fucking fine. As long as they acknowledge, like, their shortcomings and, you know, what they can say about the game, that's perfectly fine. I think first impression videos are important. But
yeah, if somebody is going to make a review on a game after playing it once, they better have a good fucking review.
Look, here's the thing. I can sort of understand that with like a colossal open world game like fucking like Death Stranding. But at that point, I would also expect the reviewer to have a long list of notes from when they played, so as to keep track of what they were thinking, what they learned, how they learned it, so on and so like that's a lot of responsibility. It's almost like when you take on the responsibility of talking about a product which will influence whether or not people buy it and support the company, you should probably say things that are truthful. I don't know.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that people's jobs are potentially on the line if the fucking company doesn't make money off of the game.
Yeah, New Vegas literally doesn't get a sequel because it was 1 point shy off a fucking Metacritic.
And the people who made it don't get a fucking bonus because it was 1 point shy off of Metacritic.
Yep. Fucking 84. I will never not be upset about that. God damn it. What a fucking... Fuck Bethesda. Fucking pieces of shit.
Really, I mean, honestly.
Ugh.
It just works, L.
It just works. Hey guys.
It just works.
Three
I'm
times the size of Fallout 4. 3 times the assets.
16 times
16
the detail.
Oh, dude, Internet Historian's Fall of 76 video.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
I've seen it.
amazing. That video is so good. Oh, it's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Like, it's so fucking good.
I love his line about the fucking, something that you got from, like, a collector's... Oh, it was the fucking canvas bags, where he was like,
Yeah.
seems like this endeavor has gone from toddy to re-toddy. Oh, what a fucking funny guy.
Oh my god. Internet Historian.
Internet Historian, come on, S.E.E.S.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that'd be fucking amazing. Could you imagine? Oh, that'd be awesome.
I would love it. Our first fucking British person on S.E.E.S. How fucking... He sounds British.
I think
Maybe he's British.
I think he's
first
British.
person with an accent on S.E.E.S.
I think, yeah, because I think when he showed up on EFAF, I think he said that he was also a Welshman, like Mahler.
He's on EFAP, bro.
Yeah, in the Last of Us
Yeah,
2
fine.
coverage, he showed up, and also on the 100th EFAP special, he showed up. It was really good.
Time for me to find that fucking video.
Oh, dude, you gotta look up The Last of Us Part 2 gets so bad that Internet Historian breaks character. It's fucking amazing. Like, that title should tell you everything you need to know. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Fuck that game. Anyways,
Fuck that game.
Let's talk
you're
about...
never not gonna. You're never not gonna find a way to jab at that game, are you?
Correct.
I'm
Fuck that
glad.
game.
Because the vast amount of people who play games don't dive in deeper than that, and that audience is important. So yes, by that standard, you have to
Did you just
frequently
make a fucking
manage the
Doom
camera
Eternal
during
reference?
combat in DMC5, because I'm not going to judge the game based on people who have already mastered it, especially when the game's lack of a challenging...
Okay, here's the thing. I'm not even asking you to judge it as a person who's mastered it. I'm asking you to judge it as someone who understands the actual fucking game, preferably.
And of course, because it's literally the foundation, he's about to fucking bring up difficulty, because of course he is.
Well, also, I would also expect you to be willing to make concessions for the game, like you do with Doom Eternal, but blatantly refuse to with other games like this. But
it's kind of this thing where when you play a game that you've never played before, you have to be willing, especially if you're gonna make a review of it. Like if somebody's just like, it's just not for me, and then they fucking leave it at that, fine. But if you're gonna make a review of it, you have to meet the game halfway.
This whole...
It's like if I fucking...
It's like people are telling him, hey, you should actually, like, engage with the game and learn about it. And he's like, why the fuck would I do that? New players are important. Like, no one's saying that. Who the fuck is... What is this straw man?
This would be like if I decided to review a fucking Yakuza game and I complained that there wasn't a fucking jump cancel. It's like, no, you can't fucking do that. Different game from Devil May Cry. Same genre, but they're two fucking different games.
Yeah. It's just... What a fucking... Not even bizarre, just what a pathetic way to respond to criticism.
Who have already mastered it, especially when the game's lack of a challenging difficulty level at the start greatly contributes to this issue. If your solution
How?
to the
I'm
constant
sorry.
camera movement during
Hold on.
combat is
The fucking difficulty has nothing to do with the lock on.
What the fuck does...
Fucking nothing.
What the fuck? That's
The
like...
lock on is a mechanic. The difficulty is the difficulty.
Well, the lock-on is just... It's just a convenience. It's not fucking... I mean, obviously it helps to, alleviate difficulty, but, like, that's not the point of it. The point of it is so that you can, lock on to enemies.
Holy shit. Imagine thinking that a game not being as challenging as you want it to be
So, here's the
means
thing.
that you shouldn't use the fucking lock on.
Regardless of what difficulty you're playing Doom Eternal, typically you need to aim at your enemies to kill them. I know, like, fucking hot take over here, but, I'm gonna say it. In order to kill enemies in Doom Eternal, you gotta lock. Well, not lock on, but you know, you gotta aim at them.
Generally speaking, whenever you're playing a platformer, regardless of how difficult it is, when you want to complete the platformer, you kind of got to jump occasionally.
That's fucking bullshit. Fuck that.
Oh, this platformer isn't punching me in the balls enough. Why would I need to jump?
Dude,
Why should I be motivated to jump?
You know what I should do? I should start parody criticizing platformers for not being like Death Stranding, which allows you to quite literally walk any place or climb any place you need to go. And it's like, why does this jump button have to exist? I should be able to fucking climb. Oh,
jeez. Oh, God. I could just climb everywhere in Breath of the Wild. Why would I ever need to engage with the enemies?
What the fuck's with this roll jump thing in Ocarina when in Breath of the Wild I can just fucking climb stuff, you know? That's so dumb.
What a fucking stupid argument. And we can go on forever. We can go on forever with this bullshit. Oh,
it's just so wrong.
It's just so fucking wrong. Difficulty is not.
What does difficulty have to do with this?
What does difficulty have to do with fucking centering the camera?
Why would you use a third-person camera in an easy game? What the fuck?
Why would you move the camera in a game that's so fucking easy? Oh my god.
Why would you, like, lock onto an enemy if the game's easy? It's like, whatever. It's so bad.
Oh, there's no need to fucking use buffs and debuffs in Persona 3. It's just so fucking easy.
Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, okay.
Contributes to this issue. If your solution to the constant camera movement during combat is the mastery of the lock-on ability,
it's not mastery.
There's no mastery.
You just
There's
tap
nothing
a button,
to master.
dude.
You either press the button or you don't. That's it.
You just tap the button. Oh my god.
You're framing it like this lock-on, like the lock-on is some extremely deep. Like,
you think
fucking
that,
thing that
you
have
think
to,
that
like,
locking
master.
on is like fucking style switching? It's like, dude, calm down. You're just tapping a button.
You literally just press a button and it frames the camera for you.
And your character looks at the enemy like, you know, at least it's not like Dark Souls 2 where you can lock on and not attack the enemy. Wouldn't that be fucking something? What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's nothing to fucking master with the lock on. It is something to help you. It is something to help you better facilitate your actions and where you want to fucking aim. I can't fucking speak. I'm having a stroke from this jar of mayonnaise.
It's like
there's nothing to master. You either press it or you fucking don't.
Fucking Death Stranding expects me to understand gravity and physics. I'm like, no, you just have to hold the button to tilt your character. Like, calm down. Jesus. So stupid.
Oh
it's
my
a
god.
catastrophic failure that the game doesn't let players choose a hard difficulty that would encourage them to use that ability.
What the fuck?
Oh my fucking god. Well, hold the goddamn phone. Well, the difficulty has nothing to do with the lock-on. You're fucking saying it's a catastrophic
It's a catastrophic... Don't worry, guys. I love this game. But also, it's a catastrophic failing.
I fucking love it. He found some fucking way to tie this into how...
Remember how the video started with, like, you know, I had issues with the camera, but I didn't feel like it was necessary to talk about in my Devil May Cry 5 video, but it's a catastrophic failure. Also, I like the game. Dude. Oh my god, consistency is not this guy's strong suit.
This is the definition of hyperbole. And also being wrong. Like, I hate to tell you, but like...
Imagine being hyperbolically wrong. He's stuck in the hyperbolic wrong chamber. That was funny.
It was a little funny. I was just in the process of
yawning. Then it's a catastrophic failure that the game doesn't let players choose a hard difficulty that would encourage them to use that ability.
Wait a minute.
You know what encourages?
No,
hold on.
Why? Okay. If the lock-on system is so bad, why is it a catastrophic failure that the game doesn't let you play on harder difficulties where it would be much more of a nuisance? Yeah. It's kind of dumb.
You know what you know what my desire you know what facilitates my desire to use the lock-on?
The desire
being able to aim at my fucking enemies.
Why would you aim down sights in this first-person shooter? It's like, well, it's so I can hit my target more accurately. It's like, but why would you do that? It's so difficult.
Why would you do that when the game's difficulty isn't crushing your balls at that time? Oh, maybe because I like to focus on an enemy.
It's just a convenience. Like, calm down. it's he's make a catastrophic failure. Like, dude, it's there to convenience
Like,
you.
yeah,
Like, please chill.
I would say that the lock on is pretty integral to the fucking combat system, considering like 50%
Oh yeah, yeah.
of your fucking moves are required. But like, fucking Christ, I don't know where to fucking go with it. It's wrong at base. Like the fucking difficulty is not.
He's so hung up on this difficulty thing. I'm like, bro.
He really is. Like, holy shit.
See, here's the thing though. I wonder if let's imagine, for instance, in a cursed reality, Mayo makes a video on Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition.
Oh god, no.
And let's say, hypothetically, he's like, oh, so I want to start on Legendary Dark Knight because I hear it's like Son of Sparta but much harder, and I want to be able to start off that, with that, right? But he still has the experience from the other video game that he played called Devil May Cry 5 Standard Edition or Deluxe Edition, whatever your sexual preference. And he's like, oh, but the game's still easy, and I'm, for newcomers. And I'm like, so you're not a newcomer anymore? But you could. I imagine he would say that. I don't know. This guy's incredible. Like, you never know what he's gonna say.
You really don't. RX was right. He turns on the TV and watches the fucking couch.
This dude opens the refrigerator and fucking puts his cat in there. Like, I don't know. It's fucking. That's what my mind went to. My mind is melted.
Earlier, I had a sandwich. And when I was making the sandwich, I was like, man, what would go really great on the sandwich?
Oh, no.
Mayonnaise. So I took out the mayonnaise jar, and I took out my butter knife. And the mayonnaise jar looked at me, and he said, no, don't do this. You shouldn't eat my guts on your sandwich.
Oh, my God.
That'd be immoral.
Oh, my God.
Horrible. So I put away my butter knife after that. I was really moved by his speech. And I decided, and so then after I put away my butter knife, I took out the spoon so as to better grip the insides of the mayonnaise and spread it on my sandwich. And then I had a delicious fucking sandwich. Everything I just said probably makes me sound like a fucking psychopath. I don't actually want to harm the creator of this video.
Did you do it in first person or isometric?
I went with third person today.
Oh, so you were basically just playing Dark Souls.
Yeah, I was kind of playing Dark Souls with my mayonnaise. Put up one hell of a fight.
Loose Belmont 2021. I was playing Dark Souls with my mayonnaise. That's going in the Sierra Madre.
Okay.
I'm going to put that in the sacred texts. In 2021, Loose Belmont played Dark Souls with his mayonnaise. Fucking great. Okay, let's suffer some more.
To use that ability, Devil May Cry 5 forces new players to play on normal before unlocking hard. And don't you dare tell me about unlocking Son of Sparta through the Euros.
I will, though.
I already said that's not a justification for locking it away.
It is.
You'd only know to do that if you'd read about it, and you can't expect new players to know that's a thing.
Actually, bullshit. I literally saw a fucking highlight reel from somebody's stream who's played Devil May Cry 5 for the first time, and he fought Urizen 1 and was like, man, I want to fucking beat him. So you know what he did? He spent fucking forever beating him on his own. He didn't have to look it up. He just fucking did it.
Okay, so
don't say, like, okay, so here's the thing. Like, real quick.
You're good.
Okay, so here's the thing. Players are presented with this stylish action game, and right off the bat, they're presented with this boss fight with a health bar. Okay, naturally, I would say there are some fucking players who are, even if they're new, will fucking fight the boss just out of virtue of wanting to. Like, you can't fucking tell me that the only way that new players are going to find out about unlocking Son of Sparta by beating Urizen is by fucking looking it up. There are going to be players out there, by definition of how probability works, that just decide they want to kill Urizen 1. Don't fucking tell me that nobody out there could possibly ever figure it out or want to kill Urizen 1 on their first playthrough by looking it up first. Fuck off with that bullshit.
Here's the thing. Let's paint up a couple scenarios. You're a newcomer to this franchise, and you only see two difficulties, and you're just like, oh, okay, I'll pick this normal one, but I wonder if there's a harder difficulty. And so you look up if there's harder difficulties, and immediately you'll see something that says, oh, hey, if you beat Urizen, you'll unlock the hard mode. And they'll be like, oh, I want to try for that. And then, if you're a veteran, and you're like, oh, hey, I want to start on Son of Sparta, and you look up how to do that, or if you can do that, and then it's like, oh, you can, though. And you're like, oh my god, let's do it. And then you have a fun little challenge to overcome before you do that. That requires you to get good.
Yeah.
So no matter how, like,
and also,
the fact that this is outside of the game, it's okay. So this whole thing is dependent on what the player wants to do outside of what the initial game offers them. So yes, I do expect them to go outside of the game because it's not what's on offer initially.
Also, this whole fucking argument that Devil Hunter is just this fucking cakewalk is bullshit.
Yeah, I got multiple comments in our first coverage of him that were like, what the fuck is he talking about? This game's like actually pretty hard. I remember having struggles when I first played it. I remember my buddy struggling when I first played it.
I still struggle to fucking play Devil Hunter sometimes. That's just not the fucking easiest thing in the world.
Maybe Mayo is just this fucking god of video games, but considering some of the gameplay we've talked about that he's had, I'm gonna question that, to say the least.
Yeah.
No.
Fucking hard weighing while there's lasers coming down at you.
But I am going to tell you that you can beat Urizen. You can say that new players wouldn't know about it all you want, but there's if a new player wants a harder difficulty, and then they can look it up. Like, that's the nature of video games nowadays. If a player wants something, they can just look it right the fuck up. Which I'm not.
Yeah.
If that was okay, if this was like something required to beat the story or some shit, like the player had to look up, yes, that'd be a problem. But this is a completely optional thing, meant to cater to a specific demographic of players that probably would look it up anyways. So this argument's fucking it's nonsense.
And even then, like the first time that I played the fucking game with my friend and I died to Urizen, I was like, right off the bat in my head, I was just like, man, there's got to be a fucking way to beat him. There just has to be. And lo and behold, the way that you beat him is the way that you beat every other fucking enemy in the game, by learning his attacks and how best to avoid them and counter.
No, but Luce, Devil May Cry players don't want a challenge.
No, they don't. I guess not.
Yeah,
I guess me fucking no damage prologue on Son of Sparta means I don't want a fucking challenge.
Literally the first fucking thing that happens in the game is a challenge you are meant to lose but can still beat. But no, you don't want a challenge because you're a Devil May Cry player. Yeah. Anyways, let's just keep going, shall we?
Players to know that's a thing, much less defeat a powerful boss that only an experienced DMC player is going to figure out that early.
False. No. We can prove this by pulling up videos of people who aren't experienced doing this. It's amazing how, like, he'll talk about other videos and then of course never actually show them or provide a citation of new players, but then when it comes to this, it's like he's got nothing to say about the new players who, did it. It's interesting, isn't it? It's almost like he's cherry picking,
Oh wow, a hard challenge is hard. Go fucking figure, dipshit.
I want to play this game as hard as to be really hard, but at the same time, I don't want to do the hard thing. It's like, well, it's just, that's kind of your own problem. I don't care what you have to say when you say shit like that. I don't.
Experienced DMC player is going to figure out that early. And no, DMC5 is not so special that the hard difficulty needs to be hidden away from players to protect them.
No,
hard
it is
available to new players of any other game. Lock away Dante Must Die if you have to. Not the first difficulty that starts to challenge the player. It's quite
First of all, real quick, it's not the first difficulty that challenges the player. Devil Hunter does that just fine, I'll have you know. Second of all, I already explained this in S.E.E.S episode 1, and like, you can pretend or make the argument if you want that that's not a reason to lock away Son of Sparta. I absolutely fucking would, because it completely throws off. It's a completely different difficulty curve.
Yes.
Not only that, but it would also make things a little fucking weird whenever players are introduced to enemies early, and then the game gives them those enemies special cutscenes anyway through the story.
So what does this guy say when he sees people who are like, hey, so Devil Hunter challenged me? Like, comments on his videos, YouTube videos of other people playing the game, newcomers for the first time and all that stuff. People like us talking about how we had some challenges in Devil Hunter despite being really, really fucking experienced with these games. What does he say to that? Is he just like, oh, well, It's my opinion. It's like, what the fuck do you say to that? Your argument's dead.
Yeah, you're dead in the water. Like, you can say all you want, the Devil Hunter is easy, but as soon as somebody comes up to you and says, "Yeah, I hate to tell you, it wasn't that easy," your argument's dead. It's fucking dead.
Yeah, his whole argument is just, you
This
know,
is the problem with speaking for others or making broad
well,
statements
when
claiming
it
that everybody's experience is like this.
well, and also just on the topic of difficulty, difficulty is extremely subjective, so you need to actually talk about the design decisions that were made, which he doesn't. He just says that it's not challenging and moves on and says that the game sabotaged itself or whatever the fuck. It's stupid.
Sabotaged his
Yeah,
first
yeah,
playthrough.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a catastrophic failure.
First
Yeah.
difficulty that starts to challenge the player. It's quite strange to hear people say that Son of Sparta needs to be hidden from new players, or else they'll pick it and have a bad time if they're not good enough.
That can
Why would
happen.
a
I
player-
have never heard that. First of all, I've never actually heard anybody make that argument, to be honest with you. But yeah, that can actually happen. It's possible. But like, I wouldn't factor that person's. I wouldn't necessarily factor that in to an objective measuring of the game.
Yes, I made the argument in episode 1 where it's very probable that, a new player would get to like mission 4, not know how to play as V, and have to fight a fucking behemoth, or God forbid on Legendary Dark Knight 2 behemoths, and have a really frustrating time, at which point their only options are farm and get more skills to be able to handle them better, B, just go to another difficulty, or C, just continue trying over and over until they get it, which can either lead to a really satisfying conclusion of that or a really unsatisfying one. So instead, how about we provide a standard difficulty where the player can have the most fun while still having some challenges? There are challenges. Don't fucking... I'm going to pull what he did with the whole Urizen thing. Don't fucking tell me that there isn't, because I can pull up... I can reference so many people, myself and Luce included, who did have challenges in Devil Hunter. So no, this whole fucking thing is wrong.
Also, I just have to say, on Son of Sparta, Hi RX. On Son of Sparta, on mission 12, you have to fight 2 Furies at once. So, yeah, something tells me that a newcomer going into that difficulty wouldn't have a good fucking time with
On
that
Legendary
fight.
Dark Knight, you fight like 3 or 4.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and even if somebody did have a bad experience, I would not factor that experience into an objective measuring of the game.
I would check how
Because
I would check how the design itself led to that experience and try and determine whether or not it was an objective fault of the design, but he's not doing that.
But quit fucking making this dumbass argument that fucking Devil Hunter is an extremely easy fucking difficulty. Actually, RX, now that you're here, would you say that Devil Hunter in Devil May Cry 5 is just a fucking cakewalk and piss easy?
Are we talking about Mayo?
We're talking about fucking Mayo.
We're covering him right now. We're
together.
recording.
Hey.
Well, my thoughts on Mayo. Devil Hunter is basically the normal mode of Devil May Cry. That's pretty common knowledge. Not much else I can say other than it's a mode that acclimates you properly to the base game, and any higher difficulties are for your own benefit because you get a sense of difficulty. But I don't know what we're talking about because I was running errands. All I know is that
Good.
Devil Hunter is pretty much the norm.
It's kind of like other Capcom games where, it's designed with the idea of being replayed multiple times, and, Devil Hunter's, it's the standard, is what it is.
Capcom
You
really do
know-
make some of the most replayable games ever.
They do.
Resident Evil 2 remake is I've done that 30 times, but that's probably because I love Resident Evil 2 remake. So
Does RE2 Remake let you
like-
start off with hardcore? It's just casual and
Yes, it
standard, right?
does.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah, it
lets
does.
you start
And
off with
then-
hardcore.
I actually think that there's no. Oh yeah, it's Resident Evil 3 remake that has the unlockable difficulties.
Yeah, it has like
and then
6
two-
difficulties.
Yeah, there's
But
a fuckload.
but Resident Evil 2 also doesn't fucking remix enemy placements.
In hardcore, they do.
in hardcore.
some
they do.
Oh, in
item
hardcore
systems
they
too.
do.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
think I'm not
if-
confirming that, but I know definitely
But then
that
they
again,
do.
those aren't. Oh,
for
okay.
2 and 3
Well,
remake they mix items around. Not key items, I
mind.
don't think, but also both characters have a B scenario, which fucks up their
That too.
item locations as well. So you're essentially getting 4 games with different difficulties. Well, 4
Okay,
campaigns.
never
anyway.
mind. Scratch that from the record. That is wrong, but nonetheless,
That
my
is
point still stands.
It's wrong.
Hey, no, it's fine. It's part of discussion. We all learn and whatnot.
It's
Um,
fake. Get rid of it
With
now.
this dumbass narrative that Devil Hunter is a fucking cakewalk, though, it's not. Just shut up about it. You're
Like-
never gonna win.
Like Mayo, I'm glad you're so fucking amazing at video games that you were just able to play the game with the blindfold and your little brother playing and you not existing, but it's, unfortunately some of us did have challenges, and the fact that you're trying to, again, he tries to speak for everyone, and it's doesn't really work that way.
This is like the 40th video we're doing on this guy.
It's like the third.
Oh, I lost track.
They all
It all
hurt.
becomes a fucking blur.
They all hurt.
Well, they don't all hurt. It's just the more you examine his videos, the more your brain gets fucked. Like
Yeah.
turns into a sponge.
If you want to join the watch together, I have the link in the chat. You have to scroll up a little bit, but
I'll check that out real quick. I'm just booting up my computer.
you're good.
Might have to run errands in a bit again, just because today's been really hectic. But yeah,
You're
I'll
good.
stick around for a little bit.
Yeah.
A guest appearance.
Yeah.
For the second time in a row. Wow.
Nah, I was in full episode 7.
This is episode 8.
Yeah.
And
I wasn't a guest
This
in
is in episode 2.
Fuck, that's right. God damn.
Yeah. Nobody knows.
Well, no,
The
because
forgotten
okay.
episode.
Well, still, we have a guest 2 episodes in a row.
Sees
off.
episode 2 is pretty cursed. We were talking about
Death
the
battle.
death battle between Broly and Hulk, and then people were like, "How do you not know Hulk has Satan powers?"
Bruh, remember fucking at the end of it when like Broly is just holding Hulk's like severed hands and we just lost our shit laughing? It was so bizarre.
It's like they tried to do like this whole primitive clockwork. No, not clock. What am I talking about? 2001: A Space Odyssey, where the monkeys find the prism or the what is it called? They really wanted striking artwork like that.
Yeah.
I can't
Luce,
believe
have
I
you
got
seen
cooked.
episode 2?
Yes, I have seen it. I don't remember it
Wow,
that
not a
much
true
because I haven't
fan.
watched it recently.
Banned.
I don't think so. You should rewatch it. It's the worst episode of S.E.E.S. by far.
Yeah, probably, but it's still fun, I think.
It's the shortest.
Yeah, because I actually edited
Yeah,
it.
it'll probably never get that title taken away.
To be honest, when they're doing a big recap of all their episodes, they'll be like, episodes 1, 3, and everything else. Episode
Yeah.
2 is like a forgotten relic.
Two's
of
kind
our
of
time.
it's kind of a time capsule where it's like at the time I was trying to, because like the first one we just did long recording sessions, and then the second one we did a long recording session, but I wanted to edit it and just see how it compared, and I just wasn't as satisfied with it. So
S.E.E.S. episode 2 is basically Jesus Christ. It got nailed to the cross for our sins, and for that it will always be the episode that pretty much died, so other episodes could be great.
that's beautiful.
Crucifixion!
Oh man. But
Would you say that Mayo is crucifying fiction by lying? We can't tell what's real anymore.
Mayo is crucifying critiques, if you will.
Well, time to get canceled by Catholic school boards for bringing up crucifixion in a Mayo video.
True. Oh hey, the fucking style ranking right now of Mayo's gameplay. Dismal? That's about what I'd give this video.
That's about what I'd give most of his videos.
The joke wrote itself.
It didn't it though? I mean,
It was
they
right
say,
there.
It's your gameplay is reflective of your video, isn't it?
Welcome to S.E.E.S. episode 8. I'm 3 hours late.
You sure fucking are.
Yeah, just about 3 hours. Yeah.
We've been on
Yeah.
this video for 3 fucking hours already. Are you shitting me?
To be fair, we talked
Good.
for like 45 minutes before we started watching the video.
Fair enough.
You guys suffered through another Mayo video, and
We've got 2 more.
oh fuck.
Technically, though, we're not covering like the fullness, if you will, of those videos.
In
We're
your
probably gonna
opinion.
agree. We're probably
In my
gonna
opinion,
agree
yeah.
with most of what
In
he
our
says in the
opinion.
second video.
Yeah, I think with the Why Challenge Matters video, the current plan of how we're gonna watch it, even if we disagree with stuff that he says, we're just gonna let it. It's more or less just building up to a certain point where he talks about Devil May Cry. So it's like whatever,
Well-
we'll let that point be what it is, and we might reference it, but
While I was
Sorry,
running errands,
I
I checked out
was
the.
gonna-
go ahead, RX.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Luce.
No, you first.
Well, shit. I was watching the premiere for episode 7, and we had 14 concurrent viewers at once watching this 8-hour masterpiece that we shout out,
Hey.
and I'm quite enthusiastic about it, to be honest. But go ahead, Luce.
I was gonna wait to do this until we at least finish the first video, but since we're in this little intermission while we're waiting for you to get to the watch together, I'll be right back.
I might not be
talk
on for
about-
long because I got more errands to run. Like I just came
Fuck.
into, yeah. That's why I was like, when you asked me about Devil Hunter, I'm like, if this is a Mayo video, I'm going to die.
Yep, it's we've been having an adventure. Oh man, yeah, fucking the premiere is getting some comments. I like it. I like
Yeah,
it.
it's pretty fucking good. I'll have to go back and check the timestamps once the premiere's over to see what people are referring to.
Dang, 12 likes already. Look at that. Oh.
And 14 viewers. That's nice.
We
Welcome
growing.
to S.E.E.S episode 8, where we jack off about our live episode premiering in the episode. This is an episode inception to help inflate our already bombastic egos.
Oh, hey.
I'm RX, and these are my co-hosts, Luce Belmont, and of course the host, Leveless. And today, we're going to break down exactly why we love masturbating to ourselves. Let's talk. What's your favorite thing about yourself, Luce?
Luce's barbed dick. I mean, ourselves? Oh,
What the fuck?
Bowser shell tip. Yeah.
Trying to tell me something else?
His fucking mace cock. Spiky.
You know, I like when I go to chow down on something and it has a little kick to it. What can I say, you know?
My favorite part about life? Smelling candles. Because it's the only enjoyable thing anymore. Video games have become a blur.
Hey, so we got a comment, not in the premiere chat, but like just the video itself. Someone named Rainbow October, interesting name, says at this point we have. Oh wait,
That's me, you dumb dumb.
that's you. You
That's
fucking.
me.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's RO, not RX. You fucking.
Ah!
These fucking C's guys are so dishonest. My fucking.
I've had that YouTube channel since 2008. Give me a break.
Fucking dishonest piece of shit.
It used to be called, before I renamed it, it was like Final F565. Because I was a nerd. You know, one of them
Was.
dweeb fellas. Was. Yes, past tense, believe
Past
it or not.
tense, yeah.
I used to be a fucking dork, and now
Used to be, yeah.
I'm a loser. So there's a great
Oh,
transition.
You know. So that's
Phil,
how
if
it
you
be.
wake up every morning and your back ain't drenched in sweat, you're a winner, boy.
So anyways. I don't know what to say to that. Not gonna lie, I'm just oh hey, looks like Shuckle really likes Andrade, El Idolo.
It's time we bring up Devil May Cry 5 again for no reason.
So anyways, the music of Resident Evil 8, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyways, back to the castle. So now I'm gonna talk about the attaché case. Anyways, back to the castle. By the way, the gameplay of Resident Evil 8. Okay, so back to the castle. We're finally done. God, it took so long.
Exploring should be part of the game's main progression. Also, I didn't explore at all.
There should be no point A to B. The game should just complete when it fucking feels like it, I guess.
My review is invalidated because I used an FOV slider to make the game feel more appropriate to play. No doubt that FOV slider fucked up 90% of his game. Unless, like, you know, if it was
There's a lot
If it
of
was,
things that
like-
fucked up, I think.
if it was quote unquote decision making, then that's where he fucked up because he has no idea what that is. And his FOV slider made the game look like a really nauseating jank fest.
It made the game look worse. It made the game less scary. It made it feel different to play. It fucked with his immersion by messing with the visuals. I mean, can we talk about fucking sabotage? You know, I don't like this Mayo video because I can't believe it sabotaged its own fucking validity.
Can you imagine, like, canonically speaking, since we don't know Ethan's face, Mayo's FOV slider gave me an idea. What if Ethan's head is just a fucking goldfish attached to his neck? That's why the
Ooh.
view is
It's
so
actually
spectacular.
nothing. It's
Yo,
actually nothing. He doesn't have any head. It's just a fucking empty space.
I'm gonna go on
Oh,
Pixar.
you mean like a void, an empty space, if you will, pitch black. There's nothing there, an abyss, if you will.
Oh god.
That
Ethan does fight
that could
four
house
lords.
that could house particular kings
I'm gonna
of some sort.
I'm gonna
Perhaps 4 of them. Perhaps four kings.
Oh, shut up. I'm gonna edit Ethan to have a goldfish face now.
All right. It's like his head is just a fucking fish attached to his neck, so it's like a really tiny fish instead of a head.
No,
That's
no.
like fucking.
Oh, it's like what?
Don't worry about it.
But
It was too hot for YouTube. He was gonna say
No, I
really
just
bad word.
I lost interest in what I was saying because I don't fucking.
um,
It's like Darwin from fucking Gumball.
Oh, well, you could have said that. That would have been funny.
dude, Gumball's fucking based.
And red pilled.
A little bit.
Do you remember the episode of Adventures of
social
Gumball
justice.
when Gumball started wearing the MAGA hat and he was yelling really aggressively and all the other characters were worried about him?
What the fuck?
And then
You
like
mean
it disappears
it's-
halfway through the episode and it turns into an episode about mail delivery. I was very confused. I thought it was a reference to the election, but we don't know. We'll
Based
never
in
know.
red pilled? You mean based in gum pilled?
Oh,
Based in Gumball.
based in Gumball. Oh man.
Gumball versus the proletariat masses. Or Gumball rigs the election.
Will Gumball conquer Caesar's Rubicon?
Gumball takes over China.
Gumball investigates the UN sanctions on the Geneva Convention.
Holy shit.
Gumball creates AIDS.
Oh no! Gumball, why?
Gumball
Who
and
would
the
have known a
liberation
fish
of
fucking a monkey
Rwanda.
would have created AIDS?
Gumball commits a Rwanda genocide.
Gumball beats Mr. Beast to death with a baseball bat.
Oh my god.
Poor Mr. Beast. Shout out to Mr. Beast. Please give our channel thousands of dollars for no reason.
Dude, that'd be pretty epic, not gonna lie.
If he ever finds this video, he's gonna be like, "Well, I guess I don't have a choice." And then he donates to fucking.
Someone sends it to
Irate
Mr.
gamer.
Beast and he sees it's really long, so he just jumps to a random point and it happens to be this one and he's like, oh, okay.
Hey, Mr. Beast, check out S.E.E.S. Skips to the fucking.
Elon Musk, come on,
skips, skips the chase calling Mark a raper.
Yeah, so like Mark is actually like a certified actual raper. It's like, oh no.
Oh, we just got flagged retroactively.
Whoops.
YouTube just emailed me. They told me to chill. They're watching us.
Are you gonna join this watch together?
The based in
Probably
chill
not,
pilled.
because I got more errands to run. I just, like I said, I was stopping by to have some giggles, like a couple of cohorting gents.
You're good.
But we can do another thingy in a bit. I just gotta go get groceries, but I'll be back.
Alright, yeah, feel free to hop in whenever you like. Tis not a problem.
Yeah.
You might save us and cause a hilarious moment. Who knows?
Uh-oh.
Anything's possible on the S.E.E.S podcast.
I love Doom Eternal more than I love my son.
Wah! Oh, he disappeared.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
You went to go play Doom Eternal, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. He loves Doom Eternal more than his own son. So we were watching it. We were watching a video.
We're watching a Mayo video, in case you forgot.
Anyways, I want to post this real quick. Hold on. Like, this is like a 1 minute edit. Like, this isn't even fucking. Hold on, let me go to the chat.
Post it in memes of liberty. Don't even fucking say anything.
Yeah, I'll do
Just
that.
fucking post. Just fucking post it. Let
I got it on
everybody just
screen.
fucking wonder until this episode comes out.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Memes of Liberty. Oh shit, Mantis is posting more stuff. Epic. It's like so low effort, but it's fucking. I don't know.
It's
fucking
perfect.
great. Fucking Shuckle's kind of curious. NGL. Oh damn, we're getting some chat in the. We got some chat going on in the Sierra Madre, the server of the biggest dick people. And biggest boobs. Or sometimes both. Fucking fish. Why are fish so funny? Just their faces. They're just like. I'll do a better edit later when I'm not like, trying to focus. Trying being the key word.
I'm just waiting for fucking people in the server to be like, "What the fuck is this? What does it mean?" And they're gonna have to wait until fucking episode 8 finally drops, and then they'll be like,
shit.
"Oh!"
God damn it! It's fucking great. Anyways, so let's get back to it. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go.
Sparta needs to be hidden from new players, or else they'll pick it and have a bad time if they're not good enough. Why would a new player who doesn't want a challenge pick the hard difficulty? Are you saying that...
I don't know. You tell us, considering you don't want to fucking fight Urizen at the start. You know, it's whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, you don't want to talk about new players that don't want to challenge. Why don't you just refer to yourself then?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, but it doesn't count. Okay. That's convenient, isn't it?
Very convenient, yes. Much no.
Also, okay, if he's gonna try and paint himself up as a new player, then why, in his first video about Devil May Cry 5, did he say he knew about the hard difficulty unlock? If new players aren't gonna fucking know about it, then whatever.
I don't know. Our fucking brains are just melting at this point.
Yep.
Are you saying that no game should have a hard option for new players?
Who the fuck is saying this? Who's saying this?
Nobody's saying that. It's just that Devil May Cry's hard difficulty tends to be a little bit fucking different.
It's for the same reasons that Dark Souls shouldn't start you out on New Game Plus 7. Like, seriously.
A developer not wanting to have a hard difficulty right off the bat is not an objective fault. I don't know if you knew this.
Yeah, it's just not.
They kind of have the freedom to, like, balance shit how they want to.
Especially when the game is, you know, not super duper long and meant to be, you know, replayed. Maybe? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know, man.
Have a hard option for new players, or just Devil May Cry?
No.
Anyway, the point is, Devil Hunter is easily passed by playing the game badly. I played it badly.
I thought that this was a video about the camera.
Play outside of an arbitrary style meter that doesn't affect your success in the campaign.
The style meter is anything but fucking arbitrary.
It's literally... It was created in the first game to get you excited about the gameplay and make you feel good and get a big head and everything.
Well, it's not even necessarily just that. It also increases the amount of orbs you get from each encounter. It increases the amount of orbs you get at the end of each mission.
Oh no, but the orbs don't matter since you start out with 100,000. You can just get everything, apparently. Even though it's not true at all.
Yeah, it's not.
It's whatever. Yeah, nothing about this.
I hate to tell you.
Nothing about this holds up under scrutiny. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but it doesn't. You can do better. I believe in you, Mayo. Just do better.
Meter that doesn't affect your success in the campaign. Other players will play it badly because the game lets them get away with their bad habits. Others will play badly.
I'm pretty sure most players don't intentionally play badly. That's just you, buddy.
Yeah, for one, people don't intentionally play badly most of the time. Typically, people, when they play Devil May Cry, they tend to be like, okay, so this would be the more fun way of playing, you know, actually, you know, using mechanics.
Looks like this projector just moved to a fucking drive-in.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no.
I have nothing else to add so far. I don't think anybody intentionally plays badly.
None of this holds up.
To be honest with you.
Habits. Others will play badly just because they're no good.
Oh, you know what's? It's also worth saying. I've said this before, but typically, there's more to playing a game than just beating the game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going back to New Vegas because you can just go through the game, killing all the NPCs, not interacting with the story, all that stuff. You can totally do that, and it's great that you can. However, if you're going to do that on one playthrough and then post a 40-minute review saying the story is shit, then I'm going to have a lot of problems with your review.
And there's also more to a difficulty than just how fucking hard it stomps on you.
There's more to this than... There's
more to enjoyment.
This. I'll just say it. There's more to this. All of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of a sweeping claim, but I mean, he just ignores so much that it's like, how how much have we missed? You know?
I'm sorry, I don't trust anything you say about this game when you admit that you actively didn't engage with one of the key mechanics for the first playthrough.
And also
Piss
watched
off.
a movie while playing as one character just because you didn't care for it. Fuck that.
And they want to play on and have a fun casual time. That's okay too. But the common thread is that the game isn't doing anything to make lock-on important to your game plan. If the
Bullshit!
game gives you 100,000 orbs at the start, making it unnecessary to
100,000 orbs are granted to anyone who bought the deluxe edition and SE pre-orders, which trivializes the entire concept of playing stylishly to unlock important upgrades. Even without it, you're floating. Okay, no. You don't play stylishly to. I mean, you do. Getting an upgrades is obviously a perk, but like you play stylishly because it feels good and looks good and is generally just fun to do. You know, because it's a video game.
But also, there's absolutely incentive to using lock-on, such as 50% of your fucking moveset.
Yeah. And also, sometimes playing stylishly lets you do better against the harder enemies that you might have been struggling with when you were just pressing triangle and not locking on. Of course, he's not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
I want to see his fucking footage of fighting King Cerberus, of him just mashing triangle. I want to see it, please.
Yeah.
Hell, you know what? Even with all of his experience, I want him to start a new save file, go up to mission 16, and I want him to record himself playing against King Cerberus, who I would argue is probably the hardest boss in the game. And I want him to just press triangle a whole bunch. I want to see him beat him just by doing that, please. He won't, because, well, probably because he's not going to watch this, but also because it would completely fucking invalidate everything that he has to say. But, you know,
Yeah.
Whatever. Continue just making up shit about the game to complain about, and then passing it off as truth, and then hiding behind the "in my opinion" shield. Go ahead, continue doing this.
unnecessary to do stylish combos to earn orbs to unlock upgrades. And
Oh
if
yeah, that's
enemies
another
do
thing.
such-
This is an objective claim about the game. This is not an "in my opinion" thing. I mean, he's wrong, but he's attempting to be objective here.
Yeah,
and
he is.
failing.
He is speaking objectively and authoritatively.
And if it's his opinion that 100,000 orbs are granted to anyone who got the deluxe edition and SE pre-orders, then it's going to be a weird thing to just refer to as your opinion. You know, it's funny how typically when people are right, you don't have to just go, oh, it's just their opinion. But when they're really wrong, and really, really fucking wrong, the people who defend them and themselves will just be like, dude, it's my opinion.
Yeah, it's funny how that fucking works, isn't it?
That's very interesting. Anyways.
And if enemies do such low damage and have such low health, and if just mashing the attack
They do
button
less
is
damage
just
because
as
you have less
successful as
health.
doing a stylish combo using lock-on, then new players aren't going to get good at using lock-on to mitigate the issues of the free
You
roaming
don't
camera.
need to get good at it. It's a fucking convenience.
He's speaking as if he's concluded anything concretely when you haven't.
Oh my god. You don't have
Oh,
to
the
get
camera's-
good with lock on. It's just press a button. You press a fucking button.
There's nothing skillful about lock-on.
That's not
You
even
either
being
use it or you
reductionist.
fucking don't.
That's not even being reductionist, you know, kind of like Under the Mayo. It's literally just you press a button and you lock on. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's that simple. To quote Commander Shepard in Mass Effect 3, don't worry, no context, it won't spoil anything. It is. It's that simple.
To quote the gaming Brit when speaking about QuickTime events, you either press it or you don't.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's lock-on.
Hey, Gamer
There's
Brick.
nothing to master.
Gamer
There's
Brick, come on, see us.
plenty of incentive to do it.
It's like, it'd be like if someone was like, "Oh, you have to master the movement of walking around." I'm like, "No, you don't. You just move the stick." Like, what is this fucking bizarre like lock on being this like challenging mechanic tied to difficulty? Like, what the fuck is this nonsense? It's so misrepresentative and like just wrong. Oh, but he makes good points. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Mitigate the issues of the free roaming camera in combat. This is why in my first video, the footage from my first playthrough shows me not using lock-on at all. And the footage from my later playthroughs on higher difficulties and Bloody Palace shows me using lock-on a lot.
You know what's interesting?
So you
He
know
says
that
he's saying now that he did this specifically to show the difference, because I'm sure in his first playthrough that's exactly what was going through his mind, rather than just, you know, him not being very good at the game.
I'm highly fucking doubtful that on his first playthrough he specifically planned out the footage he was going to use.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you'll notice in that Nero clip, he fucking does Red Queen combo A and intentionally turns himself so that he misses his fucking enemy.
Also, you might notice, I don't know, small little thing, but one of these is a Hellkina, which is literally a punching bag on a lower difficulty, and the other is the Hell and Tenora, which are considered pretty tough enemies, upper mid tier, I'd say, on a much harder difficulty. That's something. That's something to consider. And also, again, you don't need to lock on is not a challenge based thing. The whole premise of this is stupid. It is so bad. I'm gonna wait for Luce to come back.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. But yeah, no, just this whole premise is fucking stupid. It's locking on is not a challenge based thing. It's not.
I do not believe that when you were on your first playthrough, you had specifically planned out that you were going to specifically use your footage from your first playthrough and never use lock on. I don't fucking believe it. I just don't.
Yeah, that's what we would call being dishonest. And also trying to
That's intentionally sabotaging your first fucking playthrough.
Oh, also you're kind of rewriting history a bit. It's pretty dishonest. Like, do you really think by mission 7 he was like, this whole game has a problem with challenge and somehow the lock on is related to that, so I'm gonna fucking... No, I don't buy it. I'm sorry.
Like, I fucking love how in his video of why challenge matters, which I know I'm jumping the gun here, you fucking say that you're mad at the game for sabotaging your own playthrough. Yeah, I fucking hate to tell you, you did that yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
You even admit to fucking doing it by intentionally not engaging with one of the key mechanics of the fucking game.
Yeah, for the sake of some footage that you knew you'd be criticized for, yet had to wait, until this video to actually justify. Yeah, that's interesting.
Capcom didn't sabotage shit. You sabotaged yourself, dumbass.
Yep.
Footage from my later playthroughs on higher difficulties and Bloody Palace shows me using lock-on a lot. The game was finally at a point where playing well had a tangible effect on progress, so lock-on became very useful and the camera was less of a problem. And if the game had been challenging from the start, I never would have had this issue. Or if the style meter actually meant something in game other than just an ego boost and weren't so easy to fill due to how forgiving DMC...
It's easy being a reductionist, isn't it?
Sure fucking is. Sure fucking is.
The whole premise of this is broken. Locking on is not a challenge dependent mechanic. Please stop pretending it is. It's fucking dumb.
If it's so easy to fill the fucking style meter, then you should have plenty of footage of you just mashing fucking triangle and filling it like there's no tomorrow.
Pointing my gun at enemies in Doom Eternal is not a challenge dependent thing. It's what the fucking game expects me to do when I have to kill an enemy. Ugh.
And the style meter is not an ego boost, especially when it's tied directly to the fucking music.
Yep, it's tied to the music. It's tied to your rewards. I mean,
it's tied to your
there
fucking
to give you
overall
feedback.
Mission score. Yeah, to give you feedback on how well you're doing.
Yeah, it's more than an ego boost. It's just like, oh hey, you're playing really well, and we're gonna make you feel really good about it and show that you're being rewarded for it, and that the game is recognizing you for your skill, or at the very least for your damage output.
It's like if a player, like hypothetically, if a player goes through the first, let's say, 2 missions of the game, they never get a single S rank. But then, finally, on mission 3...
Wow.
Sorry.
Projecting.
Finally. That's why I said hypothetically.
Yeah.
Because I know the difference between projecting and actual, what the fuck ever. Finally, on mission 3, for the first time, they get an S rank, and they finally hear that dank ass chorus of Devil Trigger come in. Fucking tell me. Like, actually, no, just fucking tell me the first time you got an S rank in Devil May Cry 5 and you heard Devil Trigger come in, tell me that wasn't a fucking rewarding moment.
No, because all I had to do was press triangle over and over to get it, obviously.
Yeah. It's the style meter is definitely not also an indication of how better you are as a player.
Dude, all that matters is beating the game, though. That's all that matters.
Oh, boy. Of course it is.
Yep. Nothing else matters. There's just there's nothing else to consider. No game design element. No, none of the combat balancing. Fuck no. Just you beat the game. It's like, all right, sure.
Game other than just an ego boost, and weren't so easy to fill due to how forgiving DMC5 is regarding its style meter mechanics. So not only is the lock-on ability inconsistent and tedious at times, the game utterly fails at pushing a player into playing the game
but don't worry, he
which
still
would
likes
translate into using said inconsistent lock-on to better manage the camera. The lock-on inconsistencies and general wonky design doesn't mitigate camera issues as much as it could. New players will not be masters at lock-on and will therefore
masters
need to
at
be using
lock-on.
the manual camera a lot. And the game
I need to make that a role in my Discord server. Masters of lock-on.
Talk about fucking hyperbole. Second of all, you haven't described at all what's wonky about the lock-on. Like, what's this general wonkiness you're talking about? I would like you
it
to
locks
expand
onto
on this
the
point.
closer enemy. It's bad. Okay.
It locks onto the enemy that's the most immediate threat to me. Wow, so fucking bad, right?
Let's see. Rolls plus new role. Masters of lock-on. I'm just gonna give it out to people. You know, this will be like the general role that like people get when they join the server. That's what this is gonna be. Masters of lock-on.
Since, you know, mastering lock-on is so fucking easy.
Dude, it takes so much skill, but at the same time, the game doesn't push you to master it. Yes, the game does not push me to master. So fucking weird. Who says this?
I don't know. Mayo, obviously. You
Fucking
fucking kidding me?
dude, condiments don't know shit about reviewing.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Let's get this fucking. He's just repeating himself at this point. Let's get this fucking shit over with.
manual camera a lot. And the game's lack of a challenging difficulty leads to players not even learning the lock-on system because it's not even needed since bad play is rewarded.
I'm gonna
Okay.
need some fucking citation
Wow,
for that
was
third one.
Exhausting. And fun. I really enjoy talking about this stuff and thinking about games and why I feel the way I do about them.
No, I'm
working
not
on
gonna
another
fucking let this
video
go.
like
I
this
want
that talks
citation
about-
for that third point since you're actively speaking for so many people.
I really enjoy talking about this. I can tell, Mayo, by the excitement in your voice and just fucking. Oh, I'm sure you do, buddy. I'm sure you do.
Let me just make a broad sweeping claim about a bunch of players and then not actually provide evidence or citation for it. Yeah, seems
Why don't
reasonable.
you do that?
I have nothing to conclude except for the fact that you're being dishonest at this point, because that's what this is.
Let's see. I'm gonna make the Masters of Lock. I don't want it to be. I want it to be like mayonnaise. So I'm gonna make it kind of yellow. You know, just that slight amount.
I don't like mayonnaise. It's
Not-
liquidy.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
It's
Let's-
liquidy,
let's get
gross,
I do about them.
gets
I'm working
everywhere.
on another video like this that talks about games pushing you into their systems through
Oh
challenge,
no,
and that's
we're gonna
really
talk
exciting.
about that.
Like and subscribe and all that. Follow me on Twitch. Support me on Patreon.
I can't show his logo. Fucking copyright doesn't. I'm fucking right, obviously. But
Okay, we're finally fucking done with that.
That
piece
was,
of shit.
that
I'm
was
gonna
not
go grab
good.
I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, and I guess we can fucking express our thoughts
Yep, I'm
on
gonna
this
talk.
lovely
I'm
video.
gonna talk about the Sierra Madre for a bit while you do that. Yep, we're gonna get a new role in the Sierra Madre. It's gonna be the Masters of Lock-On. I think it's just gonna go to people who, you know, just join us. I guess I'll have to set it to where it does that, you know. But man, mastering Lock-On. What a bizarre fucking thing to say. Like, I don't understand. It's so bizarre. Mastering Lock-On. Like, so Lock-On? It's like you see an enemy, and you're like, oh, hey, I want to do certain moves to that enemy. It's like, so what do? You have to press a button. It's like, wow, you expect new players to master this fucking system? Sure. Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Shuckle, please save me. Shuckle's big now. He's big boy. He's gonna give Dimitrescu a smooch. He's gonna be like, And look at her, she's smiling. She loves Shuckle. Who doesn't love Shuckle? You know, Shuckle's fucking, he's pretty based. Not gonna lie, he's pretty fucking based. You know, we're just gonna put him there. What about Sturm? How you doing, Sturm? Okay, cool. Glad to hear it. You know, pretty cool. I like Sturm. I like Luce's little drawing of Sturm, little chibi, his pet. I need to see more art of Luce Belmont with Sturm, though. That's the, you know, I want him to be like riding Sturm around, like, you know, just vroom, chasing after like me and Shuckle or something, and like we're just standing there because we're just too cool. Shuckle's immovable as fuck. This is what I talk about when I'm in my alone time trying to entertain people. That was not a good video. Don't really. I just don't know what else to say because he kept repeating himself at a point. It's just like, no, this is still bad. Like, I'm sorry, Mayo, but your video is pretty terrible. Your points are not. They don't do well on their own. That is for fucking sure. None of it holds up under scrutiny, and we're not like being. I'm certain there's gonna be one person who's like, "You fucking elitists who mastered the lock on." It's like, no, wait, press a button. Fucking Jesus. Oh man. Let's see here. Message history. Connect, speak, use voice activity. There we go. Just typical roll, right? Masters of lock on. It's gonna be mayonnaise colored. It's gonna be a curse. It's gonna be a cursed roll. Oh my god. I need a drink too, actually. I'm gonna have me some water. I don't even. It's like you can tell he got criticized and he just did not know how to handle it, so he just had to try and go deeper, and it just failed. It was a colossal failure. Oh my god. And if it was such a big point of contention with the game, why would it not be in your main video? My pacing. It's like, okay, buddy. Sure. That's, yeah. Oh, I got a notification, sorry. I was looking at something. Anyways, let's, I'm gonna be setting up this here. Rolling my server for a bit. I think I'm going to keep Sturm at that size. I think that's a good size for him. Maybe, you know what, actually. There we go. None of that mayonnaise. I love Shuckle. What can I say? He's just fucking adorable. I'm going to look at some comments on the premiering episode 7, by the way. I'm going to see what we got going on there, actually, before I set up this roll. Dang, I'm liking the feedback so far. It's good stuff. Alright. But I gotta set up this fucking roll. I don't know where Luce is. Maybe he, you know, maybe he found some catnip along the way. You know, he's having himself a little going on. Who fucking knows?
Sorry about that.
You are good, my dude. I've just been kind of rambling a little bit, but that's okay.
Sick.
Working on the new Masters of Lock On roll.
Nice.
Oh, the color of it's so ugly. So yeah, thoughts?
Fuck.
Nice.
In all seriousness, I knew this video was bad first time that I watched it, but like rewatching it and actually having to provide a real time
actually observe what he's saying.
Yeah, like fucking discuss it and counter it in real fucking time. It's just a This man projects so fucking much.
Yeah, I just get the impression that he was salty about being criticized and felt that he had to, you know, follow through, I guess, with
Shitty
what he had
fucking critique.
yeah, what he had said before, and it just he couldn't. Hence why he fucking repeated himself so much, and it just none of it holds up under scrutiny. None of this holds up.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
This
my
entire
boy.
fucking thing is just nonsense.
I like how he actually referenced the video that we're gonna be watching next. Oh my god.
Yay! Holy shit! We're finally here, halfway done.
Sort of, yeah, pretty much. Oh,
I say,
about.
s- say halfway, because we're not gonna watch the full third video, because
Yeah.
once you see it, you're gonna understand why. But it's
Yeah.
Just
we're
wait,
not
just
going
wait.
through the whole fucking third video. You'll see why though.
yeah.
It's not because we're looking to misrepresent him or anything. It's because there's really only a certain thing that needs to be watched. But
It's hard to misrepresent dishonesty.
yeah, yeah, it's it does it all on its own pretty much. Let me real quick. Whoops. Fuck. Why is it not? Why can I not scroll down? What the fuck? Oh god, that looks terrible. I don't know what that was all about. Fuck. I guess, okay. I'm just gonna, real quick. This is gonna look terrible, but I don't fucking care. Let me get rid of. Watch together. Looks kind of funny. Let me copy this link. Let me paste that link. And all right, so let's just do that. And I guess you ready to just get into this?
Man, this fucking marauder. I assume this is a marauder. This fucking marauder with his dumbass blue bow tie. Just, ugh, lovely.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't fucking copyright strike us for it. But yeah, take it away, Mayo. We're just gonna listen to the whole video until he starts talking about Devil May Cry 5, because I feel as though it's kind of relevant, and we'll get to that when we get there. Let's, it's fine. We might make comments as he talks.
Question. What if every level in Tetris could be beaten by just putting any block wherever you want, and the only reason to set up large clears was a point system? What if in Metal Gear Solid the alert system didn't cause more enemies to come in and hunt you? What if in Gears of War you had 20 times the health?
You can just tell. You can just tell what he's setting up for.
You would never have any reason to play these games well, to engage in their systems. You would never need to think about your block placement and plan your next move. You'd have no reason to use stealth mechanics to avoid detection. You wouldn't need to use the cover system the game is built around. Games need to push you into their systems through challenge. This is challenge-based player engagement. Let's look at one of the greatest games of all time, Super Mario 64. It was revolutionary.
That's not one of the greatest games of all time.
Large open design, movement freedom, the music is great. I mean, there's so much to love about it. But what keeps you playing is the gameplay. To beat Mario 64, you need to collect stars throughout the level to open doors that lead to the rest of the game, eventually unlocking the final boss door with 70 stars. Some of these stars are easy to get, but some of them are quite tricky, and if you want to progress through the game, you need to engage in the gameplay systems the developers created and start playing the game better, using things like the ground pound to eliminate fall damage from a big jump, using the triple jump to increase your jump distance and reach a faraway star, wall jumping to reach high areas. Mario 64 is a platformer with thoughtful design put into the options for the player. Some of these stars can be rather difficult for a new player to get. They're gonna fail repeatedly, missing jumps, dying, screwing up their coordination. They may get frustrated, but since the game is so fun, that frustration eventually leads to excitement and satisfaction once you finally pull off that difficult jump and get the star you've been after for 10 minutes now. And not only do you get the star, you learn new skills.
It's a good thing that he's acknowledging how this game rewards the player and not dismissing it.
That when you start your second playthrough, it'll be a whole new experience for you going in as a good player. And there are so many awesome techniques and strategies to learn that you can study the game for years and become a speedrunner if you want.
Kind of like Devil May Cry.
Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine a Mario 64 where every star is on the ground. Maybe not every star, but all stars needed to progress and beat the game. Enter this world and just run around picking up the stars on the ground and then move on to the next world and repeat. Would Mario 64 be considered a great game if that were the case? The systems would still be there, you could still triple jump and wall jump and all that cool stuff, but there would be no actual reason to use it. Most people would play the game never learning the interesting systems or seeing all the coolest areas, and they would think it was really basic and boring. And it would be pretty ridiculous to then scold those people and say, well, why aren't you exploring the world and using all the cool jumping mechanics?
He's so
There's so much
fucking
depth.
bitter.
You're choosing to play the game in a boring way. If Mario 64 were designed like that, and players came away thinking the game was pretty boring, would you blame the players for not trying to have fun? Or would you blame the game for not pushing the players into its fun systems? The challenge involved in collecting the required stars is what drives the player to engage in the game's systems and fall in love with the gameplay through experimentation, through creative problem solving, through mastery of the controls, through failure and success. Good games push you into their systems. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions,
That's
but
an
if you think
objective
of the
claim,
best
by the
games
way.
of all time, you'll find that the
Which I don't
majority of
necessarily
them
disagree with.
directly connect their gameplay systems with challenge. Challenge-based gameplay isn't only for games with a focus on action or platforming. We can apply this to Resident Evil. What is involved in enjoying the Resident Evil experience for the first time? Exploring the map in search of important items and resources. Avoiding combat when possible because you don't have a lot of ammo, which plays into the tension and fear. Making smart decisions in the management of your inventory. If you can only hold 8 items, or 6 in the case of Chris, you can't run around with 80% of your inventory filled with weapons and ammo. You won't have room for keys or puzzle items. You can't play overcautiously with half an inventory of health items for the same reason. The challenge in Resident Evil doesn't come from the action or the deadliness of the zombies. It comes from your inventory, exploration,
I would
puzzle
say it
solving,
comes from
resource
both.
management. And
So you
if
say,
you're not
why
used
would
to
it
them,
not?
the
Why did they have to be
controls.
mutually
Now,
exclusive?
let's imagine the first time you play Resident Evil, they give you a grenade launcher with 200 rounds. What effect would that have on the game? You would never fear a zombie encounter, you could kill every single enemy easily, you wouldn't need any other weapons, so your inventory space is freer, so you don't have to think about that either. You would never take damage, making health items irrelevant, further freeing up the inventory. You'd have less reason to explore the maps because you don't need any resources. Basically, the entire game breaks down because the challenge is gone. And without the challenge, there's no reason to engage in the survival systems.
I mean, if they built the game around the idea of the player having that, it
I'm
could
sure
work.
there's people who would still enjoy it, just running around blasting enemies that stand
But they would
no
have to
chance,
design the
never
game
having to think
around
about
that
anything.
specifically.
And you can do that once you unlock the infinite rocket launcher, but you gotta actually play the game first. Getting that rocket launcher is your reward for mastering the game's systems and becoming a good Resident Evil player, so good that you can beat the game in under 3 hours. This isn't a new concept, but it's a topic that's been in discussion more lately, especially on my channel with the success of Doom Eternal and videos I've made on Titanfall 2 and Devil May Cry 5. If this is the first time you've seen a video on my channel, at the time of making this video, my channel is mostly known for my coverage of Doom Eternal. Not the story or the art or news, but
And it still
analysis
is.
of the gameplay, enemy AI, weapon strategies, and how the game leans into its systems. It's a game that has very deliberate design decisions behind it. Being a good Doom Eternal player means that you use a variety of weapons, stay very mobile, watch your equipment charges, master the strategies behind taking down different kinds of enemies. The game uses the first few levels to show you some of these systems and get you out of lazy habits by giving you a low ammo capacity at the start so you use more than one gun, and with a weak point targeting system that incentivizes you to use different mods and put the odds more in your favor. You don't have to do these things, but the game will be much smoother if you do, and you'll be involved in a very active gameplay experience. As the game loosens up on these
Kinda like Devil May
restrictions,
Cry.
you'll unlock higher ammo capacities and be able to rely more on your weapons of choice. But by that time, you've already
What's the point of those
experienced
unlocks,
the
though, if
benefit
you
of
could still
cycling
play
through
the game
different
without
weapons,
them?
so you probably won't. The game pushes you just enough to let you fall in love with the systems they're showing you, and then gives you the freedom to continue using those systems if you so choose once you advance past the first levels. You start
kinda like
meeting
Devil May
different
Cry.
enemies that encourage you to continue engaging in these systems. Maybe at this point you're mostly using the sticky bombs and the plasma rifle. But then there's the Prowler, a quick teleporting enemy that harasses at a distance and clobbers you up close. He's fast, evasive, and hard to target. Then you realize that the meat hook on the super shotgun causes him to freeze in place, and an up-close double-barrel shot instantly kills him. It's not the only way, but if you start using the meat hook when you see prowlers, you're getting used to even more weapon switching, and now you're flying around the arena with the meat hook in a very deliberate way. From there, it's a very easy step in logic to start thinking about using the meat hook as a killing blow for enemies that are close to death, using it to escape a dangerous situation, using it to get airborne over the battlefield.
So playing creatively.
Once you get the ballista, you can one-shot a prowler at a distance to stagger him, and then meat hook over to perform the glory kill and get a health bonus. The game is full of little things like this that push the player into using its interesting and creative systems, and showing them how fun the game can be if you choose to engage with it.
Fun. Choose to engage? Oh, buddy.
It's that the options actually mean something in the gameplay. Just
like
with
Devil May
Mario
Cry.
64. Figuring out that you can reach a star with a wall jump is the game pushing you into its systems, and the developers are hoping that you'll end up enjoying those systems and find yourself inspired to dive deeper into them and use them creatively. If every star could be collected by ignoring the game's systems, the systems would have no reason to exist. This brings me back to Titanfall 2 and Devil May Cry 5. Admittedly, Titanfall 2 has some really awesome advanced movement mechanics. It's fast, there's sliding, wall running, sprinting doesn't cancel reload animations so there's no interrupting your speed, online multiplayer has stuff like grapple hooks. It's one of the reasons the game is so loved by its community. Because of my love for Doom Eternal, a lot of people told me I need to play the campaign of Titanfall 2. I'm not a multiplayer fan, so the multiplayer was not suggested to me. I heard the single player campaign was great, so I checked it out. And in my video, I said that yes, the movement is great, the guns feel good to use, the levels are cool, but the enemy variety is severely lacking and the AI is straight up bad. The AI issue is huge because in a game where the player has so much mobility and power, the enemies need to be smart enough to deal with it. The enemies in Titanfall 2 just kinda stand there like idiots, and the solution to most combat encounters is just barge into the room and blast everyone in the chest. Yes, the game has really cool systems of advanced movement, which are showcased in the multiplayer, but if the AI is so bad
somehow I don't trust what he has to say about Titanfall 2.
Necessary, what's
Neither
the point?
do I.
If your
I haven't seen his
response is
review
because
nor
the
played it,
movement
but I don't
mechanics
trust
are
it.
fun to do, right, I hear you, I agree they are fun, but if they're ultimately meaningless, that fun is pretty fleeting. It's like telling the Mario player that they should be wall jumping and exploring
600
because
hours.
it's fun, even if every star needed to win is on the ground. It's a failure of game design, not the player. The same issue is present in Devil May Cry 5.
Oh boy, we're here.
The game is known for its stylish combos and deep combat, but the game doesn't offer new players difficulty options higher than normal on their first playthrough. And that first playthrough is filled with non-aggressive enemies with low health that can be killed by mashing one attack button.
There's that fucking clip again!
Okay.
Of him intentionally missing a fucking swing.
So, man, that was a really fucking painful... You could just tell the whole fucking time he's so bitter, and it's all building up to Devil May Cry 5.
Yup. Also, yeah, such non-aggressive enemies while you show, like, 2 enemy types, I think. One of them being Hellkinas, which we've already established at length that they're meant to be more punching bag enemies that aren't as hard to kill as the others.
They're ads, additional damage dealers. They're just there to present risk, but also allow the player to do whatever they want, basically, with them.
Yep, but that's not to say that if you're fucking reckless, they won't fucking catch your ass out. I have had many an occasion where I was fucking styling on an enemy, and I forgot that a Hellkina existed, and they fucking yipped my ass into oblivion. Obviously, they didn't yip my ass into oblivion, but they still hit me and punished me for, you know,
yeah, on Dante Must Die, they hit
careless.
pretty hard. So, dang, we're finally here. All of that built. So, you want to talk about his analogy of, oh, what if in Mario 64 all the stars were on the ground? It's like, that's not comparable. You need stars to complete the game. In Devil May Cry, you just need to get to the end of the level, basically, and kill the boss. Which I guarantee you will not be beating by mashing triangle. Oh, bye-bye, Luce. Wah, wah. Hello, my friend.
I cut out after that's not comparable.
So the thing about the Mario 64 thing with stars just being on the ground, that is not comparable. One, because Mario 64 was not a game built with that concept in mind, so this hypothetical doesn't even make sense right off the bat. And two, in Devil May Cry 5, you're not collecting. It's not a collectathon like like Spyro or Mario 64. It's a linear game where you go through a level and you fight enemies. That is it. Which is not a bad thing, by the way. I'm not being reductionist or trying to oversimplify. That's just, it's typically how the game functions.
Yeah. And if Mario 64 was built around those stars being on the ground, then yeah, it would still probably be pretty good because the developers accounted for that shit.
How is this guy gonna say that the fun is fleeting when you're just enjoying the mechanics when he hasn't even tried doing that?
And better yet, I find it fucking hilarious that he mentions choosing to engage with the mechanics for Doom Eternal when he made the active choice not to do so for Devil May Cry 5.
What a fucking hypocrite.
What a legend.
He will give Doom Eternal all the concessions, which he should, because that's, he's directly acknowledging the game's design choices and choosing to run with them, which is good. You should do that. But with Devil May Cry, or apparently Titanfall 2, no, fuck that. It needs to be brutally difficult to the point that he will use a lock-on and master it, because that lock-on mastery is really fucking important in Devil May Cry. Oh my god.
It's kind of like how... Okay, so theoretically, technically, you can beat every enemy in Shadow of the Colossus with just your bow and arrow. As long as you just hit it at the right angle. I assume so. But let's say theoretically you could. I would still say that there's plenty of reason to still climb up on the fucking Colossus and stab him with your sword.
Here's the crux of the problem with this video. He's treating player motivation as if every player is strictly tied to the challenge of the game. You would think the fact that so many people were commenting on his video and he acknowledged these people, saying, you do these things to have fun, you use the lock-on because it's convenient, blah, 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 get style points, blah, 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 blah. You would think that he would at least be willing to acknowledge that, maybe it's just not for him or something to that effect, and it's just something that's appreciated. Maybe even call it an acquired taste. I'd still be like, but something to that effect. But no, he just refuses. He continues to push that this is objective. And I know as soon as you bring it up, it would be, oh, it's my opinion. But no, you are pushing this as if it's objective. You are ignoring the responses and deliberately dismissing them. You are painting this up to be objective, and you're fucking wrong.
Breath of the Wild, it's not a particularly difficult game. It's got its moments or areas that can be difficult, but for the most part, the majority of the game, it's not particularly difficult. So why is it that so many people enjoy the game? Well, it might be due to the fact that it has really satisfying exploration and traversal mechanics that motivate players towards, getting better with its systems and discovering locations, because players are rewarded with things like items or weapons, and sometimes they're rewarded with spirit orbs that allow them to either increase their stamina or increase their health. So if a player wants to get the Master Sword right away, they can choose to focus on their hearts. Or if a character doesn't care about the Master Sword, they can just pump it all into stamina until they can't pump anymore. It's the freedom of exploration and discovering at your own pace in Breath of the Wild that motivates people, or most people, I'd imagine, to playing it. It's not particularly difficult, but it's still satisfying to play.
It doesn't need to be difficult.
Yeah, difficulty is not inherently what makes something satisfying to play. Can't fucking stand Dynasty Warriors, but I can bet you there are plenty of people who have fun playing. Well, I'm not can't stand, but I personally don't enjoy Dynasty Warriors games that much, because not necessarily because of the fact that they're easy, but because there's little to no depth to them for the most part. So I don't play them that often, but I imagine people do. Even if it's not difficult, even if it's not that deep, there's a number of factors that can make a game satisfying to play other than difficulty.
Yeah, it's literally the number of possible reasons as to why someone would enjoy a game is countless. And it's not even disagreeing with the notion that challenge matters. Obviously it is. Challenge is a great way to encourage player engagement, just like a Dark Souls. It has built a fucking legacy off of it. But like, yeah, I know fucking Dark Souls, but like, it's the truth. Um, but there's I've met people who are like, I don't even care for the Dark Souls gameplay or it being hard or whatever. I just like the world. And I'm like, that's perfectly, that's your reason for doing so. There's again, it could be anything.
Fucking Minecraft. Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't imagine. I haven't played it in fucking forever, but I wouldn't imagine it's a horribly difficult game. Obviously, you can choose whatever difficulty you want. Yeah. But of course, the main draw is surviving and mining and creating your own world. Same for Dragon Quest Builders. Dragon Quest Builders is not a particularly difficult game, but it's centered around the narrative of you going around the world and making life better for other people who are oppressed by a Lord of Evil, because you're the only person in the world who can do that. So you've got the goal of making life better for everybody else with the skills that only you have through building. It's not particularly difficult, but it's still satisfying because the game always shows you the reaction that people have when you build shit for them. And when you see people being extremely happy and cheering whenever you make something for them, it's really fucking satisfying, even if the game itself is not extremely difficult.
I would honestly I would take it a step further and say some games, honestly, even though they have them, and it's great that they have them, don't need a hard difficulty. Fucking Mass Effect, like, you do not need insanity difficulty, even though I think it's great, and I love it. But that fucking hell, like, I've known people who've only played on like the easiest difficulty, and they've played those games countless times because the characters and story are so fucking lovable.
Yeah.
And some people really like the gameplay of it. Fucking Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda have pretty goddamn solid gameplay. Andromeda its gameplay was pretty much the one thing people unanimously were able to acknowledge. Yeah, this gameplay is actually like really fucking terrific, but people didn't care about that because facial animations and glitches apparently. I'm gonna make a video about it one day, but in the meantime,
And even then, I refuse to believe that Devil May Cry 5 on Devil Hunter and higher is an easy fucking game. It's just not. I hate to tell you.
I would probably say that Devil Hunter, even when I first played it, I would say it's easy relatively, but I'm not gonna be some fucking pretentious douchebag who's like, it's devoid of challenge and I can just fucking I don't have to master the lock-on system or master the art of pressing other buttons.
The entire game can be beaten just by screwing around.
Yeah, the game rewards you for playing poorly. No, it doesn't. Please stop saying that.
No, it's
very untrue, and you know it is.
It's very untrue, yes.
We get it. You had a weird first experience,
and quit saying,
but stop projecting.
Quit saying the game, and also quit saying the game is a button masher as if that fucking means anything. Every game is a game where you mash buttons to some fucking extent. I would extend the exact same courtesy to God of War, even though I don't care for them. I hate the argument that it's just a button masher because just saying it's a button masher tells me nothing about the game. And why that might be a problem.
Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human are button mashers. You mash buttons at points. Like, alright.
Fucking hell. Dynasty Warriors is a button masher.
Yeah,
doesn't tell me why it is that the game is.
It's kind of like when you call games like, I don't know, Death Stranding a walking simulator, and it's like, okay, I mean, sure. It's not exactly review terminology that I would recommend using, just saying.
Saying something is a walking simulator or a mail delivery simulator or a button masher, that shit is reductive, and it doesn't tell me anything about the quality of the game at hand.
Dude, Hannibal, it's just a cooking show.
It is. I've never seen it, but it is.
Do you know?
You go, buddy.
Do you know about Hannibal Lecter?
Yes, I know about Hannibal.
Okay, well then you at least get the context. Yeah, no, it's God. He's just so fucking bitter, and like you could just tell he was building up to the Devil May Cry thing the whole time. Like you're just waiting for
fucking
it. Everything he
10
says.
fucking minutes of build up, all to just shit on Devil May Cry 5.
He loves the game though. He thinks the combat system's good, I guess. That's whatever.
Oh god, this fucking shot where he just intentionally misses, it'll never stop annoying me.
The game rewards you for playing bad on purpose. No, your video rewards you for playing bad on purpose because you think that it makes the game look bad when it's really not. But, I guess that's just how dishonesty works.
I guess.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Can be killed by mashing one attack button. On top of that, it has a bunch of orbs that let you revive if you die, and the game gives you 100,000
Which it
red
punishes
orbs at
you
the
for
start
using?
to unlock your abilities, so you don't even have the incentive to do stylish combos to gain.
Can we talk about the fact that he's just going to completely deliberately ignore the drawbacks to using gold orbs?
Yeah,
If
like
you-
your mission rank, or even fucking the fact that reviving with red orbs will continue to increase in price every fucking time that you use them.
Which inhibits your ability to 1. Use Dr. Faust, 2. Buy Devil Breakers, and 3. Buy abilities.
And revive, because eventually you're gonna fucking run out of orbs.
And I know this guy is really fucking desperate to pretend that red orbs don't matter and unlocking things don't matter, but guess what? They do. So I'm not fucking humoring that. Yes,
Neither am I.
If you use a gold orb, you automatically lose, what, a quarter of your score in your fucking mission rank? Which, Jesus Christ.
Pretty sure it's a third, considering the fact that if you've got triple continues, it fucking, well, no.
If
I
you
don't know.
use,
I believe that.
if you use 3 gold orbs, your score will get knocked down to 25%.
Yup.
If you use 2, you don't get punished for that, which is kind of weird, I guess, but whatever.
No, you'll get punished for continues. It's just that.
Well,
it's
you'll
only,
get
it's
you only
it's
get the
3
one punishment though. Like
Yeah,
you
yeah, but
you
when
lose
you
like
use-
50%.
Yeah, but when you use 30 or when you use 3 continues, regardless of red orbs or gold orbs, then it's
Yeah.
it's a fucking hefty penalty, which affects how many red orbs you get at the end of the mission, which affects how fast you're able to unlock your abilities or get Devil Breakers or use Dr. Faust. This is the first game where through the entire game, it is important to consistently have a high number of red orbs.
Also,
It's the first game of the fucking series.
let's think about this realistically. So, you're a player, you're really bad at the game. It's like, oh well. You use like 3 gold orbs every mission. Here's the thing, eventually you're gonna run out of gold orbs, and when you're not making a lot of red orbs because you keep fucking crippling your score, you're not gonna have a lot of gold orbs, and you're gonna start struggling. And then guess what? You're gonna start improving. So
It's
yeah,
almost like this argument that you keep trying to make about Devil May Cry 5
it's so bad.
being fucking difficult. And I have a feeling, I've got a feeling, could be projecting. I've got a feeling it has something to do with God of War. Because you know everybody praises a lot of people praise Devil May Cry 5 for having just the best combat system out there, while God of War, the originals, are berated for having extremely shallow and just quote unquote
Uninteresting
button
combat.
mashy combat systems. But he loves God of War. So I've got a feeling, I've got a hunch. I'm not saying it's true, I'm not saying it's 100% the case. I've got a hunch saying that he had a bias towards Devil May Cry from the start.
And considering that he only played it because people, quote unquote, kept telling him to play it.
And considering the fact that he even actively mentions in his Devil May Cry 5 review that he's pissed off
Not really
people
caring
call
about the
Devil
series.
that people call the original God of War's button mashers, but praise Devil May Cry 5 for its amazing combat systems.
Yeah.
So
there's-
considering the fact that he literally mentions God of War in his review, I have a feeling he intentionally went in wanting to not like it.
there's just so, it's like, okay, someone might be thinking that's a little bit extreme. Here's the thing though, when you actually do what we do and you stop to listen to all of his points, and there's just so much fucking bitterness, it's like, how am I not to extrapolate that the motivation itself was of some form of bitterness? Like, I don't really know about the whole, him just being salty about God of War, whatever the fuck. But like, it's really hard to deny that there's such a fucking bias against the game just right out the gate, with him, not having like the aesthetic, not having really been interested, not really caring for the genre, only playing it because people told him to. Like, how am I supposed to fucking believe that this guy played this out of genuine interest and a desire to represent the game as it is, rather than how he perceives it?
And he wants to perceive it as less than God of War.
It really fucking
That's
seems
what I'm
like
getting, at least. Yeah, especially considering the fact I wouldn't be as inclined to say this if, again,
He just wasn't so bitter.
Well, no, not that. If he hadn't actually mentioned this point about God of War and its relation to Devil May Cry in his fucking Devil May Cry 5 video.
Yep.
That is what really tips me over the edge into actually thinking that he wants to not like Devil May Cry 5.
And combine him saying that with just how he seems to go out of his way to misrepresent the game, and I'm starting to scratch my chin a bit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that he actively just. I can't fucking get over it. The fact that he just actively made the choice not to engage with the game's mechanics.
Don't review a game if you're gonna fucking do that. Don't fucking do it. It's just.
It's like how in Code Vein, if I were to make a review, hint, about Code Vein, and I just didn't engage with the magic system that the game has at all, and I complained that there was next to no depth to the game or its combat systems. It'd be really fucking stupid, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I played Code Vein pretty passively, and if I would not make a review of it because of that, it would be fucking stupid. But whatever. Let's go.
Incentive to do stylish combos to gain more orbs. You already have every ability you need, and there
No,
isn't
you
even a
don't. No, you
reason to
fucking
use
no.
those abilities since
I'm stomping this in the fucking foot right now. You will not get every fucking ability with 100,000 red orbs.
First of all, when you start the game, you can't even unlock abilities till mission 2, so shut up about that. Second, that's only for Nero. 100,000 orbs will not unlock everything for Nero.
Then you have get more orbs like 50,000 red orbs?
Yes. And then you have 2, or in the case of Special Edition, 3 other characters to consider. 100,000 red orbs, it can get you a lot for one character, or it can get you a few things for multiple characters. But anyone listening to this, if you actually are like hearing his video and thinking, wow, 100,000 red orbs will unlock me everything. No, it fucking won't. I promise you, it won't. He's being extremely fucking dishonest about this. No, it's complete horse crap.
You will not come close to unlocking every fucking ability with 100,000 red orbs. Not even fucking close. And then after that, you also got to think about Devil Breakers.
The thing to also consider is abilities increase in price as you buy them. And some of them are just straight up set to really high prices, like those taunts, the EX provocations, which are 3 million.
Yep.
So, no, this is so fucking dishonest. Oh my god.
I don't remember how much enemy step is, but I imagine enemy step is a pretty fucking hefty price.
I want to say it's either 10,000 or 20,000. Either way, it's a chunky one.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically or theoretically, I'm gonna assume that for now enemy step is 20,000 points or 20,000 red orbs in Devil May Cry 5. Assuming I can't fact check this obviously right now at least. Okay, enemy step is 20,000. Get more orbs is 50,000. You fucking if you get enemy step or if you get more orbs, that's gonna make enemy step increase in price. And because of the fact that enemy step and get more orbs are very crucial to your gameplay, that means you're not going to have that much if you decide to get both of those abilities.
I don't know if it's enemy step's crucial for higher level players, I guess, but get more orbs is just kind of there.
Enemy step is also can be useful to casual players as well because it helps them to better avoid damage by staying in the air. Get more orbs is honestly an ability that shouldn't even fucking exist.
It's kind of a joke at this point.
Yeah, it should just be an ability you have at base.
Yeah.
It's there's not much. There's basically there's not much challenge to just going around the arena and picking up orbs.
Yeah. And here's the thing, he straight up acknowledged in his last video, the 100,000 red orbs is a pre-order bonus. These reviews that he has posted,
or deluxe edition.
Yeah, these reviews he has posted came out well after the game came out. So at that point, the person buying the game is either going to buy the standard edition and not have this, or they're going to buy the deluxe edition knowing they have this reward, and probably for the reward. I would assume that's why you get the fucking deluxe edition, but whatever.
Let's also get some other goodies like
but what I'm saying is that if this is a fucking pre-order bonus, or it comes with this version of the game, you as the consumer, either that or you bought a product that you didn't know about, which is fucking baffling to me, but So he got the deluxe edition of the game and then complained about the goodies that it gave him. Like, I absolutely buy the argument that deluxe editions fuck with how games play, but don't criticize the game objectively by pretending this applies to everyone, because it doesn't.
I didn't have the deluxe edition. There's a deluxe edition upgrade, which fucking baffles me. And I didn't actually have that upgrade until like halfway through my first playthrough.
Yeah.
So, get fucked, I guess. I certainly didn't have this problem that
Yeah.
you had of having every ability.
I had the standard edition at first, and yeah, I didn't even have this, so...
So automatically, like, get
Oh,
fucked with this
and,
argument.
you know, since, in response to my arguments about how Special Edition fixes some of the problems that he has, his response was, well, that doesn't change how other players experience the game. Okay, so what he's saying about the Deluxe Edition does not change my experience, therefore, argument invalid. Fuck off.
Doesn't change my experience either, because I didn't even have the deluxe edition upgrade until, again, halfway through the fucking game.
Yeah, how's he just gonna ignore the fucking standard edition newcomers like that? Like, bro, I thought you were trying to speak for everyone.
So funny!
It's funny how just in how many ways can you make an argument that just how many ways can your argument fall apart? Like, honestly.
Reason to use those abilities since the game is so easy. The criticism I get from this is that I'm supposed to be trying to fill up my style meter, but the style meter doesn't mean anything. If I just wanted a combo simulator, that would be fine, but I want a well-crafted campaign that challenges me and has...
I should also point out that he's not actually giving a proper representation of the counter to his points. You know, he's like, oh, I'm told that I should
straw manning.
Yeah, he's like, I'm told I should fill up the style meter. Okay, is that literally all people said? Like, are you fucking? I can go to the comments and absolutely tell you that no, that is not what everyone was saying. There was much more to it, and he's deliberately ignoring that to make a straw man. It is so dishonest.
Campaign that challenges me and has in-game benefits to engaging with its systems. Games should make a player fall in love with how it's supposed to be played, not assume the player is automatically...
Good thing DMC did that for me and millions of others.
Devil May Cry 5 has amazing systems, but its refusal to push new players into those systems leaves a lot of players thinking the game is just a boring mash fest because they don't get to the point...
Listen to this language. He is referring to lots of people, not just himself. Again, he's trying to speak on behalf of others, rather than just explaining that this is his own take, opinion, and experience, which, you know, wouldn't measure up in objective criticism anyways, but holy fucking shit. You there, Luce? Something must have happened. That's okay, though. But yeah, listen to this language. It's so... Just listen.
Into those systems leaves a lot of players thinking the game is just a boring mash fest because they don't get to the point where you unlock challenging difficulties that actually require you to play well.
So who are these people that he's talking about? Who are these other players? What is he referring to? He's just saying, he's making general claims. What's up?
I'll be right back. I got to do something real quick. It'll just take a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
So sorry about that.
Baba booey, baba booey. No. But yeah, I'm gonna give this one more little listen.
With how it's supposed to be played, not assume the player is automatically going to play that way.
It doesn't.
Devil May Cry 5 has amazing systems, but its refusal to push new players into those systems leaves a lot of players thinking the game is just a boring mash fest because they don't get to the point where you unlock challenging difficulties that actually require you to play well.
So who are these players? What are these experiences you're talking about? And you know, how can you again, it's stuff that he can say that no one can disprove because he doesn't have an actual citation for it. Oh man, it's fucking rich, isn't it? These Mayo videos get so exhausting. I think I might actually be done covering him for a while after this because this whole thing, boy oh boy, it has been an experience, my friend. It has been an experience. Like, and again, Mayo, buddy, we don't have a problem with you. We don't dislike you as a person. but your coverage of this game is god awful, and your response to criticism of your coverage is even worse. It is really, really bad. If you wanna make an argument, you should probably cite citations for the arguments being made against you, and directly respond to them. You know, you could do. I can't believe I'm about to fucking say this. You could do what Donkey did, where he pulls up the comments and responds to them. Now, granted, Donkey did not respond basically at all. He just pulled them up and tried to make the funny joke. But you could actually do that. You could pull up the comments and be like, okay, so, what about blah, 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 and try to have an actual discussion. Instead, you oversimplify the argument by saying people say I should just fill up the style meter. Like, that's not all you do, for one. That's blatantly wrong. And what the fuck? And then you just continue to roll with it. That's called straw man. That is a logical fallacy that rightfully pisses people off quite a bit. I'm gonna say. In fact, for those who don't know what a straw man is, I'm gonna Google it real quick and I'm just gonna read you the definition, just so we have a proper understanding of what I'm referring to. A straw man is a form of argument and an informal fallacy of having the impression of refuting an argument, whereas the real subject of the argument was not addressed or refuted, but instead replaced with a false one. One who engages in this fallacy is said to be attacking a straw man. You're building a straw man. You're building an argument and misrepresenting what's actually being said. That is extremely dishonest. Please stop doing that. You can do better. Like, Jesus H, man. I just don't know how much more I can say, and I don't want to keep watching the video without loose. It's just one of those things, as a good old, I think Frank Sinatra said. Let's check out some of the comments on my thing. So Dank Memer 74, epic name, my gamer, says, "Let me put it this way. I love Doom Eternal, and I do use it occasionally to compare to other games, like DMC, Modern NG, I don't know what that means, and Modern NG, but in a good way. But the way he compares Eternal to other games is bad. There's a reason that not just us, but fucking everyone who critiques Mayo brings up Doom Eternal, because he just brings it up in the weirdest ways. Now, granted, okay, in these videos, he hasn't really brought it up, at least, other than, like, the general talking about the challenge stuff before you started talking about DMC. And that's fine. I'm not going to give him shit for that. But, oh man. The constant comparisons to Doom Eternal is a bit tiring after a while. I'm exhausted. It's fucking 4:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I am a tired boy, waiting for my cat boy to return. Can you all think of another way that a video game can engage the player than just challenging them and kicking them in the balls every time they misstep and failing to master? I can't get over this fucking master the lock-on shit, dude. This is so bizarre to me. It's like someone saying, "Why does fucking Dead Space expect me to master the movement?" I'm like, it's just movement. That's how you interact. That's like one of the most basic interactions with the game that you can make. Why does it require you to master it? Like, sure, sometimes you have to run around necromorphs or whatever, but that's pretty instinctive. And I'm not trying to strawman. I'm trying to apply this to other things so that I can properly convey how it doesn't make any fucking sense. I've already responded to how it doesn't make sense in this fucking game, so I'm just... I should probably make that clear, actually. When we do start talking about other games, when we reference other things, we're only doing it to help convey what we're saying. We're not trying to because we do respond to what is said in the video, obviously. We do our best to do that, and then we bring up other things to be like, okay, to help drive the point home and convey what we're saying. Because, when you make claims about game design, like, for example, Mayo says Resident Evil games should be this way. That's when we look at RE8 and explain or try and understand why it's objectively bad or good for the game to do that, and then we look at other Resident Evil games. Because I think, especially when talking about a series, it's perfectly acceptable to compare a game to a previous game in the series or a future game even. People might think that's unfair, but I absolutely think it's fine. I compare DMC3 to DMC5 because both are really great. And DMC3 has certain strengths that exceed DMC5's, and DMC5 has certain strengths that are exceeding of DMC3. And that's, it's perfectly fine. Because I hate this idea that old games shouldn't be compared to new games, especially when people constantly say that old games are better. And then I'm like, okay, so should we compare them or not? Like, graphically, fine, whatever, but come on. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I think it's perfectly fine to compare games in the series to one another. But just because a game in the series does something different does not mean that it's bad, or that it's an objective misstep, or step down, or whatever you want to call it. And I think, it goes beyond, of course. You can compare whatever games you want. It's just really weird when you compare everything to Doom Eternal, but whatever. I exhale a lot. I'm sorry. It's because I have bad breath control when I speak because I start to ramble a fair bit. But I do my best. I'm getting better at it. I'm learning this whole YouTube thing. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just play with Shuckle. Mwah. You give a smooch. Let's make him really big. I love Shuckle. By the way, you should join the Sierra Madre. It's a pretty, dare I say, based Discord server. I don't know if we've talked about that, made that plug yet, but if you do join, I'm going to read off the sacred text. These are objective laws of nature within the Sierra Madre. And I have no control over it. I don't make it or anything. I just tell you about them. So, according to the sacred texts of the Sierra Madre, members of the Sierra Madre Discord server canonically have enormous dicks, balls, and/or bobs, as well as big bongo booty. You heard it here first, folks. It's in the sacred texts. You can't argue with that. So if you do have those things, or if you want those things, come join the Sierra Madre, where we talk about video games and post our memes. We also post animal pictures. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to pull some up because I need some animals to fucking help me just feel some form of happiness. to be perfectly frank. Oh, there's one posted by Mantis pretty recently, actually. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Let me do this whole process I do where I go on there on my phone, I save it, I post it in S.E.E.S Squad, and then I pull it up here. And then there you go. Little doggy lobby. Mwah. The Shuckle Kiss is the ultimate seal of approval on this here podcast. If you get the Shuckle Smooch, then you're pretty, dare I say, based. I overuse that, and I apologize. I feel like I've been doing a good job at this here rambling, though. I'm doing my best, people. Bear with me. And you might be thinking, why don't you just stop recording and then start recording when Luce gets back? But the thing is, that means that I have to render this video. RX. Oh. What's up, my dude?
I was just walking down the hall and all of a sudden Mass Destruction started playing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm actually about to tune into Persona 3 again right now.
Oh, nice. How are you liking it so far?
Well, it's the worst fucking game I've ever played. But I'm gonna and I'm gonna see if it's worth it. Honestly, Junpei, he was probably behind Tiananmen Square in the 80s.
Now that you mention it, I have started to suspect for a while. Yeah, Luce is gone at the moment. He's doing something. I don't really know. I've been going on for a bit about all kinds of stuff.
Just solo podcasting.
Pretty much, yeah. I think I've done all right at it.
Hi, my name's Levels, and I'm going to show you my PT collection. I have PT on this PS4 and on this one too, and I even got PT running on my calculator.
Yeah, it's like Skyrim with horror.
Loud static noise.
Fucking Lisa shows up.
In Persona 3, you play as the biggest loser on Earth, Guy Fieri. But Guy Fieri is a winner in all of our hearts. I love you, Guy Fieri. Dude. I don't know why you're stuck in Persona 3, though.
Dude, okay, I'm making this is S.E.E.S canon right now. If Persona 3 comes out on PC, I will live stream it and I will name my character Guy Fieri.
Oh man, no, S.E.E.S canon. If Persona 3 comes to PC, you gotta name the main character COVID-19.
Oh no, we can't say that. We're gonna get demonetized. No.
I won't if I wish. Oh man, it'd be really fucking sublime if you could stream Final Fantasy VII. I want to see your genuine reactions to the PC version, where they janked up some of the mini games and made the Chocobo mini game Living Hell. I ain't like that. I don't like it a lot. Right now, the premiere is at the point where we're talking about. I think the Doom Eternal thingy is about to come up.
Oh shit! Oh, I gotta pull it up now.
Yeah, I think we're around there because the God of War thing just got pulled up, so it was only a matter of time. Mayo's at the.
Here, share a link in the S.E.E.S squad real quick.
I go pretty poo-poo.
Also, yeah, he starts talking about it at the end of House Beneviento.
Yeah, because he jumps around the whole game a lot, and then.
Yeah, he really does. Yeah, post a link to the premiere in the thing so I can pull it up. Yay, thank you.
Oh, it's Inception! I'm speaking to L from the past. L, what are your thoughts on Mayo?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty fucking terrible YouTuber, gotta say.
You have to be.
Oh man,
are you telling me you're going to beat El Gigante without shooting sleep
episode
points in
C-ception.
That's basic.
I still want to do an episode of games people play that people don't like, and we'll rip it to shreds on Steez.
He's bringing up that he loves the older games.
Welcome to the games people play. No, time out. Who the fuck is this? Who is this guy?
Oh man.
Is this S.E.E.S episode 8 you're recording right now?
Yep. Yeah, now I got S.E.E.S episode 7 pulled up, the premiere.
We're watching a previous episode while recording an episode.
Oh, I think we're past the Doom Eternal thing. Let me.
Just because you're good at Doom Eternal doesn't mean that you could beat me in Red Dead Redemption, or I could beat you in Tetris.
We're past the Doom Eternal bit.
There's no such thing as a great game.
Well, we still got 11 people watching.
Be a hardcore gamer. Why lord over people that aren't good at certain types of games just because you could beat it?
Yeah, we're past it.
You're being kind of a fucking cunt.
I mean, God, that was a
best faith interpretation is that
exorcism and a half. All right, I'm hijacking the S.E.E.S episode. Let's talk about Resident Evil 5.
Oh God, let's do it. Hey guys, did you know that in Resident Evil 5, Chris punched a boulder?
Wait. Cut it here and then start an intro for S.E.E.S episode 9.
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
All right. Mini episode. All right, so we've talked about Under the Mayo. He's a fucking specimen. All right, an exceptional individual.
He's a couple steps away from I don't know, amoeba, I guess.
He tried to fuck my wife.
Oh no, Mayo! Why would you do that? You DDoS Luce and now you fuck his wife.
Yeah, but see, the problem is I'm legally married to a dog, so I don't know how that works.
Oh no. No, Mayo, why?
Mayo is discriminating against the furries.
Damn it, Mayo.
Not that I am a furry. I am not a furry.
Yeah, roll it back.
Hey, out of the three of us in this chat, I think
we know.
I think nah, it's probably Arlo who's the biggest furry out of all of us.
Nah, they're just ambiguous.
Oh yeah? For ambiguous?
Oh man, I want Arlo to return. I want him to come back when we talk TC Nick, because that'll be epic.
Yeah. Plus he's got to be there for the Persona 3 episode.
They
got to be there,
yeah. But I know they're doing college right now, and it's like, oof. Although summer's coming around, so I don't know. Actually, they might have more time. That might be fun.
Good old summer vacation. I actually have one this year for a week at the end of July, so I'm quite happy about that.
Nice.
All right, so let's talk about while Luce is off doing feline things, i.e., licking his own balls. Let's talk about Resident Evil 5. Possibly the most underrated Resident Evil game of all time. Elle and I have a history with this game. 5 years ago, I think 5 years ago this July, we did the craziest video game playthrough we've ever done with anyone. The game was broken when it got released as a remaster, but in a good way. Like all of the NT framework jank started popping out, and a game that we fondly remembered became Tommy Wiseau's The Room very quickly in. And we did it on fucking Pro. Remember, we jumped right into Pro on that, and it was our first time ever co-oping RE5.
Fucking
I want
El
you to tell me.
Gigante on Pro. Fuck that.
Oh, Harambe!
Oh,
Do you remember
that? Harambe.
All right. The fucking top 5 moments of that playthrough. I don't know what the other 4 are, but I'm gonna have to say number 1 was the Wesker and Jill fight. Oh my fucking god! We found a way to spam
I was like,
rockets.
you were. I was gonna say you grabbed Jill, and I'm like, wait a minute, let me try this. I pull out a rocket launcher and try to shoot her. that was fucking epic.
A little spoiler for this C Squadron. We call our fans the C Squad. No, we don't. We call you guys our fans because you're all so nice, and thank you for watching our videos. But we will be doing a Resident Evil 5 video at some point. We don't know when, but just remember that. Don't stop bugging us about it because it'll happen one day.
I will say
it won't be a season of Resident Evil 5, but might be a playthrough.
I will say we definitely need to do Discord VC for playthroughs because when I was listening to that footage, we recorded a few nights ago. It sounded fun. I don't know what it is about the PlayStation capture where it's like the person speaking into the actual system. It just sounds like fucking awful, but then the person in party sounds great. But it was bad, and we need to do VC.
Yeah, it's always like it feels like the mic is always clipping just slightly when the user's recording and they listen back to it.
It sounds like I'm in a fucking echo chamber. Like I don't know what the deal is.
What are you, Milo Yiannopoulos?
I'm not gay.
No, echo chamber. Get it?
I know. I know.
You sandbagged my joke harder than Hardcore Holly sandbagged Brock Lesnar.
Oh.
Broke his fucking neck.
Oh man, I should pull that. No, I won't because fucking WWE. But
yeah, seriously, Brock Lesnar, thank you for breaking Hardcore Holly's neck. He was a bitch.
Holy shit.
I'm tired of this whole Southern Wrestling haze the new guys bullshit. Like,
oh yeah, no, the hazing in the early 2000s was. I mean, it was bad before, but like it was really fucking bad then.
Hey JBL, if I locked you in a room with a bunch of female bodybuilders, would you be scared or excited?
Excitedly scared. I don't know. I've just got the fucking episode 7 premiere playing without any fucking volume, just in the. This looks so fucking. This looks whack. I love it.
Oh my god. If there's something we're doing a season on, it's Diamond Cobra versus the White Fox. We gotta watch that fucking movie. It's oh my god, it is unlike anything you will ever watch for your entire life. So, to compare it to a worldwide phenomenon, do you remember World War One? It was a little known phenomenon. Some people died. Wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, it was alright.
And then the Korean War. Holy shit!
I much prefer the sequel. I think it was way more exciting, but you know.
Yes, World War One too. I love it.
Yep.
World War 12. Oh god.
No, there's a space between them.
You know, it's really funny because a lot of books write about World War 3 and like, oh yeah, nukes and shit. You want to know what's gonna happen if World War 3 happens? Everybody's getting fucking exosuits. I'm telling you right now. People are gonna be jumping off walls, you know, pulling off combos and punching people through walls and shit.
I like in the Fallout lore, World War 3. It's not called it, but it's essentially a resource war, because like you know the planet's running out of resources and shit. And then the next war, which is the shortest war in human history, when the nukes go off and it just lasts like a couple hours and then the world's fucked.
Yeah, World War 4.
Basically, yeah.
You know, like if there was a Resident Evil game that picked up a World War 3 scenario, it probably would have been
6.
Resident Evil 3?
RE6. Because
well,
we have all the shit in China.
Yeah.
China.
8 years before the coronavirus, there was Resident Evil 6.
The C
Chinese wet
virus.
market. Oh
Yeah, I know.
God! They predicted it.
I'm telling you, I've been saying this. RE6 predicted the forbidden word.
All right, so this episode's now about Resident Evil 6. Fuck RE5. Fuck Resident Evil 5. I don't care. So Resident Evil 6. I've only played this once. And a lot of people say that RE6 is a bad game because it deviates from what people love about Resident Evil. I don't find that true at all. I think the level design is still the same, albeit more open and.
Oh, I mean, it's the same as 5 and 4s, not so much the first 3.
Well, even with Leon, like his second mission, he's in the city, and it looks like RE2. You go to the gun shop. You're with Helena or whatever. Helena. Goddamn,
Helena.
my tongue is turning heel.
Oh no.
Basically, I think RE6 captured Resident Evil's magic, but because it was co-op and action focused, and you could aim while moving and do a lot of fucking combat moves, I don't think people were ready for it. Plus the ludicrous Hong Kong action movie style, which I love because it's Resident Evil, and Resident Evil has always been camp. But people saying that there's bad numbered Resident Evil games, you're on crack. None of them are bad. There are just some that are better than others. Like the most overrated one ever, which
4?
is probably 4 or Code Veronica for sure. Code Veronica.
I mean, I'd say Code Veronica's overrated, but at the same time, at least there's enough people that are like, no, it's actually not that good, which is the truth, by the way. I don't know how you fucking viewers feel, but Code Veronica...
Official C's opinion! Code Veronica's ass!
Code Veronica is poo-poo. You know why it's called Code Veronica X? Because Code Veronica doesn't have sex. Got him.
No, it's called Code Veronica X because it was coronavirus 19.
Oh, no.
The X is the variable. That is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking said on YouTube.
Yeah, just wait. Something will overtake it at some point.
Cheddis?
Kofefe. I don't know.
What, I was gonna say cheese plus lettuce, and I said cheddis. Alright. I'll vibe with it.
Dude, Code Veronica, like some of it reminds me of Dead Space 3, and oof.
Yeah.
I know
what
some
Dead Space
people.
3 reminds me of?
I know a lot of people think Dead Space 3 is alright. I'm not one of those people. I think it's dog shit.
Have you finished Dead Space 3?
I can't push myself to finish it, dude. It's so fucking boring.
We'll co-op it one day if you get an Xbox.
The story is so shit. I mean, you can get it on PC.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Why not that?
I mean, it goes on sale all the time anyway, so, fuck it, might as well.
You know what's really fucking weird? The Xbox One X, it enhanced the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy, but none of the other Final Fantasies. I am baffled that they chose that trilogy. I get it's popular with fans, so that sort of answers my doubt.
Is it though?
13.
I know it has a fan base, but
it's the John Cena of Final Fantasy, like before John Cena became.
Don't insult John Cena like that.
No, it's pre-2017 John Cena. Think about it, because once Cena left, we realized how much we needed him because he was fucking great, and then they built Reigns as a star, and now he's fantastic. But for that weird period of time,
that took way too long.
Well, it's because they forced it, and to be honest, Reigns should have main evented his first Mania at 33. I think around there, because then he would have had that Undertaker victory, the Brock loss, and then he could have capped up with something good at 35 if things didn't go to shit.
Oh man, remember Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 34?
That is the worst main event in WrestleMania history, by far. It is the fucking worst match in WrestleMania history.
Bad.
The reason it's so awful is because they wrestled so poorly that the crowd started throwing a beach ball around. I've never fucking seen that for like a main event at WrestleMania. You could argue that maybe the crowd at Mania 25, when Orton and Triple H are having their shit fest, was losing it, but that's because 2 matches prior was fucking Taker and Michaels 1, which the crowd was going nuclear for.
Was that 2 matches prior?
Yeah, because Cena's matches before Edge and Orton, and I always thought it was Taker Michaels that won on second last. But Taker Michaels had a better match at 26. The crowd wasn't as hyped though, which kind of sucks.
I don't know. The crowd was pretty fucking crazy for it.
I watched the Mania 25 match last night. When Undertaker kicks out of the 4th Sweet Chin Music, the crowd lose their fucking minds. And then when Michaels kicks out of I think it's the 2nd Tombstone he gets hit by.
In 26, yeah. Yeah, that fucking...
25.
No,
The
26
out of
is
body light.
no 26 is no. He only kicks out of one tombstone at 26, and that's where Jr. says that amazing one-liner.
No. That's 25. I watched it last night because you can see
Yeah,
Undertaker's
that's what I meant.
eyes.
That's what I meant. Well, no, what I'm saying is 26 was where there was two tombstones and that he kicked out
Oh
of.
yeah.
Um,
25 is the one with the moonsault finish, and then
yeah.
26 is the going down defiant.
Yep. Oh man, that
That
fucking dude. Okay, I don't know if this is a hot take, but Matt Striker on commentary, at least at WrestleMania 26, was fucking amazing.
Oh, he's great on commentary. He reads up on his wrestling. He was a teacher beforehand, so he understands how to articulate his thoughts, and he's very good at play-by-play analysis.
I love the moment where Michaels does the fourth sweet chin music, and Matt Striker just marks the fuck out. He's like, ah!
Oh yeah, that match, the 25 match, I like a lot. I think the 26 match is overall better because it's aggressive right out of the gate. The cameraman spot's
The story's
phenomenal.
a lot better.
The spot where they're chopping each other, and then Michaels just pulls, I think it's like the third sweet chin music out of his ass, and then hits him again afterwards, and Undertaker kicks out. Oh my god. Then you have Mania 26, where it's like they're right out of the gate. Undertaker just yanks Shawn Michaels with an arm wrench, and then like fucking shoulder tackles him and does the old school right away.
So
it was
great.
fucking right out of
Both
the
of
gate.
those matches are so fucking good. 26, it just has a better story, and like it being the main event makes it kind of more special. It's just 26 I think is way better.
I think this whole Undertaker streak thing, they started booking it long term with his opponents because when I have this theory that
game
24,
theory.
Fuck. Well, there goes our video. We've been copyright striked. In Mania 24, you have Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels. That match makes me cry. Unironically, it is fucking beautiful. If not ruined by the fact that Ric Flair was wrestling in TNA 2 fucking years later.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ric Flair. But the whole build where it's like Ric Flair, he's the GOAT. He's the nature boy. Just watching his entrance in 2021 at Mania and realizing as an adult how big of a deal it was. We were fucking kids in the Ruthless Aggression era. Like we were spectating history in wrestling that we didn't see, and I'm more appreciative of certain things in that era now. Like the storytelling in wrestling has gotten considerably better over the years, and Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels, the finish,
it's up and down,
where he's like, "I'm sorry, I love you," and super kicks him. The timekeeper's choking up. He rings the bell once. He goes ding, and then they're both in the ring, like, I'm sorry.
Like,
and then
Michael's like hugging him.
Michaels gets out of the ring fucking quick, and he's like crying. It's amazing. I have a theory that the reason Undertaker long-term feuded with Shawn Michaels was because Ric Flair and Undertaker were tight, and he was pissed off at Michaels. It's possibly not true. There's obvious story there, but I like to headcanon it as like Undertaker was getting revenge. So like this long-term booking with Triple H too. Mania 27, 28. Mania 27 is that excellent Triple H match. I think their Mania 17 match, X7, is their best match because it ends with a last ride, and Undertaker legitimately got hit in the head with a sledgehammer.
Sorry.
You're good. We've had some. I was able to go for a pretty good while, basically cutting a promo on Mayo being terrible, and then my buddy RX joined in, and the promo just went a little off the rails talking about wrestling, but I think that's perfectly fine.
Luce, we're gonna get you into wrestling, buddy. It's easy.
I'm showing episode 7, the premiere, on the screen, so we got fucking C-ception going on. That's pretty cool. I think pretty epic.
Can you put up on the video? Can you put up a picture for no reason of Mads Mikkelsen? Just to celebrate his legacy. And it's in black and white. It has to be in black and white.
Why not? Fuck it.
And he's just standing by that.
Yo, Mads Mikkelsen, come on S.E.E.S. I would cry.
I would love to come on S.E.E.S, but I'm too busy playing Death Stranding again.
Loose. What the fuck? No, I'm just joking. What was that though?
God damn it!
Sorry, guys.
Now you gotta play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2 upside down while juggling toilets. Good luck, you fucker. That's our punishment. We get punished by this thing called the Calamity Machine. Basically, what happens is you put a coin in, and this little wheel spins, right? And your fate is selected. And Loose, because you were gone so long, this episode is now. We're going to hell. This is fucked. We dropped the ball.
Nice.
Thanks, buddy.
Pretty epic.
Sorry, I had to
So-
help my grandparents with something.
Very good.
Oh, I see.
Not that, you fucking dingus.
A little weird.
Real cat shit.
Real cat hours.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Let me just. I'm actually working on a thing right now to put on the.
He's drawing all the barbs.
No. I don't draw what I haven't seen yet.
This man said, haven't seen. We're on a show called S.E.E.S. What is he, blind?
Ah!
What a fraud, you bastard.
You can't see all this purple.
Oh no.
Colonel, there's too much purple in the avenue. Snake, you have to make sure you're playing a game that isn't purple at all. Otherwise, you're going to hell.
Shit.
Well, fuck. Oh, I forgot to change my profile pic.
I was wondering when you were gonna do that, you hoe.
Well, looks like this episode's going on for another 3 hours.
Hell yeah.
We could split this up here into another
No.
episode, but
No.
Fuck that. We are the longmen.
We absolutely fucking refuse.
We are the
we
There's a fucking
refuse
kitten
to
sleeping
lose
in one
view.
of my shoes.
Wait, what?
There's a fucking kitten sleeping in one of my shoes.
Alright then.
Well,
Cool.
I agree.
I agree. I agree.
How much longer of this dog shit video do we got? I'm gonna apologize.
I don't know actually. Let me
Looks
I'm
4
fucking with
minutes.
the I'm fucking with the disclaimer thing right now.
Or
As
5
a matter
minutes.
of fact, let me go boop.
We don't know when we'll be finished.
I usually take a while to finish. I don't know about you guys, but
I'm a pretty
Well,
long finisher.
shit. Oh, I see what to do.
alrighty. I'm just gonna leave that at that.
Oh, I gotta make my my pride emblem.
There you go. I can do that for you real quick if you want.
Sweet, I'll send you the PNG.
Jaja.
I have it on my desktop because if I try to set it on my phone, it's got this annoying background.
Oh yeah, I've already got it. Let me just jump to this.
And I got it right here.
I mean, I've already got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
Felt like a fucking Oblivion interaction right there.
Do you, hey, RX, do you want the one that we're using where it's just this, or do you want the one with like the Sierra Madre art with the rainbow background?
Well, yeah, the ones you're using.
The ones we're using, okay.
Yeah, just flip my rainbows a certain way or whatever so that their emblems look different. Because Luce has got his rainbow on the bottom left, yours is on the bottom right.
Oh yeah, I think
I didn't even fucking realize that L had flipped his until I actually fucking
you're good. I will flip
changed my profile
RX's.
picture.
Well, upside down won't
Well,
really
it's
make a
like-
difference. Actually,
Yeah,
no,
I'll
upside
be
down.
I'll be player 3.
Fucking player 3. Let's go.
Red is the bottom
Cool.
left, I suppose.
Yeah.
Then Arlo can be player 4.
Yeah. One day, they will return.
Baby, come back!
We're waiting for you, Arlo.
You can blame it on me.
All
That's
right.
horrible. Post a comment on this video if you want me to stop singing.
This is so sad. Can we get 50 likes?
This is so sad. Can we please tell this fucker to shut up?
Actually, I support that decision. Fuck Mayo.
Oh.
Gosh, you're so mean.
Oh my god.
There you go. All right. The rainbow spit swoosh thing kind of makes it weird to center, but I did my best.
You know, that is true.
It is centered. I centered it using like the nameplate, which makes it essentially like ours. But yeah.
I was taken aback. That's a war crime.
Oh damn.
Oh
F.
boy.
F's in the chat.
We've officially begun S.E.E.S episode 8 in. Wait for it.
About
Okay, I
we
think we're
began.
good.
4 hours and
We
48
began.
minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that rainbow's doing some weird shit.
It's all right though.
Me like it.
So, anyways, I'll rewind a bit because I just think this is one of his worst points. Like, it's fucking bad. And I've already kind of talked about why it's shit on my own, but, you know, it's worth, if anyone else has anything to add, of course, they can do so.
I'm sure you probably wouldn't mind having my take since I'm so good at providing those.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was watching his hiccups earlier in the S.E.E.S episode 7.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck, I didn't have the chance to see that.
Oh, RX, do you...
Timestamp for me.
Join the watch together.
Yeah, I am. It's just loading up.
Cool. It should be
RX,
on
10:34
whenever you join.
Do you have a timestamp for when I start hiccuping?
Wait,
what now?
I said, do you have a timestamp for when I start hiccuping?
No, because it's in premium mode.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's a big disappointment. Watch
but...
together, please load.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, we only have about, we only have about 5 minutes left of this video, and then the opening of that one video, which, exists.
All right, let's see. Whoa! Oh yeah, 10:34.
10:34. All right, yeah, let's go.
Wanted a combo simulator, that would be fine. But I want a well-crafted campaign that challenges me and has in-game benefits to engaging with its systems. Games should make a player fall in love with how it's supposed to be played, not assume
this motherfucker's still making videos.
Play that way. Devil May Cry 5 has amazing systems, but its refusal to push new players into those systems leaves a lot of players thinking the game is just a boring mash fest.
Citation,
please.
That's bait. Just keep going. He's obviously baiting. That makes no sense. It's bait. It's
I like how
bait.
we fucking jinxed each other.
Oh man.
He's like, oh, it's a refusal to blah blah blah. Yeah. He said the same thing about Doom Eternal in the opposite context. Continue. He's baiting.
Oh man, did you want?
We're getting better at stopping bullshit.
Did you want to say anything, Liz?
A citation, please. For the love of fuck.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
leaves a lot of new players feeling this way. Oh, please show me these players.
You had an entire section basically of an anecdote of your friend whose name is definitely Omar playing with his feet. You should have no problem providing me with some examples of people who like fit into the exact mold that you just said. Otherwise, you're just fucking bullshitting. You're wrong. Moving on.
He is nitpicking and biased. He wins.
Win.
Bye.
Let me just do this real quick. Okay.
I'm noticing a pattern between shitty YouTube reviewers.
Oh, yeah?
They always blame the audience instead of themselves.
Well, yeah, this whole video is a response to criticism he got regarding how he reviewed Devil May Cry 5, and he's so bitter. Like, it's like
Challenge
when
matters how good games push you into their systems.
Please capitalize your title consistently. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
He should change the title to Salt.
It should be like Challenge Matters, a response to my Devil May Cry criticism, because that's what this whole thing is. And it's like, okay, I think we can all agree challenge does matter. Like, I know, but
no, it doesn't. That's my opinion, though.
Oh, that's right. But I think we can all agree. Well, I think we can all agree. Challenge is a great way to push your player to, keeping with the systems and engaging and all that stuff. I mean, Dark Souls built a legacy off of it, so it's fucking fine. However, I think we can also agree that challenge is not literally the only fucking incentive anyone has to engage with the game's mechanics ever. I think we can agree.
Nobody gonna disagree with that? Not you, audience?
Motherfucker spent
that's just my opinion, though.
To build up to this.
We're correct. All three of us, whatever we say is canon. You know what? We're always right.
Bye-bye.
We're always right. We're just gonna do the Mayo logic.
Oh.
Fuck the audience. We're always right. That's how it goes. And if you're too baby enough to not play Doom Eternal, then forget about it. That's his response to everything. It's like he's condescending.
I haven't played Doom Eternal. I've got better things to do.
Oh, snap.
That hurt.
But let's wrap up this shit video, shall we?
To the point where you unlock challenging difficulties that actually require you to play well. People need more than an arbitrary style meter on the side of the screen to feel good about doing a long, flashy combo. They need to see that their long, flashy combo is helping them take down that difficult enemy.
They do when the enemy dies.
And then they'll be inspired to experiment with it more.
You're fighting right next to the fucking health bar of the enemy. How do you not know you're doing damage?
Yeah,
That lock-on thing that you're doing now. Thank you. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. Innovated. Yeah. That's not just a lock-on thing. That's
Actually,
also the enemy's
that's another thing. We totally forgot to mention that. Locking on shows us the health of the enemies.
I'm a casual
totally
DMC fan.
does.
I'm casual. I'm a self-admitted casual, and I'm smarter than this man. Mayo, you have the 3rd grade review intellect of a chimpanzee, and for that, I'm eternally disappointed.
Eternal.
Oh. Yeah. You know what? Ultra Nightmare is not skill-based. It's if you make one mistake, you're dead. I'd rather play Nightmare to have fun. There's still challenge. Wolfenstein 2 Mein Leben? Yeah, whoever made that, fuck you.
Oh.
To experiment with it more, because when your brain can relate success with the mastery of the
Please
game's
tell me how my
systems,
brain works.
fun
Oh,
in
wise
its purest
mayonnaise.
form is bound to emerge. I know of this firsthand because I played
okay.
DMC5 all the way through on normal
So he's
and
a
was
psychology
bored
major
to
now.
tears. And then when I unlocked hard, I started to have fun because playing the game well and doing combos became...
He's quite literally saying because he felt this way that it is factual.
Oh no.
Oh my god. But remember, it's just his opinion.
well, and doing combos became crucial to my survival. Eventually, I fell in love with the game's combat, and I was so upset that the game had sabotaged my first playthrough by not trusting me enough to handle a hard difficulty if I wanted it.
That's bait. He's incompetent. That's bait. That is fucking bait. He's pulling shit out of his ass. Just keep going.
The game
He's
did
fucking
not
lying again.
sabotage. The game did not sabotage anything. The game
You
made an active
sabotaged the game,
choice
Mayo.
that you didn't like, and you were pissed off about it.
I was gonna say Mayo has just literally self-admitted to so many things he has done that sabotaged his experience. But yes, blame it on the game, buddy. Blame it on the game.
Why? Okay, Hugo Martin, I have a question for you. Did you look at this guy and go, "What the fuck"? Did you just interview him? What?
I have a feeling
Watch
that
some of
Hugo
these
Martin just saw that he made Doom videos and he was like, "Oh, okay, I can talk to this guy and get some publicity or something." I think that's
If this dude got a fucking interview because he took the piss for the Marauders, I'm genuinely shocked.
I mean, you know, when you constantly just dick ride on a platform that other people can be influenced by, you know, I guess that will the developers will generally enjoy that, won't they? Huh?
We're not dick riding Mayo. There's just so many fucking stupid things we have to tell people about that he's saying, I guess.
No. What? No, what I'm saying is he dick rides Doom Eternal, and because he's on a platform where he has a generally large audience, the developers see that and they're like, "Oh, hey, we can make use of that. Let's put him in our fucking Doom Eternal Discord server as a content creator."
I was just clarifying some things because I didn't want people to be like, "Oh, well, we always talk about Mayo." But here's the thing.
We talked about Mayo 3 times.
I know. That's what I was going to say. And
out of 8.
well, it's like we spent a lot of time in the videos, but it's just because there's so much fucking stupid shit that this guy says. And, you know, bringing awareness to this is also a lesson to future filmmakers or content creators on YouTube. Research your fucking source material. Don't pull shit out of your ass. Don't be one of those people. Make good videos.
Your
please.
And if you're gonna be making a fucking review of a video game, I absolutely expect you to actively engage with as many mechanics as possible while doing so.
Now listen, if you're balls deep in a squealing hog playing a video game you love, don't fucking lie about it. Just tell people.
Just admit that you're in the hog.
Yep, you're playing Crash Bandicoot 1 Wild Hog, most likely.
Shit. Well, let's continue.
In action games, a lot of the challenge comes from the AI, and AI complexity is dependent on the player's options. Doom Eternal's AI needs to be really fast and smart to deal with how crazy you can be in that game. But then a game like Dead Space doesn't need its AI to be that complex. Your mobility options are very limited, with clunky walking, you can't jump, dash, or dodge. The action is claustrophobic and uncomfortable sometimes. The enemies don't need to be
that's a fine point, yeah, but
scurry around and run at you. Their simple nature complements the player's options to create a solid action horror experience, one where the challenge of the game pushes you into its systems of hunting for resources and severing the limbs of monsters to disable them.
No, but Dead Space is easy. You just have to mash the shooty button and you win.
his defense for every single thing that he likes is that he spends time with it and investigates. And everything he doesn't like, he doesn't investigate or spends time with.
It's
So
amazing how
this
that
guy
works.
is confirmed not a reviewer. He's just talking out of his ass, like we've said many times. It's just every
Oh, you
time.
could be both.
I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, but he brought up Dead Space and like he was saying, oh, the AI is dependent on like the areas are more claustrophobic and shit like that. Yeah, okay, sure, but you're gonna use Dead Space as that example. He was complaining about the linearity of Resident Evil 8 and its combat sequences until near the end of the game, whereas Dead Space, from what I know, is mostly a linear,
It's pretty linear,
claustrophobic.
except for 3, but it's a shit game, so.
Yeah, like it just baffles me how simple comparisons he makes from certain games, like they eclipse each other in games that he plays, but he likes one and not the other, despite the fact they do the same fucking thing for the game.
It's like I said in the last coverage. It's like, how many times can you contradict yourself per point?
A lot, apparently.
Quite
Holy
a bit.
fuck.
Quite a bitch.
What a
Thank
bitch.
you, Mayo. Thank you for
Monsters
making
to
me
disable them,
think
deal
about
extra
this.
damage, and conserve ammo. I could go on forever listing all the games that intelligently mold their systems into their gameplay. Street Fighter would suck if all you had to do to win was mash the jab button. Halo would suck if enemies weren't a threat to you. Dark Souls would suck if you could cancel your attack animations.
Enemies
Hell,
weren't a
basketball would
threat
suck
to
if
you.
Wait, no, you
Please
can
tell me
cancel your
more
attack
about-
animations in Dark Souls, though, with certain gear, but you can.
Bringing up NBA, check this shit out.
Yeah, let's fucking hear
I
the
thought he
NBA.
didn't like. I thought he didn't like Dark Souls.
I thought he
I
didn't
thought
like...
he didn't like
Actually,
Halo.
yeah! He doesn't. He hasn't played Dark Souls. What the fuck is he talking about?
Wait, I thought he didn't like Halo either.
Oh yeah, are we gonna fucking verify if this footage is? Oh, it's not. It's not his footage. Look at the top right.
Oh,
Classic
fuck
Mayo.
me,
Here's a
dude.
game that I've never played that I'm gonna
Seriously?
talk about and use somebody else's footage with, and I saw like 10
Ooh.
seconds of it.
Ooh.
You know what you can do in the Eudex Gun Deer fight? You can actually die quite easily if it's your first time, but you're not
Yeah, I
gonna
died
talk
a
about
couple
that,
times
are
when
you?
I first fought him.
Yeah, he's meant to fucking push your balls up to the wall. Like Dark Souls 3 is a lot faster paced.
Yeah, so I know for a fact, at least, you know, I don't remember the exact date that it was posted, but I know for a fact Mayo has said he doesn't want to play Dark Souls. It just doesn't interest him. So why is he talking
So
about
what
Dark
if-
Souls? Halo,
Yeah.
we know he doesn't like. He says it ruined first-person shooters or whatever the fuck. So why is he talking about it would be bad if? And then this brings me back to so Luce, remember earlier when he pulled up God of War footage and it wasn't his, and I was like, okay, so one of two things is happening: either he's talking about a game he hasn't played, or he's just too lazy to record his own footage for like 15 minutes. I'm starting to lean more towards the one. It's hard to know. It's hard to know.
It really is, especially when your points are as vapid and stupid as these.
There are people who have told me that his videos are on point. I'm just like, what did you watch? Because you did not watch the Mayo video.
It's kind of like Devil May Cry 5. We didn't play the same fucking game. There's no goddamn way.
Nope.
Animations. Hell, basketball would suck if you never had to pass the ball to your teammates.
Okay, buddy.
I'll bet you that the majority of games
Whoa.
you've ever enjoyed have fun games you love even more.
What the fuck?
What is happening right now?
Why am I hearing you?
Okay, my watch together fucked up. I'm gonna rejoin it real quick.
You're good.
Okay. Just hitting F5. Not today, Mayo.
He's
You will not
DDoSing us
DDoS
again.
us.
Alright, you're at 15.
I'm jumping back. I don't think I went that far,
Holy
did
shit.
Damn, what the fuck happened? Whoa! Oh,
I? Oh no,
God.
Red Dead RX is gonna be triggered.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. No.
We're-
Please, no. This is no. Shut this video off right now. If he says anything about Red Dead, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Please, no.
Okay, basketball.
Dude, I've put 6,000 hours
Basketball.
between Red Dead 2 and GTA 5. I'm gonna have a fucking anal evacuation. I'm not gonna be ready for that.
Oh man, all right, let's just basketball.
Ever enjoyed
I'm literally
functions
shaking.
like this?
Fuck.
So the phenomenon on my channel of people saying you want everything to be Doom Eternal when
You
I'm
fucking
simply
do.
Oh
playing
my
games
god, he's so bitter.
Stop fucking ripping on your fans. The few ones that you're gonna have left after we own your videos.
Oh my god, he's so salty. Like fuck, dude. It's now, I don't even feel like this is a justification for his shitty DMC5 video. Now I just feel like he's trying to defend himself for saying Doom Eternal so much. Oh my god.
He's trying to defend himself from people and their criticisms. Is what he's doing. He's trying to deflect.
Yeah, he's trying. He just doesn't know how to respond to criticism. Like, he's so bad at it.
Genuinely dissing your fans like this kind of shit makes me uncomfortable to watch because I don't know if he's being
but they're not his fans because
or...
they said a bad thing about him. They criticized his video. They can't like him. That's not his
That's what
fans.
I mean. Like, it's just, it makes me really uncomfortable when a content creator already outspoken for their fucking stupid views. I'm gonna say stupid because half of what he said is a lie anyway. So that's.
I mean,
that's
we
like
can do one of two
right
things. We can either assume that he's dumb or assume that he's lying. Take your fucking pick.
Oh my god, we can either assume that this man wants everything to be Doom Eternal or that he's right. Is basically what he's saying. Like, he's got the weirdest way of addressing criticism. It's like, oh, well, you guys are keep saying this, so I'm gonna do something really dumb. In my opinion. That's not a fucking response.
And
that
once
is
again,
you literally. That is you literally like trolling your audience and like going, haha, okay, I fixed it.
Once again, he's talking so much about what people are saying about him, but he's not actually pulling up the comments or what people are saying. He's just, this is the most he's done, is he's pulled up a quote. Like earlier, he said something to the effect of, when I said DMC5 wasn't that hard, people said, oh, you're supposed to make the style meter go up or whatever the fuck. I'm like, that's not all people say. Like, come on, dude, don't fucking say that shit. Like, at the very least, pull up the comment and directly respond or something.
Yeah, I was about to say, I find it funny how he pulls up a quote, but he won't show us any actual comments saying it.
Oh, but he'll be free to use other people's gameplay footage for games that he's never played.
Supposedly never played. We don't believe that he's played.
I hope he got credit for that shit. I really do, because I don't want to find out that people's videos are being used to make his shitty essays. That would really suck.
Wow, this is beautiful to watch, isn't it?
Well, let's dive back into this fucking shitfest.
To connect challenge to their gameplay systems has been infuriating. Isn't the word? Not even annoying. I think it's just depressing. Doom Eternal just happens to be the condescending example of all this, and it seems to be the first time that developers have come out strongly talking about this all the time. So much that it got us talking about it ourselves and seeing it everywhere. It's what they call the fun zone, and it applies to so many games. The fact that wanting a game to be challenging enough to push a player into its systems makes some people think only of Doom Eternal proves that an entire generation has been ruined by two console
No, it proves that all you fucking talk about when you talk about good game design is Doom Eternal. That's
Replay that last 20 seconds again. Replay those last 20 seconds again, like real quick. I want to make sure he said what I thought he just fucking said.
Hold on, real quick. I want to clarify this real quick. Okay, if you are known for loving the shit out of Doom Eternal, and your fans tell you based upon your own critiques that you just want everything to be Doom Eternal, the logical assumption would be
you talk about it too much.
Would be to assume that you bring it up all the fucking time. And you won't shut the fuck up about it. It's kind of like how after the gaming Brit discovered Devil May Cry and
he never
fell in love with it.
I love him though.
Yeah, he never shut the fuck up about it, to the point where he even made a joke on his own channel about how he would do everything in his power to somehow shove a Devil May Cry reference into any video, just for fucking funsies. But for you, whereas with the gaming Brit, it was ironic, with you, it's completely unironic, and you don't even fucking realize it.
Yep, that's right. We're doing a S.E.E.S on the gaming Brit.
Yeah.
So rather than fucking reflecting, you just assume that an entire generation has been ruined in terms of challenge.
Can we talk about the fact
Doom Eternal is just the only thing that's actually challenging now.
He said 2 console generations have spoiled us. Motherfucker, one of those console one of two. He's either talking about PS2 and PS3 or PS3 and PS4. Either way. So PS3, there was this game that came out. You may have heard of it. It's called Dark Souls. A lot of people really took to it because of how challenging it was. So for you to say like 11 years later that people are fucking spoiled by easy games, I'm gonna have to call some bullshit.
Oh, there's also the fact 20 seconds again.
Oh, and also there's the fact that Devil May Cry 4 came out in the PS3 generation, and in some bad ways, it's a pretty fucking challenging game.
Like, Do we really need to start listing off all the fucking games of those generations that were hard?
Yes.
It's,
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
It's like I
exactly.
named some from the PS2 and PS1 eras just fine.
PS2 has some fucking hard
Darksiders.
games.
Darksiders, man. Fuck me, dude.
But yeah,
Let's talk about Jack 2. Unironically, one of the hardest games ever made at the time. Maybe nowadays not so much if you've done it repeatedly. You know, the throwing the eco bombs into the pipes or at the strip mine or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh,
that
that one was-
activates all the bombs.
that one was
Yeah, that was
pretty good.
annoying.
I hated
Mars
that as
seal
a
on the
kid.
door. There's
Jackie's-
just so many difficult games that have come out.
There's actually an extremely easy way to complete the mission with the Mars seal on the door. Do you guys know about it?
Oh shit.
I feel
Go
like
ahead,
I've done it, but I
ruin
don't
my
remember.
childhood.
What was that, El?
I feel like I've done it, but I don't remember it. I feel like I have done it, but I don't remember it. Uh-oh, loose DC. No. Hello? RX? Anyone? Am I being fucked with? Hello? Okay. I guess this is gonna be a quiet part. What the fuck is going on? Okay, this is a first. I have no idea what the fuck's happening. Oh no. Is my internet gone out? No? No, my internet's fucking... Oh no, my internet went out. No! Ruh-roh, Raggy. Well, this might be a fucking catastrophe of sorts. Oh boy. Alright, I'm officially recording. Hopefully I don't get hopefully, you know, I really don't like when Mayo presents 3% power. I think it's too much. My internet just can't handle it, and now I've got to sit through a goddamn 20 plus hour rendering process, which I'm sure that Mayo won't also use 3% power on and cause to fuck up for no fucking reason.
In my opinion.
It's my opinion, yeah.
In my opinion.
Okay.
No, wait. I got one. I'll go uber pretentious for my clip. From my perspective.
There you go.
In my opinion.
But Mayo, you can't stop me. We will cover your shitty
Hey.
videos. This is an unavoidable fate.
Hey, L.
Hello.
Do you want to know why we call you L?
Oh my fucking
Because I'm
God.
about to lick
'Cause-
his taint?
No, because you're our knight in shining armor.
The...
Get it? Because knights in chess can only move in L's.
Oh!
You're a knight in shining armor.
Liz, maybe you should kill yourself. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, but fuck. All right.
I try to give you a compliment to cheer you up, and this is what I get.
Where we all get canceled for retarded shit we said to each other 20 years ago. I'm Alec Baldwin, and you're about to watch The Departed 2.
I've only been alive for 21 years
But,
ago. What did they say? At
Fucking
the age of
pussy.
one?
I've gotten my anger out. And I'm ready to continue my suffering. Let's go.
Of all this,
Man, that's the
and it
quickest yank I've
seems to
ever
be the
seen.
first time that developers have come out strongly talking about this all the time.
No, it's not. Shut the
So
fuck up.
much that it got us talking about it ourselves and seeing it everywhere. It's what they call the fun zone, and it applies to so many games. The fact that wanting a game to be challenging enough to push a player into its systems makes some people think only of Doom Eternal proves
Because
that
you
an
only
entire
fucking mentioned Doom
generation
Eternal.
has been ruined by 2 console cycles of games treating them like babies.
Okay. So,
He acts
okay.
like literally every fucking person who has ever said that who has ever talked about a difficult game goes to Doom Eternal. It's like, no, it's not actually how that fucking works.
That entire sentence he just said is complete fucking gibberish. I want you to replay that again. Just like
I've replayed it enough.
wait.
I'm good.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. He says that people wanting challenging games automatically being equated to Doom Eternal means that people are spoiled by games. That makes zero sense.
Yeah.
That makes no overall sense between everything he's talking about. It's just a fucking incoherent line. And I'm pretty sure there's this little thing called YouTube. You type in popular hard games. Souls is probably going to dominate the list of the trendiest difficult games of the past decade.
There are others,
I would say. And like, not that we bring up the same fucking 10 video game franchises every 10 minutes. I get it, but there's so many relevant examples you could simply put to prove this guy wrong. And
Neo,
his logic is full of fucking holes.
Sekiro, Super Meat Boy, fucking Binding of Isaac, Borderlands.
Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight was
hard.
pretty fucking
Shovel
hard.
Knight, Hollow Knight, I think is pretty hard from what I've heard about it. Let's see, what the fuck else do we got? Hitman is, I wouldn't say like brutally hard, but you know, it's like pretty challenging.
Devil May Cry 5.
Devil May Cry 5.
Nocturne just got released, and it's notorious for being brutally difficult.
Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Let's see, what else do we?
Sonic Forces hard mode. Yeah, that's a fucking doozy. You know, you gotta bring your extra juice boxes for that one.
Yeah, man. So, please,
so yeah,
shut the fuck up saying, "Oh, fucking people don't want." Like, shut the fuck up. God damn.
To say that the past 2 console generations, which in this case are PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3, or like I'm pretty sure he means PlayStation 2 and 3. Yeah, there's pretty fucking hard games on both consoles, but I hate to tell you.
You know, I think that he's been babied by the fact that he doesn't want to have to earn the harder difficulty by not doing a hard challenge.
I'm just baffled that this guy would put the time into Doom Eternal, which is generally considered to be the hardest of the new Dooms between Doom and Doom Eternal. I'm baffled that he would spend such an insane amount of time praising that game, going in depth and loving it, and then completely refusing it, like that logic, towards games that he's also reviewing. So he shows that he's capable of learning the game's mechanics. He just simply doesn't want to, and therefore his review is now solid because it's either somebody else's fault, the game's fault, or anybody but fucking him. You know, the player, the person that plays these games, that experiences them, that moves them forward. Like you're gonna learn Doom Eternal, but not any other fucking game. I find that completely asinine in terms of approach. You are actively limiting what kind of critique you're giving. You're giving uninformed, at sometimes outrageous lies, uninformed critique, really shitty confirmation bias. Like, this guy does not review games. He sits there and fucking lies to you and spouts verbal bullshit for 40 to 50 fucking minutes. And the reason he uploads every week is because he knows he's got more shit he can pull out of his ass. He's a fucking toilet. All right? There's no end to this madness.
No, he's a jar of mayonnaise.
Why? What's like?
You know
Why
what I would say?
Why rip the gamers that are playing the game when it's clearly the science? Like, it's his own fault. He's just incompetent selectively. It's infuriating to watch.
You know what I would say?
This is opinion.
I would say that everything about this jar of mayonnaise is pretty hollow.
We're gonna become a fucking cliche if we're stuck talking about this guy.
And empty.
Oh man, it's just
Something to put this jar of mayonnaise in the trash.
Imagine refusing to play on the higher difficulties in Devil May Cry 5, even though you've clearly unlocked them because you beat Son of Sparta, and then fucking talking down to people. Like, what a fucking douchebag. So stupid.
What a fucking
of games treating them like babies. Not to throw all the blame in one direction, but it's symptomatic of open world design. The whole go anywhere,
However.
do whatever you want, choose from 1,000 different weapons philosophy behind some of the biggest titles of the past.
Oh
10
my
to 15
God, he's got
years.
God of War
I'm
and
not
Doom
saying
Eternal
they're
on
all
screen at
bad
the same
games.
time.
Assassin's Creed
Listen,
Origins.
I've enjoyed some open world games where you can just do everything however you want. There are some great games in that sandbox style,
Yes.
but it's left us with large groups of people who can't enjoy a game if it doesn't just let them run a...
Okay, so now we're talking about audiences not wanting to play difficult games. Okay.
Can you keep the point going? He was
Okay, there's this little thing called taste. I don't know if you've heard of it.
There's also
Not everybody has to like extremely difficult fucking games, dude.
Also,
Come on.
Okay, so someone telling him, "Hey, the normal difficulty isn't meant to be super ball-bustingly hard," is not them saying, "I don't want hard games." Like, what a fucking... It's a straw man.
I don't think he's even finished his ludicrous point yet. There's still probably more.
Well, if he says something to make that makes sense, it would be a nice reprieve.
just let them run about screwing around at their own pace. Now, I don't want this to be construed
Love how you
as
used
me
the word
saying
screwing
that
around,
every game
too.
has to be really difficult. Difficulty is subjective. One man's challenging is
Difficulty
You
another
is
don't
man's-
fucking
What's
say.
Wow. Way to completely
almost as if-
negate everything you have said.
That just ended his whole career.
He finally
done.
acknowledged it. So all
Was that
of
a
these,
Freudian slip?
all of these,
It's almost as if your experience alone with Devil May Cry 5 and it being such an easy game is not it's almost as if that's not how everybody fucking experienced it.
remember
This
like
guy's a fucking anarchist.
remember like 5 minutes ago, you know, like in video time, he was talking about how this is the experience for all new players, and now he's like, oh, but it's all subjective. It's like, what? But you no.
Oh my
What a
god.
fucking dingus.
Imagine acknowledging something that just completely negates everything you've said and tried to avoid saying up to this point.
It
Oh my
negates this
God.
entire 16-minute video.
Oh my
This
God.
is fucking cringe.
This
Jesus
is-
Christ.
What like, yeah, and I'm not even disagreeing that difficulty is subjective. Like, obviously you can design a game to be difficult, but it only works to a point, right? But like, oh man, oof. Damn, it's like he snapped back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Oh,
This
oh, copyright
fucking
strike.
mom spaghetti. Vomit on his mom's spaghetti. Mom spaghetti on his sweater already.
Spaghetti on a spaghetti. This video is spaghetti.
Challenging
Third
is
video is
another man's
fucking
easy.
AIDS.
What's more important is that the game pushes you into engaging with what makes it great, whether that be something simple or complex. Like Tetris, very simple game, easy in the starting levels. You don't have to rack your brain and practice to figure out the basics, but you certainly can.
Okay, so remember, this is a kind of an anecdote, but like bear with me here. Remember when Ego Raptor was talking about Mega Man and how older games didn't have as much going for them, so they generally needed to push and they were shorter, and they generally needed to push the player to, you know, get better in order to play properly play the games, and difficulty was something they were very reliant on. Yeah, that applies to Tetris. Not a lot going for it, I'm gonna say. Dare I say? It's, you know, it's a pretty simple fucking game, but it, you know, it builds itself around its challenge. Games that are super story based or have lots of, you know, there's all kinds of reasons a game doesn't need to be difficult. Not saying I don't want a fucking difficult game, but yeah, there's.
I mean, I brought up Breath of the Wild earlier, and it's the same thing. It's not a very
Yeah.
difficult game, but it's still, I would still say it's very satisfying because there's a
Fucking-
huge amount of satisfaction from, you know, going out and discovering things on your own.
None of the fucking, at least in my experience, none of the Zelda games are really difficult, and you know, people fucking. beat
Majora's
'em up.
Mask is pretty fucking annoying.
Majora's Mask is just obtuse.
That's
Wind
the problem with
Waker-
Majora's Mask is. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say Wind Waker is actually, in some ways, a lot easier than Breath of the Wild, but it's still really enjoyable to play because it's just such a lighthearted and just feel-good experience throughout the entire thing. You don't fucking need to rely on difficulty as a crutch to
Yeah.
get players to engage with your game systems.
And
You
again,
really
just
fucking don't.
so we don't get fucking strawman, that's not us saying we don't want games to be hard. It's like,
Obviously,
what a
difficulty
stupid
is
thing to
important
say.
to an extent,
What a
but you don't
condescending thing to
need
say.
you don't need Castlevania levels of ball crush in order to get players to engage with your fucking mechanics.
Yeah, just because you.
And
I honestly,
and just
I think
because-
what it is he refused to, because he didn't want to play the game. He was already unenthusiastic. He didn't want to really get involved in it, and he's just using challenge as an excuse. I honestly just think it's an excuse that he's come up with to why he gave out such a shitty review.
To bring up Majora's Mask real quick, just because it was brought up, the only reason I think that game is harder than the other Zeldas is because the controls are fucking ass on a 64 controller, and that's the way I replayed it recently.
What? A Nintendo 64 game with bad controls?
Shut the fuck up.
What are you talking about?
We're not dunking on the 64.
Yeah, I love the 64, but that controller is fucking.
That controller's fine. Although, Donkey said that Super Mario 64 had a good camera. I don't believe that.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I actually gave credit to Mayo earlier for acknowledging that Super Mario 64's camera is not that good, even though he loves the game. And I'm like, hey, man, good on you.
The camera in Mario 64 is fucking trash.
Yeah,
I don't care who loves that game. It's a great game.
Not long ago.
Wait, what?
Not everybody's experiences are going to be the same with difficulties, so you say that Devil May Cry 5 is an extremely easy game is really fucking stupid.
Luce, why are you, like, on the other side of your house?
Because I used the echo of my microphone to accentuate my point. I wanted to scream, but like I didn't want it to be unpleasant to listen to by being overbearingly loud, so I fucking moved my mic away. I love Doom
Eternal more than my own son.
If you want, I can go into the other room and fucking scream my lungs off into the mic. If that's what you prefer.
You're good. But yeah, basically, I just think he's using. I think he's using, challenge, like extreme challenge, as a fucking excuse for his shitty DMC5 video, and then he's trying to say, oh, but I don't want every game to be really hard. It's like, okay.
No, you want every game to be Doom Eternal.
I don't want every game to be really hard, but at the same time, I refuse to engage with the game, and I will rip on it for multiple videos and try and justify it to the end of the fucking earth if it isn't that challenging to me. But also, challenge is subjective, so, you know, whatever. It's like, alright.
Oh, fuck.
The basics.
Let's get this over with. We got 2 minutes of the video left. Let's just leave it rolling.
Buttons and find success. You aren't going to find yourself in the later levels of Tetris without understanding how to play. I also don't want people to think that I'm looking down on those who enjoy incredibly easy experiences where they can just casually fly through a game without learning anything. That's fine, have fun, but I don't think it's good for that to be the goal at the center of a game's design. If they want to offer a super easy difficulty level for people who want absolutely nothing demanded of them, fine by me. God of War 2018 has an easy mode that can literally be completed by a corpse, but it's a disservice to your game.
You're so condescending.
So
take down your DMC5 video. Take it fucking down. He just said... He just said that it's fine for games to have an easy mode and players to not learn them, if I'm not mistaken. If it's out of context or whatever.
Well, no, he said that it was perfectly fine for games to offer up easier difficulties and for people to prefer it, but then he just takes this fucking dig at him, and I'm like, okay, you clearly don't think so, but whatever, you fucking twat.
Well, his DMC5 video was him refusing to learn the game, so by that logic, he's calling himself a fucking idiot.
What a condescending jackass.
Oh my god.
Jesus
There's no defending this guy anymore. Like, I can't tell if he's legitimately a fucking cunt or not. Like, I don't...
people watch this?
Yeah, okay.
Like, okay,
again, I'll
breaking the C's rule. Fuck this guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Again, I'll separate the art from the artist, but there gets to a point where it's kind of like Simply. Well, he's not nearly as bad as Simply Dad, but like there gets a point where there's just so much bitterness and passive aggressiveness and like just turning completely on what he says that I'm just like, okay, like is this guy actually like just being a little bitch or what? Like what the fuck's happening?
Oh my fucking god! Like okay, like I can get like. You know, sometimes like smugness can sometimes, you know, work in your favor when you actually make a good fucking point.
It also doesn't help that he's really monotone, so I can't really tell what he's thinking a lot of the time. Or feeling.
But like, god damn, tone down the fucking smug, dude. It's not endearing in the slightest.
Oh boy.
Like, it's okay for you to like games that are absurdly fucking difficult and crush your balls if you make even the slightest mistake. That is fine. But it's very clear that you have a problem when other people don't like games like that based on how fucking condescending your tone and your words are here.
I like how we've completely gone off of Devil May Cry 5 and he's just talking down to people and then trying to play damage control for not wanting super gruely. Again, like this doesn't have anything to do with Devil May Cry. This is just a fucking what's the word, soapbox about difficulty and why he's, trying to use it to justify his shitty takes.
At this moment, yeah.
Like, this has nothing to do with Devil May Cry 5.
Some games, like Super Mario, have no difficulty settings and perfectly structure their game around challenge and casual fun.
But what if I say that it's not
So
hard?
you admit that there's a balance?
What if I say it's not hard? And that you just like it because it's casual. See, I can be an elitist douchebag too.
But like the important thing is here, he fucking acknowledges the fact that you can have a balance between the two. And yet this entire fucking time he's been advocating for the fact that Devil May Cry 5 is too fucking easy. And that it doesn't have that balance of casual and fun without actually substantiating his goddamn claims.
You know what really helps Devil May Cry 5 balance the casual and the fun for a wide variety of players? Having like 17 difficulties. But,
And also extremely stylish gameplay that can allow you to pull off really expressive and cool fucking combos.
He's got Super Mario World on screen.
Bro, Super Mario World's my favorite Mario game too. Like, I'm hurt.
I actually beat that game on Switch, no problem, a couple years ago. It was a fun ride.
Yeah, I love it.
Anyway, back to fucking mayonnaise.
Let's finish this. We have less than a minute left. Let's fucking go.
Got 52 seconds.
If you're not going to offer a higher level experience to everyone else, I'll leave you with this. Next time you're playing a game, be it more. Thank you for watching. I enjoy these designs.
Who jumped ahead?
It wasn't me. I don't fucking know.
Apologies.
I think we might have just.
Slider.
You're good.
I think we might have just desynced real quick.
That's alright. Let me just rewind it real quick. Alright, one more time. Let me just... Boop. Okay.
Everyone else.
Cool.
I'll leave you with this. Next time you're playing a game, be it old or new, take a moment to appreciate if the game has good systems and if you're being pushed into them. Most of the time, that will be the case. And if the game isn't doing that, think about what could be done to make it better. You'll be a more discerning player, and you'll start to appreciate the games you love even more. Thank you for watching. I enjoy these discussions very much.
Real
I
quick.
invite you to
This man, deadass, said that people were spoiled by 2 whole fucking console generations of easy games. And yet he has the audacity to say that most times games are pushing you to using their systems? Which is it?
Also, here's the thing. Player motivation is just that. It's the player's motivation. The game, yes, the games can do things to try and incentivize players to do stuff. But, sometimes you just get players like yourself who completely ignore those and come up with your own reasons and excuses as to why you put out a bad video. So, anyways...
And for the sake of the meme, I feel the incentive to point out once again, this is not his footage.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is tug of war video making. He can't stick with a point without contradicting himself or speaking gibberish.
Yeah,
or both.
Alright, so I think we've said just about all we really can on that. So we're gonna watch one more thing. And it's gonna be pretty short, but it's
gonna be fucking hilarious too.
It's the fucking video they're gonna play at our funerals.
So there's a common...
It's our epitaph. We're gonna show the audience just in case we die mysteriously.
Jesus Christ. Alright, so this is you all saw our coverage. I don't think Mayo did. I'm not saying like this is a response to it or whatever. But
You bastard!
You S.E.E.S bastards. But
quit DDoSing us.
Yeah, leave us alone, Mayo. But he posted this. It's Resident Evil Village, a more objective review because, well, let's just fuck it. Let's just start watching.
His original review was shit.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty terrible. So let's see how Mayo. Mayo gets a lot of criticism. Let's see. Let's disregard the DMC5 thing, right? Maybe there was just a whole lot of misunderstandings or whatever, some weirdness, and maybe whatever. Let's see how Mayo responds to criticism of his RE8 video, shall we?
So there's a common criticism I get on my videos. I wouldn't say it's a lot of people, but it's frequent enough. Usually
it's enough to get under his skin
in the comments of any video. And it's that I state my opinion as if it were objective fact. I would say that I try my best to include as many objective facts as possible, But sure, some of what I say is my opinion, my perspective, and I just wasn't aware that people watching videos on YouTube about video games didn't realize that people use this platform to voice their opinions.
Oh my god, he's so
Stop the video.
fucking...
Shut it off.
Oh
Tell
my
YouTube to
god.
delete his channel. That's enough. That's
Oh my
that's
god.
You're so
That's
fucking
gaslighting your
bent out of
audience.
shape that anybody would have the audacity to fucking criticize you and your dog shit point. You're so bent
Imagine
about
being
it.
a critic who can't take criticism. Holy fuck, man. What life do you live where people just agree on everything and don't have a problem with what anyone says? You know, it's not as if what you say, you know, as someone with like several thousand subscribers and a platform to freely spread whatever information or misinformation you damn well please. You know, it's not as if that can like influence anything. It's not as if people will possibly take issue with things you say that aren't accurate or just straight up fucking false.
It's not
You
as
know,
if you're.
it's this
Yeah,
little
it's
thing
not.
called fact checking.
It's almost as if your entire fucking career as a reviewer is based upon the entire basis of something called, I don't know, discussion and discourse.
It's almost as if when you say something regarding a product that will influence people, there's kind of a certain level of what's it called responsibility that you need to maintain and a certain level of integrity that you should maintain.
Like, say whatever the fuck you want. It's your right in terms of free speech, but don't get bent out of shape when people call you out for saying something that's either A, stupid, or B, provably false.
See, I don't know about you motherfuckers, but I'm I'm in the boat that this guy is he's an experimental filmmaker because a lot of his takes are just the most absurd fucking shit I have ever heard a human being regurgitate on this platform. Like, YouTube's been around since 2005. We've had a lot of wacky fucking people come and go. You know, people that you would watch on YouTube for a couple years and they disappear. I think genuinely it's going to come to a point where Mayo makes a video and he's got like a bunch of people on his videos just flat out telling him, yeah, you're fucking lying. And he's just going to come up with this new and wacky way to discredit his own audience, the people paying his fucking bills, not him. There's no fucking way on God's green earth that anyone with the credentials like Mayo is not going to consider whatever he says correct. Just based on the way he's condescending, he's bitter about it. Maybe we're misinterpreting his whole like style. Like, it's either so fucking advanced that we can't comprehend it. Us chimpanzees are struggling to. We're trying to figure out exactly his beats and his filmmaking style.
Dude, like I said, he's a Lovecraftian.
These aren't reviews.
He's a Lovecraftian horror.
These can't be reviews. They're not. They're fucking. First of all, they have flat out lies. Second of all, they flip flop back and forth more times than the Big Show turning heel and face. And third, it's like a lot of what he says. You know, he says a point like, okay, blah blah blah, and then like 20 minutes later, he'll contradict it and then introduce a new fucking wormhole that we're sucked into. And these videos, even if we're not stopping every extra second, we are fatigued by the end of them just because of all these fucking hot takes that we don't know how to process. We debate them,
Not even
and
hot
then it's
takes,
like, okay.
misinformation and fucking bullshit.
Well, like we'll go on tangents about this guy, and then like 5 minutes later, he'll say some stupider shit that completely makes us go, "Oh shit! Now this is a variable." So it's like trying to do long division, but the numbers keep running off the fucking page. Like they keep moving around. It's impossible.
Trying to understand Mayo is like trying to teach a baboon theoretical physics. Like it's just not. It's not gonna work.
No, this dude is what people say when you know when they go, "It's not rocket science." This guy's mental process is rocket science. How do you string together this fucking
no? Because rocket science has like actual factual, realistic basis for like things that happen within it. Mayo does. Mayo is like it's like trying to develop a theory on life based off of fiction, kind of like religion, basically. Mayo is religion, is what I'm saying.
No, this is basically a snuff movie now. We can't defend this fucking bastardization of the stuff we love. It's softcore porn. He's fucking everything. Nah, fuck this.
Trying to understand Mayo is like trying to properly critique a Serbian film. Like, you just can't really do it.
No, look, I maintain this point every time we talk about these kinds of things. We are always baffled by what these fuckers are saying in these
Every
videos.
time.
The reason we do S.E.E.S episodes is because we either find out about them or someone's like, "Yo, this guy said the stupidest fucking shit ever," and like we
Well, that's not
can't
really
turn it
why,
down.
but-
Now we have to fucking see it. Well, that's one of the reasons we do.
Oh, yeah,
Or we find out that somebody is like, okay, in Mayo's case, is just flat out fucking lying. And we're like, yeah, it couldn't be that bad. Then you watch his videos and you're like, oh my god, he is literally waterboarding my fucking brain with this stupid bullshit. I feel like I'm a torture subject. Like I can get up and leave, but I'm not going to.
Watching,
It's a fucking car accident.
No,
I can't look
watching
away.
an Under the Mayo video is kind of like being in the middle of a human centipede. You just don't want to be there.
Oh, fuck that shit. Nah, you know when Misery when
Imagine if the
crazy
front
lady
person in the
picks that dude's
centipede
leg?
is only being fed mayonnaise and you're in the middle and you gotta deal with that. That's
Oh
how
wait,
it is.
no, I got a better one. You know when you drink flat soda?
Yeah.
Or pop or whatever you fuckers call it? You know when you don't get any carbonization? Mayo is steak without the caramelization. Alright? He's got the substance, but he's got no taste, if you catch my drift. He can spit shit, but it's all shit, no facts. He is a liar. And for that reason alone, you should listen to all those people watching this video, alright? You ever watch a Mayo video? Just comment the facts. Spit hard facts. Hashtag spit facts. Tell the truth. You know, inform the audience that they're being lied to. That's all you got to do. Just
feel
tell them
like-
flat out. Look, when he says Doom Eternal is an easy game, you tell him he's lying. All right. When he says shit like, "Oh, I played Devil May Cry 5 while watching a movie," shut the fucking video off. Shut that fucking video off right now. It's not worth your time.
Trying to comprehend a Mayo video is like trying to release a chest burster through your skull. It's just painful.
Oh.
Ah!
How would that work? Would the xenomorph have to like crawl up
It like
your throat?
fucking goes up your spine. I don't fucking know.
Your aorta? Just pops out of your head? Oh man, if I had a chest burster and it came out looking like Mayo's jar avatar, it just pops out and goes, "Hey, I've got a new video for you." Fucking screaming and blood's coming out of me. So I found Doom Eternal to be a hard game. He's fucking breaking down the gameplay mechanics of God of War as I'm bleeding out. I'm just like slithering on the floor. It's like ah.
I remember the shot from the original Alien where like the little chest burster is like slithering away all funny like it's just Mayo's face. I need to do an edit of that. Oh, that's fucking great. Someone make that. Yo, Sierra Madre, please make these fucking Mantis or Chemical Lover someone.
Please enhance our cringe opinions so that we can combat. Okay, look, we are the vaccine to cringe.
Validate us with memes.
You have to have a little cringe in you to understand cringe. All right, the three of us right here, we're the cringe amigos. We understand cringe. We live in it. We breathe it. We smell it. Nah, fuck this shit. We're watching a video about a fucking cum jar talking about Doom and God of War. I don't really want to hear it. This is fucking bullshit. I could be playing Lego Harry Potter right now, but nope. I gotta be sitting here talking about these fucking
Yo,
stupid
Harry Potter's
videos.
pretty awesome though.
No, if I were to play a game right now, it'd probably be Returnal because I gotta spend time with it for the
How is it
show.
so far? Have you played it? Like,
Yeah, it's every time you die, you're encouraged to explore a bit. Like I've died on purpose a couple times. 'Cause
Wait, you
get
die
more
in this
story
game?
information.
So it's like Dark Souls.
Oh fuck! Hey, you got me there. Can't review it. What the fuck is that?
You okay, Luce?
It's my
Lucy?
fucking ADHD kicking in.
Are you fucking a wall?
He's trying. Okay, he's trying.
No, he's either fucking a wall or lifting his desk off the ground with a stiff. He's doing something. So yeah, Returnal. Returnal is Returnal's a game. It's okay. Here, I'm gonna pull a Mayo here. It's Doom Eternal in third person.
Oh,
It
no.
really is. No, I'm not kidding. It's got a dash. It's got a fucking infinite ammo weapon. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Basically the same game.
The rooms are randomly generated, as far as I know. There are certain scenarios early on where you're shown things that you have to figure out later, like how to get across a gap or how to open certain doors. It does not hold your hand at all. There's really no guidance on where you go. You just explore, and it's a roguelike, so it's basically it follows the same structure as Binding of Isaac,
okay.
except in Returnal, dying opens up more things and more possibilities. You're not penalized for dying, other than obviously you have to start the whole run again. And I also saw people complaining about having to go into rest mode to save your progress. That you're not understanding Returnal. It's not a game that you're supposed to save your progress in. I would say that Returnal, as a demanding experience, wants you to put 7 hours aside to do a single run. I get that. Like, if you're going to commit to a game of zombies per se, you're not going to, you're going to do as many rounds as you possibly can. If you approach Returnal with that mentality, I think that helps a little bit, but it's not like zombies. There are levels and you can progress. So I just find it interesting that people are willing to complain about not being able to save in Returnal, but are willing to spend exorbitant amounts of time doing survival modes in video games. And Returnal has a narrative, which sort of helps string together where you go. And
remember Don't Starve? It was pretty popular, and it was a roguelike.
Yeah, I definitely I can see potential in Returnal. I haven't put enough time into it. I know the game, according to a lot of people, including Pat Stares at, he was saying that the middle half of or like the middle of the game, the second and third zones or whatever, were getting pretty fucking steep. That could be his day one opinion, but I did hear people talking about how the middle third of the game is just fucking nuts. Like they just throw a lot of stuff at you and you have to be prepared. Returnal, like Doom Eternal, you have to pay attention because enemies can be behind you doing janky shit. The projectiles are light shows, which I like.
That's cool. All right, let's.
Yeah.
We need to get back to this. We really don't have much to cover in this video. That bit was just so fucking douchey. Oh man, it killed us for a moment. We had a Returnal moment where we just went off to another dimension, basically.
Yeah.
But let's continue.
Is that people use this platform to voice their opinions. If someone makes a video saying that barbecue sauce is the best condiment, there's surely going to be someone.
No, mayo's the best condiment.
About it. Yes, I say things strongly. I have strong opinions and beliefs, and certain game design values that I want to fight for. But the last thing I want is for people to think that there's no room for their differing opinions.
Back up their fucking merits, dipshit.
So I've decided to re-edit my Resident Evil Village review.
When are we getting a video about the castle?
Version right here. If you haven't seen it yet, please watch that one first. I'm still proud of that video.
Don't do it.
I'd suggest watching that one.
Can you Photoshop the
S.E.E.S profile pic? You guys let me know in the comments if you like this new format. I'd be happy to go forward with new videos like this. And maybe I could even re-edit all of my other controversial videos. Okay, enough rambling. On with the new version.
All right, let's hear it. Let's see your more objective version.
Well, they did it. They made a Resident Evil game that, in my opinion, for the majority of the experience, is devoid.
How fucking condescending can you be?
Well,
play more. I need to see more.
Okay, we're not gonna be like fucking because we already did, but yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously we're not gonna be fucking breaking it down. I just want to see it more.
Interesting, and despite the horror setting and serious tone, in my opinion, it's not a survival horror game. Let me start this video by saying I have no problem with anyone who likes this game or praises it. I'm not calling anyone a fake Resident Evil fan just for saying Village is good. If you bought this game and you had a good time, that's great. I want people to enjoy the games they buy. However, I would also like to enjoy the games I buy. The Resident Evil series has had its ups and downs. It's existed in different forms. From the, in my opinion, glory days of the classic exploration.
You can fucking hear him stopping the tape. Oh my god.
Yep. Fantastic GameCube remake, to the well-received over-the-shoulder horror shooter of RE4, to whatever the hell this is, to
the boulder, guys!
Hey guys. Did you know that in Resident Evil 5, Chris Redfield,
he punched a boulder?
In my opinion, this guy should stop making videos.
Okay. I've had enough mayo.
Okay. I've had enough of that bullshit. What
we watch a fucking
walkhead.
Oh wait, wait. I have one more thing. I've got to show this to. I've got to show this. You'll see.
Oh boy, is it time? Is it time for the special thing?
Just wait. It's the special thing. We've been waiting for it all day, baby. All right, let me
what you got? What'd you bring me?
The Geneva Convention. That's the second time I've mentioned the Geneva Convention in this episode. Right, I feel quite accomplished.
Watch together. Let's paste this link.
Can't wait to fucking
Listen,
die.
listen. Look at the comment.
Why mayonnaise? Why,
Did you post the link?
why not? Is mayonnaise bad?
I asked him for you, Luce. I saw he was streaming, and I was like, I've got to ask him.
What?
RX, did you DC or something?
No, I can't. It's blurry. What are we stopped on?
Okay, I'm gonna rewind it. Okay, so is it at the start for you? It's like RE1 remake. Is it there?
It's stopped at 000.
Okay, let's go. Read the comment that shows up.
Why mayonnaise? Why not? Is mayonnaise bad?
Yeah.
So you literally just have no reason.
It's just fucking
Really?
mayonnaise.
You just
He's
you were just
aggressive
like,
to everyone.
Well, I don't think he was being aggressive. I think he was having a laugh, but I don't know. He's fucking monotone as hell, so I can't really tell. But
Why are you questioning?
I mean,
my
in fairness,
intentions?
his monotone voice might not be his fault. It could just be something with his voice or something like that. So it's possible it's not his fault, but
I don't know.
I know he's not able. Like, he very clearly got very, like, pissed off at some point in one of these Devil May Cry 5 videos. So he cannot be monotone.
Oh yeah,
if he
he's
so
super bitter
chooses.
about fucking the response to his DM. But yeah, I had to show it to you.
appreciate that
You've been
so
wondering for
fucking
so
much.
long, and as I expected, there's no real answer. It's why not?
Just why the fuck not? Why not?
We're never gonna
have
get a fucking
mayonnaise?
answer with this guy.
Oh man.
Oh, you know what? Our next video, instead of covering Mayo, let's do ISIS beheadings.
Oh my god.
I'll pass.
I'm gonna pass.
Hard pass on that one,
I'm gonna
buddy.
pass on that one. Yeah.
Well, it'd be more productive, but you know.
It would be
Okay.
It would be less grating on my sanity, to be fair, but you know.
Be a big weight off my shoulders. You catch my drift.
That's fucked.
Fuck this up.
Well, guys, we did it. We have seen how Mayo responds to criticism, and you know,
We
I don't
have
think he
now-
handles criticism very well, despite being a pretty fucking
In your opinion,
yeah, in my opinion, despite being a pretty what's the word? I guess strongly opinionated critic.
in your opinion.
In my
We have
opinion.
now covered every single video on Mayo's channel that is in any way relevant to our own interests.
Well,
Hallelujah.
I mean, there's obviously
Oh, don't jinx it.
there's obviously more, but I think as far as I'm concerned, I'm fucking done with Mayo for a while.
yeah, I
we-
would like to cover somebody else, please. Oh
We
God,
saw
why?
we debuted with a shitty DMC5 video. We collabed with fucking EFAPers, which based about his shitty RE8 video, and now we've come together to look at how he handles criticism, and it's not good. So I don't really
On the
care.
next episode, we'll be discussing cake for no reason. Chocolate, vanilla, banana.
Well,
Carrot?
the next episode's gonna be about. It's gonna be with. I don't know if we've. I think we've talked about this, but yeah, we have. But either way, TC Nick, who we covered in episode 3 in his Persona 3 video, he's gonna be coming on, and we're gonna talk about Persona 3 with him. It's gonna be fucking awesome. I can't wait.
Better finish the game.
You should finish the game, RX. It's pretty good. I mean, it's gonna take you like. No offense, but you're not gonna be on that episode because you haven't fucking played the game. And I don't want to spoil it for you or anything, but.
Fucking die.
But yeah, I'm very excited for that. TC Nick, you know, we had some pretty. I don't even think we were that hard on him, but you know, we had criticisms for him, but he took it like a king. TC
Yeah,
Nick's
TC
fucking
Nick
awesome.
was definitely TC Nick and Mbasa Mufasa are definitely the two that we've been the kindest to.
Well, yeah, Umbasa
You know-
Mufasa. I left a comment on his video, and it was kind of mean. Like looking back on it, like at least compared to how he responded, I basically said like, "This is why we proofread our scripts." And he responded, he was like, "This is more of an interpretive piece." I'm like, all right, we're all right, we're all right. Or not
Fair
interpretive,
enough, fair
but a persuasive piece, something like that. But yeah, he was cool about it. I don't know.
Well,
I would be curious to see Twin's response. I imagine it's not good, considering that video is the most suffering, I think, that's happened to me and Luce.
We suffered so much in that fucking video.
We really
I never want to cover another Twin video in my life.
Now
Now that I say that, you're gonna fucking find a Twin video for us to
no.
cover.
We should look at what he posted about DMC5 before the game came out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he made like 2 videos about DMC5 like before it came out, saying it was gonna be shit.
Oh.
Well, we'll be talking about Persona 3 the next episode, most likely.
What are we gonna do after Persona 3 though?
Jak and Daxter!
Actually, well, yeah, no, we can do that. Eventually we gotta start talking about Mass Effect. Loose.
Resident Evil 4.
Shut up, I know.
Loose is a good ways into Mass Effect 1 though, so we are gonna cover each game. That'll be because God, oh my fuck, I could not do a breakdown of the whole trilogy in one video. That would take fucking forever.
No, 12 hours. Let's go.
12.
Fuck that.
This dude says 12 hours as if that would be enough. Okay.
Oh man, 24-hour C stream where we do nothing but talk about.
We'll do that for the 50th. How about that? We'll do C's 50 24-hour stream, baby.
Maybe.
Maybe
Well,
25.
Well, and people, we can do it like fucking. I'm gonna just accuse of fucking copying them, but you know it's what EFAP did for their 50th and 100th. They did 24-hour streams. Rags and Mahler were on it the whole time, and they had people come and go. It was cool.
I don't know if I could even fucking handle that, but whatever.
We would have to prepare.
I'll try.
We would have to prepare.
Yeah. We
should just do.
And there would be frequent stops for us to like go to the bathroom or
yeah, for sure.
eat.
We should marathon every episode of Seinfeld in a single stream.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or The Simpsons. We should watch the best of The Simpsons, like seasons 3 to 8. I would say.
I mean, I'm not.
We just pick like the.
I'm not fucking with copytisms right now until I have a solid grasp on that stuff. But,
you fucking bastards.
One day we might do React stuff. Who knows? But I will say, RX, you and I watching wrestling pay-per-views, NXT takeovers as they happen, and people can join in for the discussion. You know, we won't be streaming it, but like, you know, people can join in on the chat. For
Well. We will discuss the wrestling things more in the Discord to avoid
legal. But for those of you wrestling marks out there, we will probably be spectating, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Just live reactions. But yeah, I'd like to talk about wrestling at some point now that I'm getting back into it. COVID was a weird time for wrestling. I think we can all agree. But
coronavirus.
what the fuck are you doing, Luce?
It's opening a condom.
Okay, cool.
Dude, were you fucking Magnum rapping? What's going on?
I was tearing off plastic.
Oh yeah,
from like the plastic window on like a beef jerky box.
I don't know why that's funny.
Fuck it.
Why is that funny?
You know, speaking of that, I found out I like these little these fucking Jack Links boxes of like fucking beef stick and cheese.
That's some Arkansas bullshit.
And, like,
it's pronounced Arkansas.
And like
Arkansas now, boy.
Shut up! This is important. Like 3 months ago, there were 9. There were 9 packages of a stick of cheese and beef in a single box for $5.95. Now there's 8.
Oh my god.
I'm bastards.
I'm fucking shaking, dude.
I'm Loveless. Nice to meet you, Shake.
Oh my god,
Kill
die!
yourself. Fuck off.
Oh god!